So, to my VOD people, the plan for today is to give you a few updates on where I've been, what I've been up to, and then kind of move on from there into the Vosh Manifesto. So, the way that the viewing stuff is going to work is that we're going to do it the exact same way that we did it last time with the Mr. Girl stuff. I'll explain the rules around that procedure and stuff like that once we get into it. So if you're a bit confused, then, you'll have your explanation then. If you had watched the other VOD, we're just going to do it the exact same way where you can add or subtract time at $100 increments. And then once you hit that 100, your shit is locked in. So that's the plan. That is the plan. We'll see how it goes. I also prepared like a TLDR because I've actually watched the VOD like twice now, which is part of why I feel comfortable just doing the paying for increments of time with it. Like if people aren't, chill with it or they think it's boring, then, we could be done with it pretty quickly. But I've also prepared like a TLDR of everything, and we'll definitely do that no matter what, and that won't count against the time. Where I'll kind of talk about my thoughts on it, what the highlights were for me, what the main takeaways were, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's what we'll be up to. I will check back in with you guys in a bit. I'm just going to get a few things ready to go all around me so that I'm all set and I got water and stuff. And yeah. I also probably need to check that we are live on both platforms because I think we do have a bit of a problem with that lately. Okay, so we're live on Twitch. Got to make sure that the announcements gives us our announcement, which we're still kind of waiting on here. What's weird is the announcement bot in the Discord can sometimes be quite laggy with when it sends out the alert to people. So I've been keeping an eye on that. I might look into getting a new bot for that because Meeseeks is really good about the YouTube drops, but it's kind of less good about the live notification. I don't know if you guys have experienced the same thing. If you have, definitely let me know. But I've been keeping an eye on that. I'm a little bit concerned. Meeseeks is not a bot that I'm like digging too much. So definitely looking to replace it at some point in the near future, probably once we start moving over to a new place, which I'll update you guys on the status of once we get into the stream proper. Lots and lots to talk about. I also went to London with Chud Logic, and I'm really important. So if you were unaware, yeah, I got to go there. It was really cool meeting and hanging out with them. I've missed IRI because I haven't seen him for quite some time. And then it was cool to meet Chud Logic as well. A unique opportunity for sure. And yeah, we had a cool day just farting around London. So anywho, without further ado, I'll hop you guys into the music for today, which will be from PictoChat and Jacob. You can get either of their information by doing !Jacob or !Picto. You can spell that with an O or a 0. I believe that they spell it with a 0 to be proper, so I've included both options in the commands. We'll start off with something chill. We'll go with Comet Incoming by PictoChat. Enjoy!
I saw you the other day. I think you were flying away from me. I just wanted to say, anyways, I'm trying to run away. I'm trying to run away. I'm trying to run away.
lit like a matchstick. Fly like a rover, stretch like elastic. Target like I'm DOA, target like it's practice. Practice like the NBA, get it in the basket. Okay, boomer, I think you're a loser. I'm talking about a gun, not a real ruler. I feel like a Uzi Vert, this a Frank Mueller. I feel like a smoke perp, cause I got a boner. I'm a motherfucking boner, yeah. I'm a bust like a boner, yeah. Going hard like a boner, yeah. Standing tall like a boner, yeah. Stone like a match, fly like a rover. Last target like I'm built, yeah. It's practice, get it in the basket. Stone lit like a match, fly like a rover. Stretch the last target like I'm DOA, target like it's practice.
And the last track for today is going to be Hell Yeah Dude, the Booksmarts classic from Jacob Sampson. You can get his information by using !Jacob in any of the chats, and then we will jump into it. Talk to you guys in a bit.
Dude, we're breaking into it.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
fishing mode.
Whoa. What's that? We're already getting
Does
one
this
of
count
these?
towards adding time?
Let me see. It would depend on what you would want it to do. Oh no, that's a sub. Definitely not. I mean, if you want to, I could count 2.5 towards adding time if that's something you want to do. But anywho, I will cut off the end of this song. No, I won't. Let's just listen through. There we go. So that was again by Jacob Sampson. So if you're interested, definitely check Jacob out. Boy, I'm rusty and out of practice, eh? I'm tripping all over my words here. I also don't know how I want to set up the stream because I kind of have fucked myself with the screen setup here, but it's whatever. When I first started stream, I know that I used the Vosh Manifesto because it was shorter than what the title was, but I forgot. End of all things is some anime fucking Neon Genesis Evangelion type beat, and it's too long and it's cringe, so I'm not going to use that. Sorry to Steven. It's kind of cringe. So yeah, that would take up like my whole title. I'm not putting that in there. I figure Vosh Manifesto gets the point across. And if you clicked on this because you thought that Vosh had put out a manifesto, well then kudos to me. I low-key clickbaited you. Which is always a good thing in my field. One thing that I've been pondering about a little bit more over the last, maybe a week, because I met up with IRI and Chud Logic, and number one takeaway. When you meet with other people that are doing your same job and you get to talk about the work, especially when you're not in front of like hundreds of people, you're able to talk more openly about the way that you feel about stuff, the way you feel about other people, the way you feel about the audience, what your thoughts are at a meta level with how to like game the system, which we're all doing to one extent or another, if we're successful. That kind of planted the seeds for some of my thoughts with like how to think about streaming a little bit more and how to do things better. It popped into my head because, I am going to talk to you guys about what we did in London, and I'll talk to you guys about another big change to the stream. That planted some seeds. Another thing was, and I guess I'll just transition into this part first, even though I didn't intend to. Did you meet Chud's Vietnamese friend? No, but I was shocked that Chud was Indian. I really didn't anticipate that because he makes a lot of jokes about being white, but, kind of strange. Whatchamacallit? What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So one critique that I've gotten a few times in emails and even in the chat, and something I even talked to my host a little bit about, is when I shit on segments of the audience, or I shit on people that enjoy a certain kind of content, I'm no stranger to the idea that alienates some segment of you guys, right? Even if it's not about you guys, like for instance, my host is mostly a lurker. He's not like participating in a lot of stuff. It can feel like it's directed at you no matter how many, disclaimers or whatever I put on what I'm saying. So one thing I'm going to try to do more moving forward is not shit on the content that you guys enjoy, not shit on segments of audiences or audiences more generally. And it'll be a work in progress for me to kind of put that filter on, but I think it'll be better for you guys and probably better for my mental health too. If I'm repeating that all the time, there is like a tinge of hypocrisy to it when I'm covering stuff that like I don't think is like particularly important personally or whatever. Like if you think about it, with I'm Really Important and Chud Logic and probably a lot of other streamers, do they think that everything that they cover is like super duper important? Are they personally interested in everything? If you're a news channel like IRI basically is, like, Does he think every bill he talks about is important? Does he think every senator and congressperson he talks about is important? Does he think like every bit of social media drama, whether it's like Let's Go Brandon or whatever else, does he think all that's important? Maybe not necessarily. Does he need to make that point to the audience as he's about to embark on like a multi-hour stream about it? No. So it's a feeling that you probably want to just keep to yourself because it doesn't do you anything to tell the audience about that, nothing positive at least. And making that mental change, there's probably going to be a lot more that I just don't talk to you guys about anymore. There's probably going to be a lot of like internal things that like if they're negative, I will kind of just keep to myself unless it's like a really big deal for y'all, or if we have a big drama like we had with Steven a few months ago and it requires some kind of like public statement on it. And that's another thing is I mess up when I get into drama with the way that I talk about it. Like if we go back to, for instance, the Cherry situation, I probably should have immediately responded to that. Every single person I talked to says I should have. And in my mind, like I just didn't want to get in a fight with Cherry. I felt like I was going back on my word about not talking about it, even if she broke that when she talked about it, you know, like, yeah, that was kind of a misstep from me. So another thing is talking about things more when I'm involved with things. That's like another change that I need to make. There was just a lot of like moves that I make in the streaming space that are like not smart, that I need to be more smart about. And just a broader thing I'm going to be looking and thinking more about is like, what do I share with you guys? Like, it doesn't mean that I won't talk about life stuff. It's just if I do, it should probably be something positive. So for instance, instead of talking about like any negative feelings I have about like a particular topic we're covering, instead maybe sharing with you guys positive stuff about my life, which happens all the time. Like made me really, really, really happy to see IRI again. I love that guy. It was really, really cool to finally meet Chud for the first time and hang out with him. And that was really cool on his home turf as well, being in England. You know, like more positive stuff like that. We're like with meditation recently on a stream that we talked about meditation. And I feel like that was a good thing to share with you guys. And it's something I'm continuing to do more of because I'm realizing a lot of the coping mechanisms I had in life, like just prior to streaming for maybe a few years and like in the months that followed that kind of I fell out of habit of, are a lot of my spiritual practices and stuff like that. As cringe as that might sound to some of you guys at home, I know a lot of you are probably atheist or whatever, or super duper anti-spiritual, whatever. I think I need to touch more into that because it was an anchor that like really held my life together when things weren't going well. And I probably need it moving forward to when things are going better, like they are right now. So that's something I'm going to be doing more of, maybe something you'll hear me talk more about. If you remember, we had some conversations about Zen practices and influences to me. So one thing I've been doing more in the background is listening to a lot more of the Buddhist teachers and stuff that I used to read books from and whatever. Let me go ahead and find the name of the current guy that I'm reading. Maybe you guys would be interested in that a little bit. Let's see if I can find him in my library. It is way down here. So right now I'm living, I'm reading The Art of Living, Peace and Freedom in the Here and Now by Thich Nhat Hanh, who is a Vietnamese Buddhist monk guy. And he's been really popular. He talked to like Martin Luther King and some presidents and other important people. And he passed away. He has a lot of different books on Buddhist teachings and whatever. And I know for sure I've read at least one other book by him. And I've just been slowly getting through that and practicing a lot of the stuff in the book. One dimension to it that really... Sorry, we got bugs. That really made me start to think more about how spiritual practices were really helpful in my life is this idea that you have multiple different kinds of bodies, which bear with me for a second because it sounds stupid, but it's not all that bad. If I go to here, which body is it? So there's some Buddhist belief where you have multiple bodies. You got 8 bodies. So you got the human body, the Buddha body, spiritual practice body. I'm just going to talk about the spiritual practice body. So you have your human body, right? Like your physical body that you got to take care of, you got to listen to, right? Like if you have aches and pains, if you have emotions, those sorts of things, they're all a part of the human body, and you got to take care of that and be in tune with it. You have your Buddha body, which is kind of constantly practicing being aware of what's going on around you and living in that state as much as possible, like being acutely aware of everything that's going on and being in tune with your physical body as you're moving about through the world, like not letting yourself drift off too much into thoughts. Because like, if you think about it, especially with what we do, when you're sitting in front of a computer for a long period of time, like let's say you're on a league binge or you're watching me for 6 hours or whatever, during that time, you're so out of touch with your physical body that sometimes the only thing that brings you back to that attention is you're done with the gaming session and you realize like your ass hurts, your lower back hurts, your legs are asleep. Maybe you feel really bloated because you've just been eating the whole time you've been at the desk, whatever. During that whole time, you were kind of detached from your physical body. You were living in something that isn't you. So you got to work on that. And another one is your spiritual practice body. So that is like the art of stopping and looking deeply to solve issues that are going on. It's about the teachings and the practices and the things that you do to improve living in that Buddha body and taking care of your physical body and doing everything else. And by doing those practices more and more and making them a better habit and building out that spiritual practice body, you can then share that with other people, or you can kind of manifest things in the other kinds of bodies, which is like your outside body, or like the way that the actions that you partake in as a person kind of impact the rest of the world, which I have to think about a lot as a streamer now, because a lot of the actions and the work that I do has a ripple effect that goes to all of you guys. So when I think about streaming and negativity, it's like, well, I'm creating some really like negative ripples out there all the time if I'm being super negative on stream. And I have to kind of take seriously this outer body thing where I'm having impacts on people that will probably live on longer than me and will impact people in ways that'll go beyond what my physical body is or what my life is. And so you want to think about making that more positive and making sure that that outer body, the part of you that exists outside of yourself, is something that's positive, something to be proud of, something that's helping other people. And so a lot of those come down to spiritual practices, because my spiritual practices help me be better in touch with like my physical body or my Buddha body, being aware all the time, and basically being in the best position possible to interact well with like your community body, which is like the people that you surround yourself with and the communities that you build and are a part of and are invested in, or any of the others. And my spiritual body, recently, I've been getting back into meditation and focusing on doing the things that I think builds that up. And I need to focus more on those teachings and the lessons and things that I've learned in the past that I've kind of forgotten, and really focus on building that up, formalizing that, and doing that a lot more. So that's something I've been thinking about more. But and I'll repeat just one more time, the title of that book, in case you're interested in any of these topics, is The Art of Living, Peace and Freedom in the Here and Now. So yeah, if you're interested in any of that kind of stuff, go ahead, check it out. If you're totally not, then you can just have my, shitty TLDR of it. But how are you doing, buddy? I'm doing really, really well. I'm doing really, really well. I'm feeling really, really good. I am a bit anxious about, restarting with, finding a house again and all that stuff. But, it's as good as it can be. Let me see if I can get this window working again. Okay, I can. Let me go ahead and zoom in on this so it's framed properly. Ooh, okay, let's do it like this, and then let's do this. So this is going to be our donation goal thing, which I'll just kind of keep in frame a bit here, and maybe I'll put it over maybe the bottom right for now. So again, as we kind of go through today, you can add or subtract hours by donating to the stream. Every time we hit 100, I'll put a new hour on the board, or I'll subtract an hour if you want your donations to go against the goal. So if you want us to stop with the content, then let me know. I'm happy with either direction that it goes in. I'm really indifferent to it, but I'll keep that up there for you guys. I think you're building an emotional fortress to deal with streaming. It sounds like you're forcing yourself to be positive. No, not really. I mean, you just have a choice in how you interpret things and what you put forward to people. I just don't think there's a lot of benefit in putting forth a lot of negative stuff. And if there is something negative that I want to put forward to you guys, I probably shouldn't give you the problem. I should give you the solution. So like if I'm imbalanced and whatever in my life and yada, yada, I could talk about that imbalance. I could talk about my fears and anxieties and stuff like that. But what's probably more positive is to tell you about like the ways I'm approaching fixing those problems and really focus on those. So it's not like a forced thing. It may just be hot. My British buddy has been complaining about the heat for a few days. Yeah, it's definitely hot over here, especially the last few days. You sound good, but you look like shit, to be honest. You're really pale and look sweaty. Do I? Damn, that's kind of fucked. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, I could turn the light down a little bit here. Maybe that'll help us. Kind of turn that one up, turn this one down probably. Okay, that one's all the way up. Turn this one, that one up, this one up just a bit. Kind of a mean thing to say though, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's just hot here a little bit, but it's not like too hot. I don't feel like I'm super sweaty or anything. So yeah, that's just something I've been thinking about. And yeah, I don't think you're going to breach my fortress with a comment like that, Pine Tree. But no, it's not like forcing yourself to be positive. It's just like putting forward what you think you should be putting forward and keeping on lockdown what you think should probably be kept on lockdown until you find a solution to it. So that's kind of what I've been up to and thinking about and doing. Let me go ahead and go back here to my notes page. So yeah, that's something I'm thinking about more. So hold me accountable. If you see me shitting on a community or an audience segment or a topic that you guys feel like is upsetting or is something I probably ought not to be doing, definitely let me know and I'll kind of chill out on it. It's a habit, so I'll have to get out of it, and I'm sure I'll fuck it up during like the process of doing it. So let me know. And to update you on the property stuff, like finding a house, so it's all coming together and it's happening very, very fast. After this weekend, I'll be looking at very quickly moving over to North Carolina, looking at a few places and really getting to the last part of the process for finding an apartment. There's basically kind of what I see as 3 main steps. So step number 1 is to find places and to contact the places to figure out what the process is of renting there and if the properties are available. All of that I can do from here. The second phase of the process, which is going to be more difficult, is viewing those properties in person to make sure they don't smell bad or have mold or any other number of problems you don't necessarily see through images or virtual tours. Apply to those places, fill out the paperwork, and then of course pay. On a previous stream, we kind of hit our goal for the deposit and the first month's rent. So all that is put aside in the savings account and it's ready to go. And then once that's done, we move into phase 3, which is going to be moving in. Ironically, phase 3 is going to be the easiest part because I don't have a lot of shit. I'll basically be coming over with my luggage full of stuff and my backpack full of stuff, and I'll be hitting the ground running. All I'll need at that point is probably like a chair, a desk, and a bed. And then from there, I'll be solid and I'll kind of build up the rest of the furniture collection as time moves on, like getting a couch, maybe getting a television set, getting some kind of storage to put my shit in. And then I'll probably move back over to California for maybe a week and pick up a bunch of stuff that I have there, like my second computer, probably some like technology and equipment and wires and that kind of stuff. Maybe some decorations and books and things that I would like to have in my house, bring that back over to North Carolina and have those things there. So the moving process is ironically the thing that I'm worried about the least, because I basically have everything I need here. And if I really needed to, I could stream sitting on the ground in the apartment, and I could sleep on a blanket and like be totally fine for a couple of days. So what I think I'll do is reach out to my contact in North Carolina, ask them if I could crash at their place, which I think they said was cool for like a few days or a week or something while I'm looking at places, quickly apply and move into a place, and then we'll start the moving process. And like I said, I'm not too worried about that part. I found several properties that I'm interested in that are available right now, and they seem keen on getting someone in there. Where I've always hit a roadblock in finding apartments is in the application process. So there's a lot of anxiety in me about that, which I've talked about on a previous stream. But like I said at the beginning of this stream, instead of focusing on my anxieties and my fears and my worries all the time, I probably need to be focusing more and putting more of my energy and effort into overcoming those things and thinking positively and kind of manifesting what I want to out of the world, which is going to be success in the apartment searching process. So, reset my mental, kind of accept that there will be success here, and I will find a place and I will get accepted, and then kind of move forward with that idea and be ready for that moving step. So that's basically all that. That's the housing arc. So if you're interested, if you had donated and contributed to that last donation goal for that, just know that that money is going where it needs to go and that everything is set up on that end. And I really do appreciate you guys for supporting me and enabling that to happen. And yeah, that's cool. Are you going to scout a bunch of possibilities and try to view them all quickly? Probably. The thing is, I already have like maybe 3 or 4 solid properties that I'm really interested in. So I just have to view them and make sure there's not something weird that I don't see in pictures going on. And then I'll be solid and all set to go. And then kind of making a list of things that I would need. So like some places have washer dryer hookups, but they don't have washers and dryers. So then I would have to figure out how am I going to get a washer and dryer quickly and into this place so I don't have to use a laundromat. Thoughts like that are definitely things to consider, and cost factors to consider when looking at the prices of places. So what will that washer and dryer cost over the course of the apartment? And if I divide that per month of the apartment, you know, does the price difference make sense for having to buy that stuff? I'm not getting a cat. No, that's definitely far up on the list of things that I would ever look at getting is a cat. I think before I would consider a cat, I would probably consider a dog anyways. Living that laundromat life now, it sucks. It does. It's very inconvenient to have to pack all of your shit into a car and spend like half a day at the laundromat. That's definitely something I don't want to do, and I'm willing to pay extra to be able to have a washer and dryer. Beyond that, just having a dryer is really nice. There's a lot of time and energy and effort expended in hanging up clothes to dry and stuff like that. And while the Europeans are very accustomed to doing that, as an American, I very much so want a dryer because fuck that. But yeah, so that's all the stuff with moving and whatever. To give you a brief like TLDR of like meeting up with Chud Logic and IRI, that was really, really fun. Now, unfortunately, some of the stuff we wanted to go do, we couldn't do. Like we went to Speaker's Corner, which is this area of London where a bunch of like crazy political people come and they hop on soapboxes and scream about the things that they believe in or people should do or whatever. And so we walk like all the way across London to get over there. And by the time we get there, it ends up being that it's only on Sundays, and we did not go on a Sunday. So we basically chilled out there for a long time and talked about streaming and stuff like that. So, I mean, we still had a positive experience, but we couldn't really stream it or anything like that. And then I think that we went to a pub and had a pint or two. That was fun. I will say, and, you know, this will break the theme of positivity and whatever. I don't like London. Okay, I very much so love Manchester, which is where I'm staying right now. I love Manchester. It's a very liberal city, socialist city. There's lots of diversity in terms of the people that are here. There's not a lot of racism going on. There was a lot of casual racism in the UK that was uncomfortable to have to deal with. There was a lot of problems with the transportation system where I was living in particular during the time I was there, which allegedly is unusual, but I definitely ran into that. I feel like I wasted like a lot of time by going to places that I didn't find all that amusing, like going to Parliament and Big Ben and, where the Prime Minister lives and all that shit. In case you didn't know, the Prime Minister recently talked about resigning and stuff because, he basically put an appointee into a position of power that there was a lot of drama about, and then he kind of lied about not knowing about the drama. He said, "Oh, I had no idea." Then he was like, "Oh, I did know. I simply forgot." And a bunch of people in his party resigned from positions of power that they were assigned to in response to that appointment. And even, I think, at least one of the replacements that he put in charge of one of those roles thereafter also resigned from the position. So basically, he's got a lot of infighting and people in the party that don't like him anymore. So he had to come out and say that he's going to resign, that they just have to wait until they find a new person that would replace him and yada, yada, yada. So there's a bunch of drama going on. And because of that, there's even more people than there would normally be over at the Parliament building. And it's basically just a sea of like,
ooh, wafting,
what's up?
Oh,
The new
likes their own
junkie.
brand, don't they? This is magic. All right, analysis.
Analysis? That smells like a bunch of junkies jumping in my chat. Not a very pleasant smell, but I'm happy to have you folks. We're basically, we talked a bit about positivity and meditation a little bit. I know it might be cringe to a lot of you, but it's part of my life. And then we talked a little bit more now about a recent trip I had to London where I met I'm Really Important and Chud Logic. I'm Really Important, of course, a longtime friend in the streaming community. He was one of the first people that I met IRL, and he's been like a good personal friend behind the scenes. A lot of the reason that I'm still streaming today is because of IRI. Oftentimes when I'm at a low point with streaming or with the career more broadly and I'm considering leaving, Wicked Supreme is somebody who encourages me to leave, whereas I'm Really Important says it's okay to not have it all figured out and you should keep at it and you have a lot of success right now and yada, yada, yada. So he's been a very like positive influence to keep me going with it, and that continues to this day. So I'm very happy to have him as a friend. And Chud Logic, now I know Chud Logic in real life, and I've met him. Very interesting. He's a very cool Indian man, and that was cool meeting up with him. And now anytime I meet somebody in real life, we cross a barrier. I recently heard one of the people on the Trash Taste podcast talk about this, but like there's a difference between like online friends and an online friend that you've met at least once in person. There's something about meeting the person like in the flesh that elevates that relationship to like a new level, at least for me personally. So having met Chud Logic and knowing who he is and stuff, like I think that's helped me humanize him a bit more than I did before. And it was cool meeting him. It was fun hanging out. I knew that fucker was brown. Jesus, that's a yikesy comment. So any white women in here? Bro, don't be weird. Anywho, so yeah, we did that and that was fun. And we walked around London. We there was just a lot of things. Is Chud just as abrasive IRL? Here's the thing that's weird. Chud Logic's voice is very emotive. So like when I imagine Chud, I imagine that he was like an oily, like manic dude who's like very emotive and is like hanging over the mic like this. He's like, you fucking what? You fucking piece of shit. You believe that they fucking blah, blah, blah and whatever. Like, I just imagine he's always like high intensity, like very emotive, whatever. it's basically almost 100% just his voice. He can emote really, really well with his voice in a way that he doesn't with his body. And so that was a really interesting thing about meeting Chud Logic. I think his voice does like a lot of work that his body is not necessarily doing. So like now when I hear Chud talk, I'm no longer going to imagine that he's this like manic dude who's like super emotive and like hovering over the keyboard and like making love to his microphone as he's like screaming and yelling and saying things. Like he's just like a regular dude. And so now I'm gonna like, when I hear him, it's gonna be different. But there were still these weird moments where like I would be listening to him talking, but I'm not looking at him, and that kind of picture in my brain would conflict with like when I would turn and see how he actually looks while he's talking. So that was an interesting thing about meeting Chud Logic. And I think that's going to help me to kind of downplay a lot of the abrasiveness or whatever that I hear when he talks. Cause like, I know that he's not like feeling all of that 100% or acting on it or whatever. It's just, that's just like the way that he talks. I think that we swear a lot in the UK and it can make us seem more intense to Americans too. Maybe. But like, I don't know. Most of the other British creators that I know or that I consume or whatever, I see them as they're talking. So maybe it's easier to downplay the way that they're talking versus what they're actually acting like. I think not having that image of him as he's talking makes it a lot easier to kind of misconstrue the intensity behind the things that he's saying. So that might be part of it. I never imagined Chud making love to his mic, maybe angry makeup sex. Well, then that's what I'm talking about. There is still a lot of casual racism in the north of England, though, Books, but it's much more welcoming here and people actually say hello to you. Well, like, there would be a lot of moments, and I'll just focus on one in particular because I have a comparison to make. So let's say that a black dude does something that's kind of out there and very like extravagant or like over the top or even kind of like annoying. So in London, I would hear a lot of people like talking shit about it, in saying kind of racist stuff. And then like, or like eye rolling and shit. We had a moment, my host and I, when we were out in Manchester yesterday, where this dude who's like dressed in drip, like crazy ass drip, like, he has like a speaker and he's like blaring music and he's on a hoverboard and he's like hovering through the courtyard where we're at, which is in kind of like a more posh area of Manchester. And he rides around through the courtyard and makes a turn and goes to this other area. And everybody's like laughing and saying really nice things. And I'm like, see, this is the kind of reaction that I feel like would be very different in London. And I feel like there would be a lot more eye rolling and like shitty things being said, but everybody's just kind of chill with everybody else here a bit more. And that racial component, at least in Manchester, from my limited experience, seems like it's a lot less racist than it is in other places. So, that was something that bothered me a lot in London, and where I was staying in particular, there were like a lot of black people living there. And so it was weird to run into all this as like, I'm living with a lot of the people that they're making fun of. And like, I appreciate diversity quite a bit. I think it's better when you have like a lot of Indian people and other sorts of people all living in one place together. So I definitely prefer Manchester a lot more. Manchester is also a lot more walkable. There's a lot fewer people. The pace of life is a lot different. Everybody in London is walking really fast and rushing around. There's a lot of people in suits for whom status is a really important thing that are kind of like, not very nice to other people. And there's just a lot going on there. And I really didn't like it. So, I just, I enjoy Manchester a lot more. I would never in a gazillion years ever move to London. I don't like that city. It's one of the few cities on earth where like I visited it and I really, really don't like it. And I would never, ever like to spend any extended amount of time there. And like compounding all of this is the difficulty I had getting to and from London. So I think it was like a 5 hour that turned into like a 6.5 hour bus trip getting there, because there was an accident on one like freeway or highway or whatever you would call it, going into the city. And so it delayed us about an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes getting into London. And everybody on the bus was flipping out and blaming the driver and shit. So that wasn't fun. Somebody just decided that they were going to smoke some weed on the bus as we were on the way there. It just like instantly started stinking of weed in the entire bus. And the driver had to threaten to like pull over at the next stop and the police would be waiting and whatever. And this dude comes up to the front and is like pleading with him not to call the police. And like, there's just a lot of nonsense going on the Flixbus there. The reason I took a Flixbus is because a Flixbus would be like £8 and the train there would be like 130 or 150. So if it's going to be like 30 to 50 times as much, yeah, I'm going to take the bus over taking the train. So yeah, it was like 40 to 50 minutes to even get into the center of London from where I was staying, which was another big mistake. If I were to go back and do it again, I would just pay the extra and live in central London for the time that I was there. So that was another mistake. Coming out of London, it was like trafficy and it took us just as much time to like leave London as it did to like get to Manchester. It's a lot like LA, where to get out of the epicenter in the traffic center of LA takes like just as much time as it would to get to wherever you're going after that. So that was annoying. When the train line broke down where I was staying, and there's only one train line to go from where I'm staying to the center of London, basically they had one train on one line that was taking people from this station and the stations after it to London. And we were packed. And I've seen this in real life, so I could say this with confidence. It was as packed as it is going during rush hour in Japan. If the people were more used to that kind of train cramming experience, we would probably have been able to fit just as many people in. So there were fewer people, but it's the same level of crammed where like everybody is touching like 3 people at the same time. The British people really did not enjoy that. And it was so bad that like I was one of the last people to get on board the train, and the doors basically closed like right at my back. And there were people on the platform who still weren't able to get on, and they were flipping the fuck out because they couldn't fit on the train. They had work and places to be. And that train was delayed. I think it was like 40 minutes or 50 minutes, and it was the only train to get out of there. So everybody on board is upset because they're crammed in here. They're not able to take the train where they need to go. It drops them off somewhere random. And then there were a ton more people that were even more upset on the platform because they couldn't fit on the train. And like I said before, the Londoners are not as used to cramming on trains as Japanese people. So we probably could have crammed like 10% more people on the train, and I think we could have gotten everybody on the platform on, but not everybody is as comfortable with being like back to back with everybody else and taking off your backpack and putting it in between your legs and like all of the other little things you do to save space on the train. So like, you know, they clearly didn't do it enough to get everybody on board, which is unfortunate, but yeah, not a fun time. Not a fun time all around. I don't know if I would recommend going to Westminster and seeing all that stuff unless you're really interested in it. Like, I really wasn't. It wasn't fun. There's a gazillion tourists. If I could have gone back and cut that part out of the trip and spent another day at a museum, I probably would have. So yeah, a lot of mistakes were made in London. A lot was learned. I don't like that city at all. It's horrible and no one talks to each other. So it's awkward too. That as well. Yeah. Nobody wants to talk to each other for sure. But you know, that's something where like, if you're an American, you're going to have to tune down that expectation because we're unusual compared to the rest of the world with talking to each other and being really open. So like America is on the extreme of one side of the spectrum of openness versus closedness. So if you're an American, basically everywhere in the world you're going to go is probably going to be less open than the US, just because the US is one of the most open and like, you know, friendly places in the entire world. And there are going to be places that will be exceptions to that. The US is a really big country, whatever. Yeah. Another thing is like people talk a lot about how like the US is super racist and whatever. And there are parts that are for sure. But it's tough to deal with casual racism like it exists in the UK, like underhanded passive aggressive racism that is like done in whispers and hushed tones and, you know, kind of passive aggressive gestures against other people because you can't really like confront it. It doesn't hit the threshold of being able to confront it. And it's just everywhere. Like I couldn't imagine being a black person living in London and having people act that way towards me. So yeah, I just, you know, I'm not super down for any of that. People who don't take their backpacks off are the worst. If the train is crammed, yeah, like in case you didn't know, if the train is really packed, you should take off your bag or drop your bags, put them in between your legs and cram in because it's going to let you fit more people on the train. But if you're not used to that kind of experience, then I don't blame you for not knowing. It's kind of like the people that never ever go to cities and then they stand in the middle of the escalator. Like, you need to move over to one side so that people oftentimes on the left-hand side who are in a rush can run up the escalator while you're standing there. But there's a lot of little things like that that I think people won't learn unless they spend time in cities. So I just don't expect them to know that really. People don't realize other countries aren't as diverse as America. Yeah, there's that. But I mean, there's also just like, how you handle the diversity is going to be very different. Like, you know, I think there's a lot of animosity towards other races, at least from my minimal experience in London. Japan, on the other end of the spectrum, people are just straight up surprised when you talk to them. Talking to people like a cashier is like if you were to go into the kitchen of a restaurant to thank the chef for the meal without having been invited there. It's just something you don't do there. Yeah, in here, it seems like they're very much not down with that, but they'll humor you, you know? So a bit different than Japan, where you'll read it on their face that they're not really down for it, but here it's a bit different. The escalator example made me cringe. Good example. Yeah, like stuff like that. People just aren't really going to know. Another thing similar to that is if you're on the train or the bus and it's packed, don't have your fucking backpack sitting in the seat next to you, even if you really want to have your space. Like, you need to be in the mindset of space saving and being aware of the other people around you when you're in a really populated place. And you need to constantly be thinking about the amount of space that you're taking up, which might be why like manspreading is something that triggered the fuck out of people who lived in New York, maybe. I don't know. The London is pretty diverse. Yeah, when the diversity comment came up, I think people need to realize like London and these big cities here are pretty diverse as well. Like Manchester's really diverse too. So don't imagine that London is like just a ton of white people and there are no, people of color around anywhere, because there definitely are quite a few. The funniest difference between North and South England is if you go up north as a Southerner, everyone you meet points it out. Light jabs about Southern ferries. If a Northern goes down south, literally nobody cares. I don't know if literally nobody cares, but maybe. Anywho. Let me see if there's anything else I want to do in our update segment before we hop into the main content for today, which is, of course, the Vosh Manifesto. No. So I'll just jump into that. So firstly, I will say this. We have options on options on options with how we cover this thing. So we could do deeper dives into the links that he doesn't read, especially at the beginning of his coverage of his document. We can do deeper dives into the conversations he linked, like his early talks with Vosh, or as he was known at the time, Irish Laddie. We could do follow up with the emails the day after, because he had some conversations with people who came on and talked to him about the manifesto and stuff like that. Really, we have a lot of runway with like extra coverage we could do. And while, you could see down here, I have the number of hours that we have dedicated to the content. Really, we could spend a lot of time on this if you guys really wanted me to. And that's why I'm leaving in the hands of the donors and stuff like that to determine how much time it is that you want to spend on this content. So the way that it works, in case you didn't catch us on the last stream, is every time we hit 100, an hour will go up on that board. So whether you're donating $5 or $2 or 500 or whatever, every time we hit 100, a new hour will go onto the board and I'll reset the counter. So if you were to, for instance, donate 200 right now, that would be an automatic 2 extra hours added to the board that people can't remove from you. And that's how we'll go with that. You could also donate against that if you want less coverage of it. So if you would like to subtract hours from that total, which I guess goes against what I just said, maybe we just won't do the subtracting. Because I feel like the subtracting is a little bit mean, and I would actually rather cover this than not cover it, because unlike the Mr. Girl thing, I actually found this interesting. So I'm actually going to go in OBS and remove that part, because I don't think we want that. Thank you for the sub, Clara Brooke. Let's hear what you have to say.
I like what you do, but I support this stream.
Aw, thanks. Let me edit this real quick. I'm just going to put... Oops. There we go. And we'll kind of space that a little bit better. Oops. All right. And we'll move back to our main scene here. So there's a lot of different avenues we could go to, a lot of different options for how we choose to cover this, which I'll kind of give to you as we move along. No matter what, we'll have a little bit of a TLDR breakdown of what I thought about everything. That way, no matter how many hours of coverage we do, my thoughts about the broader thing. So I'll just go down the list of that real quick. So I liked his approach to citing opinions or statements religiously. It's something I've encouraged the BIA and those that work with me to do in a variety of different contexts. I'm coming from essay writing. So in essay writing, we do a lot of citations, and usually if you're making a statement and it's specific enough, and especially if it came from somewhere else, you need to be citing that, and you will be in trouble, especially at a graduate level, if you're making a claim and you're not citing it. So that's a force of habit that I have that I realize most people won't have. Stephen at multiple points mentions how people might find that autistic or over the top to cite that many things all at once. But personally, as an essay writer, I enjoyed it. I understand it's overwhelming for a lot of online communities, but it's something that I like, something that I enjoy, something that I think that more people should make a habit out of doing. Not only does it give people access to the things that you're talking about and prove what you're trying to say, but beyond that, it also holds you accountable to not make broad, sweeping claims or arguments that can't be supported by something that you're actually talking about. So if you were to characterize the conversation with Vosh, for example, by saying it went this way and he said these things, and you're not in the habit of citing what it is that you're saying, you might end up saying something that was beyond what the conversation could actually prove, because you're in this habit of not citing anything that you're talking about. So in general, I think it's a good procedure to go through. One big takeaway from this is that Vosh brigades and specifically encourages harassment campaigns against people on stream, whether that's for the policewoman, Cat Black, Reddit threads, or other examples that Stephen talks about throughout the document. We have clear examples of that, enough to make a full-throated declaration that is the truth. So that's one thing I think the document does a really good job at proving and exemplifying through its references to other materials from Vosh's stream. The trans email part was amazing. I think that giving the platform to other trans people to make the arguments that maybe Stephen would make himself is a far more powerful way of doing it than him coming out and talking about it himself. And I've actually been frustrated, and I will name one specific name because it's a good example of it, from Vivian, who, when I started streaming, there used to be this Mindwaves Discord chat where us and a bunch of other creators would talk. And I had a lot of really good, meaningful discussions with Vivian where we both moved on different points, and I was able to get through to her on stuff and her to me. And I felt like I grew a lot by having those conversations. Seeing Vivian, who said, I didn't watch it, I'm not going to watch it. I heard that I was mentioned. Can somebody link to me the point where I mentioned? Somebody linked her or sent her an image of the emails where it's being discussed. And the way that she interprets that is Steven is making these points about her and can't get her name out of his mouth and yada, yada. And it's just super sad to see, because she's not understanding what it is that she's even looking at, seemingly based on her replies. And I think that this is something that will likely happen with other creators as well, who don't give him the time of day enough to even look at the VOD, or frankly, even look at the images that they're being linked. These are the words of other trans people who feel like they're alienated, often ousted by these online groups of trans people for simply having a disagreement about what the trans label should mean, what it feels like to be a trans person, what the solutions are to some of the many problems that people undergo. There was just a lot mentioned in the emails, and I think using the emails as the vehicle to tell that story and make those points was a really intelligent decision from Steven. And I really appreciated hearing those testimonials from a bunch of different people about what they think the problems are and what they think maybe even the solutions would be to those problems. I really like that section. I think reflected in those emails are the same fears I have of speaking out on the current direction of discourse, given my own experience and personal relationships with trans people and the topic at large. I think that a lot of people are worried that if they say something that's not with the mainstream narrative of these trans communities, that it could be something that gets them in a lot of trouble, that gets them ousted, that gets them, may even threaten their livelihood, their jobs. And for these people in particular in the emails, they are a part of the trans community. They are trans people who, a lot of them have been living as trans people for maybe over a decade at this point, and they're still worried about these things. And as a result of that worry, of that fear of being involved in those communities, you don't have older, functioning, passing, well-adjusted trans people in those communities to guide early transition trans people and to give them advice. One thing I'm going to link a lot of the trans things that we're talking about to is my experience with the other part of the LGBT community, which is going to be lesbians, gays, and bisexual people. So for instance, lesbians and gays can disagree with bisexuals on a number of different things regarding the differences in their experiences. A bisexual person, for all intents and purposes, could choose to live as a straight person. They could have cis relationships where they're a man dating a woman or a woman dating a man. They can seemingly avoid a lot of the kind of sticking points that would make life difficult for lesbians or gay people, right? And because of that, lesbians and gay people like to distinguish their experience from the experience of bi people. And this can often lead to animosity within the group. But I also think that, at least speaking as somebody who's talked to a lot of bi people, there is an understanding that there is a difference in those experiences. Perhaps the same way that there is a difference between trans people that are going from one gender to another gender in the binary, and trans people who are perhaps non-binary or who might use neopronouns or things like this, right? There's going to be differences fundamental to those experiences. And if you're not allowed to point that out, if you're not allowed to explain that to people that are new to the community, you're kind of losing out on this mentorship, on this kind of sharing of experiences that could really help young people. In the lesbian, gay, and bisexual community, there are a lot of people who are older, who have been through a lot worse discrimination, who have lived years of life with this and have had a lot of different kinds of relationships and experiences. And there's a lot of sharing of information between them and newer generations of gay people, bi people, lesbian people. And I think that that is something that's greatly benefited that part of the community. And if trans people are robbed of that because of the actions of online trans creators or online trans communities, or nowadays in colleges, even real life communities of trans people. I think that's a great loss, not only to those communities, but to the young people who are a part of them, because they're not going to have that same mentorship experience that you would have in the other communities. And I think that's something that the trans community needs to look long and hard at, and they need to kind of rethink the way that they're carrying themselves. And I don't think that's an unfair thing to say, especially after reading these emails. And if you scoff at that, if you completely disagree with it, if you disregard it, I think you're missing out on something that could possibly, in the words of the people in these emails, set you back years or even decades in terms of acceptance, in terms of mentorship, and in terms of positive aspects for young trans people. So, that was something that I heard that I felt like I could connect to in a unique way and maybe draw a parallel there. You don't have to agree with everybody in the community. There are lesbian people that completely disagree with the bi community, or gay people that disagree with the bi community. There are differences in experiences, which are noted frequently and are often given, and furthermore, there are disagreements even within those subsects of the community. So for instance, there are disagreements between gay people who, for all intents and purposes, outwardly act like, cis people. They dress regularly. They don't have a lisp when they talk. They don't have any kind of inflection that would give them away as being gay or something like that. And those people might have problems with what we would call more like queenie gays, or people that speak with a lisp and are very extravagant and are very like, they're much more like outwardly clockable as being gay, or much more. There's a particular word and I can't think of what it is. Those people have problems with the other group of people, and they feel like that group of people is causing problems for the larger gay community, because then every gay person gets characterized as being that, or the expectation is that. And when you don't meet that, you are the weirdo. And so, that there's animosity between those segments of the community. So this isn't just something that we see in the trans community. It's something that we see in the other communities that I personally have more experience with. And so that's something that I think is also worth keeping in mind as a parallel here, and something that I think, while the gay community is still working on, I think it's being pushed in a direction that I think is positive in the real world. And I try to be a part of that, of making sure, for instance, that we're not using the F slur to refer to queenie people that we dislike. That's not reclaiming a slur to kind of benefit everybody or to take back a word. If you're using it to discriminate against a part of the gay community that you personally dislike, this isn't using that term in a friendly way, the way that Black people might use the N-word. You're using it to discriminate into a certain part of the community. I'm very much so not down for that. And that's part of the reason why I'm not down with the idea of reclaiming the slurs more broadly. So that's kind of another parallel there. Beyond the concerns the trans audience members list about alienation and isolation, I also worry that I could wind up stepping on the toes of and hurting audience members and viewers who are in this group, as someone who is very much not trans, right? So anytime I talk about trans issues, I worry that something that I say could be upsetting to people, and I didn't even see that coming because I'm not a part of that community and I don't know what that experience is like. So that's another reason, kind of compounding on the worry of talking about issues like this. I hope to use this stream as a vehicle to deliver my own feelings and thoughts on what these folks bring up. If you have some kind of reply or wish to talk me down from a particular viewpoint, I'm down to talk with you in the future when we have a Discord community event, which we do, I think it's basically monthly or every couple or 3 weeks at this point. So I'll often do a stream where we have it open to the community. Anybody can come on and talk with me. And I think that'll be kind of the forum for that. We could have a short back and forth in the chat, but like nothing is comparable to having a one-on-one conversation over voice about these particular topics. So if you see anything, just take note of it, and then we could bring it up in a different forum that would probably be better for kind of getting down to the bottom of something. Furthermore, you can always do ! Email in the Twitch chat, even when I'm not streaming, to get my email. It's booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. Let me know what it is that you disagreed with. If you want to talk about things, that's cool, or we could hash it out over email. I'm always open to those. I always try to respond to emails, even if it takes me a little bit. So that's another forum to voice those kinds of concerns, which I'm sure could come up over the course of this stream. Ontologically evil, kind of moving on past the trans emails, is something I've recently run into in conversations both with me and surrounding me for my work in essay writing. For those that don't know, prior to my work on Twitch, I made a living helping graduate students write their theses as well as tutoring people in essay writing and other school subjects. I had recently spoken to Rose Rist at length about this, and near the end, perhaps in jest, though I'm not entirely sure, there was a mention about me just being straight up ontologically evil. I'm not super certain on the terms here, and even Destiny seems to cast doubt on how one could claim to have the correct interpretation on that phrase. But I think that labeling someone some sort of evil for a thing they've done wrong, a position they're incorrect about, or a immoral action that they've taken, simply going off of the fact that I did, or to ignore the human reality of every single individual case where this happens, is a problem. It's not something you should be doing. In my case, simply going off of the fact that I did papers ignores how that process works, what's involved with that, what other sorts of things was I doing, and any weighing out of the other positions or actions I was taking in life more broadly, right? I think that this issue of weighing out all that people do and making a habit of focusing on a single moment to define them as evil is exemplified in Stephen's use of examples of each of these people doing something similar to the person they're condemning. So at multiple points in this document, Stephen will point out, hey, you said this thing was evil. You said that I was evil because I did this thing. And yet here are 2 or 3 clips of you doing the exact same thing in a different kind of circumstance. And I would presume that you don't view yourself as particularly hypocritical, but this would be an example of you doing a similar thing. Should you be labeled as completely evil? Should you be wholly disregarded? I don't know. What this is, I think, is an intellectual shortcut. People use this ontologically evil thing to strife further thoughts about people or their own conduct and justify going ham on someone or disregarding them, wholeheartedly. Frankly, plenty of non-terminally online people find no issue going ham on or disregarding people without the philosophy jargon. If you're avoiding confronting the part of your brain that knows what you're doing is wrong, I'm just disappointed in you. If you're simply using something you don't fully understand as a means of punctuating mean shit you're about to do or why you write people off, I'd simply advise to do something else because it's communicating more than you intend by calling them ontologically evil. And I think that we need to work on this. We need to avoid intellectual shortcuts like writing off a long bit of text about what somebody believes by calling it a schizo post, or by calling someone autistic for paying attention to details the way that Stephen does in this document, or calling somebody ontologically evil because you disagree with their philosophical beliefs about a particular topic, or perhaps a discrepancy between what they think is wrong and what they're choosing to engage in. I think that there are more deep ways that you could engage with that person or talk with them or understand where they're coming from or empathize with them. And you're kind of skipping all that by jumping to the ontologically evil label and then using that as a get out of jail free card to having to think about those things. I like him outlining all the shit he's done or has been involved with, which he does at the beginning of the stream, and we'll likely have time to view that part of it. Responding to Mike's comments about Pete Buttigieg was also great. I hadn't seen the clip, but the hate for Pete mentioning he'd take a pill to not be gay went unchallenged and even supported by the people that were around him in the clip. So basically, to give you a TLDR on this, Pete Buttigieg is at some kind of speaking event, and he talks about how when he was in the closet, both during the military and after his service, he talks about how if he were given the opportunity to take a pill and not be gay, that would be something he would immediately jump on. And that his experience isn't like, you can't just disregard it because he wasn't out. I think what was a misunderstanding that I think that Stephen points out really well in the video is just because you're in the closet doesn't mean that you don't feel the discrimination of statements and actions of people around you. It may be even more uncomfortable because you're stealth and you're around people who don't know about your identity. So if people are using the F slur or talking really poorly about gay people or homosexual relationships or the sinful nature of it, and you're somebody who is currently presenting as being like a regular cis dude, you're put in this uncomfortable position where you have to ask deep questions about how should I get involved here? What could I do that wouldn't out me as being the very person that they're talking so negatively about? Do I just laugh along? Do I say something about it? Do I offer some kind of soft correction? Do I ignore it and not speak out at all? Right? You still face that discrimination. You still feel it, even if it's not necessarily directed at you or the person doesn't know it's about you. Beyond that, there's all the complicated feelings. Thank you for that. There's all these complicated feelings that are involved that you face, the same as any other gay person, with feeling like you're attracted to something maybe that you think that society shouldn't think that you should be attracted to, or that you're abnormal, or that you're weird. And all those feelings are leading to that answer about wishing he could take a pill to not be gay anymore. It would certainly remove a lot of the complications in his life. And that's not a statement that would be unique to Pete Buttigieg or somebody who hadn't been out yet. That's something that a lot of people who are even out feel, that if there was a way to simply change themselves to fit better with the status quo, they would take it. And going back to the trans emails, I don't doubt that if you were to talk to some of these trans people, they too would take a pill to simply remove body dysmorphia and feel more normal with what society expects out of them, right? Because it skips a lot of the problems that are coming about because of your sexual orientation or because of who you're attracted to. And if you were to merely remove that variable in the complicated equation of life, it would make things simpler for you and easier. And oftentimes when you're in the depths of despair about that very thing, that particular solution can be attractive to you. And I think it's a really humanizing moment for Pete Buttigieg that's treated really, really poorly by Mike. So, you know, I like that. I kind of worry that people in Mike's life just enable him to have these sorts of takes by not challenging him. It may be because they're worried about hurting him or their relationship. And I'd prefer to believe that as opposed to them agreeing with him, like here or with Lumi, sometimes like you have that cringe friend that you don't argue with because you don't want to make them feel bad. However, with huge misunderstandings like this one, you kind of have to stand up and say something. And I was disappointed to see that nobody in the clip did. LGBT folks experience discrimination even when in the closet. If you think you're gay, bi, or trans and people around you shit on them, call them F/T slurs, and are generally bigoted, it can force you deeper in the closet or make you feel like shit, perhaps even more so than if you were out and proud about it. You don't have to be out to feel that way, and there may be even more going on mentally when you're stealth and this happens. Do you play along? Do you laugh it off? Do you say something at the risk of somebody the conversation turning towards you or your orientation? Escaping all this confusion with a pill makes these situations that much easier. You don't have a stake in the outcome or something to hide. You're free from conflicting feelings and general discomfort. In this situation and navigating life, your feelings more broadly. It can seem so much easier to be straight in this world, and that can be a tempting state of being for a gay or trans person. It would be so much easier to not have body dysmorphia or homosexual feelings and all the things that come along with this orientation. Regarding brigading, to go to another point, I think through his definition, he has written himself a good defense. I think that similarly to ontologically evil or other Twitchisms, we kind of reach for words that invoke a feeling but are not accurate to the mechanics of what is going on. For instance, I think few would argue against the idea that when Destiny criticizes someone, particularly for an extended period of time, his community will be trained in bringing that up over and over again, both in his stream and the streams of these other people. We even see that during this stream, like when he's reviewing people he paid for canvassing help. He didn't even mention or even have Doug's name on the screen, yet Doug of 8K or various amounts, depending on what part of the situation people remember, was spam throughout the chat. When streamers and internet folks alike refer to this sort of occurrence in their own chat or online spaces as brigading, they kind of open themselves up to his argument here, right? That's not necessarily brigading to, inspire a meme in your community that's negative towards you, and then people that are in that adjacent community use that meme in your own, or when you're in other spaces. I would like to think that people are pointing at the harassment, memes, or insults, linking them to his community, and are simply using the wrong way of describing this. However, given the 2A rule, which in case you didn't know, we have some principles about, how we cover streams and stuff. 1 is improve and promote communication. 1A is to be specific and limit ambiguity / shorthand, like when I was talking about mental shortcuts. Number 2 is to improve and promote listening. Be charitable and fair within reason is 2A. So sometimes I have a problem with being over charitable, and that's something I'll kind of keep in mind when talking about this here. Let me get back to where I was. Right here. Okay. However, given rule 2A, I understand that this may not be the case for everyone, and a bit overly charitable to think that maybe they're just using the wrong word. Some people don't deserve this defense, but my point goes out to the people who are in this position. When you use a word pointing towards coordination, intent alone isn't going to prove that. He can't just not like you, and that mixed with him talking shit equals coordination, right? So simply by not liking you and creating a meme or something like that, he's not necessarily engaging in brigading behavior. Mix that with his ban infrastructure, and it would seem like you were fighting a losing battle. You should probably just be DMing RTBA if you're having serious targeted harassment issues from known DGGers. I've talked numerous points on the channel about how RTBA, one of the head mods of the Destiny community, is somebody that creators should reach out to when they're having problems with harassment from known users of the DGG community, because he'll act very quickly to deal with that and to rectify that situation. And I think that many of the people who complain about these things benefit from it in one way or the other, whether it's the ethos of their content being the anti-DGG people or whatever, and for whatever reason they choose not to go through the formal route of letting the mods know that they're going through this, and I think that that's a mistake. However, I will also make the point that there is a strange position to be in where this isn't an option. When the criticism, harassments, insults, whatever you may call them, from here on out, I'll call this hounding, is hurtful and makes streaming or being online suck, but it doesn't meet the bar of threats of violence or other obvious things for RTBA and the other mods to act on. I've talked about hounding with streamers behind the scenes and with Destiny himself, and I recently reached out to RTBA about this as well. And the advice is more or less to keep streaming and hope that through multiple appearances, people begin to remember you for something different, which is the advice Steven gave me. RTBA continues to encourage that you reach out to him and let him know, and he won't make fun of you for bringing these sorts of things up, even if they don't hit that upper level threshold of like targeted harassment or brigading or threats of violence, things like that. I've talked about hounding. Furthermore, we're urged not to talk about it because the more you bring it up, the more frequently it will occur. Meaning that if you're generally open with your community about stuff, like I am with you all, it makes it it puts you into this tough position even more difficult. It makes your tough position even more difficult. I shouldn't try to correct what I've written on the fly. I can't engage and decompress how I normally would and have to leave the issue unspoken, which is something that I'm kind of rethinking at this moment. While on the whole, this can help with the volume of messages, it doesn't help with the real problem from my perspective, which is the impact it has on you. The advice, again, can be to toughen up. We're told that if you can't handle that stuff, you simply won't survive in the space. However, I think if we are willing to pursue bans on people for threats and continued harassment, there should be warnings, then bans for continued hounding as well. That's how I handle it in my community. You generally get your one shot at being a jerk or using one of the many hounding remarks against me, and then you are promptly warned about what will happen should you step wrong again. At that point, I have no guilty conscience about banning somebody who may not have known that the hounding remark bothered me. So I'm not going to instantly ban you, but I will give you a solid warning once. Merrick actually words this in a decent way and mentions this phenomena in the conversation that Stephen links to in the document. Destiny references a similar strain of this issue when discussing people referencing a characterization of his positions or a commonly repeated instance of this without a direct citation to what had actually happened or the person's response. Even his "just move" meme seems to be a big DGG meme that hurts people's understanding of the nuance of his initial position on that issue. These often become the larger meme, and it's sad to say, but no amount of fighting back or correcting the record corrects that perceived issue. I've not been the best at fighting back against narratives about me, like with the Cherry situation, in which people are seemingly convinced I walked into Cherry's kitchen as she was singing along to a song, said the N-word, and I told her that she can't say that, which is not how that happened. But even when I have been quick to reply, like in the case with the sources I sent to Chud Logic during the Aya Verita arc, or the conversation I had with Destiny a few months ago, the vocal minority of the chat that causes this issue will continue with the meme or the joke, maybe even more so now that I've brought attention to it. Going back even further, there are people to this day who still think the rhetoric arc with Destiny can be boiled down to me telling him to be nicer. This in spite of even their streamer taking on the year of rhetoric and acknowledging the need to factor optics and rhetoric as well as audience perception when engaging in debate with people. The core argument I had for Stephen early on. Destiny himself does this in the section where he notes Vaush's issue with oversimplifying and misconstruing what someone is saying by saying Vaush's criticism is a "your rhetoric is mean" argument, using quotes and not even paraphrasing properly. Pardon my essay brain. If you use quotes, like you use two of those little apostrophes, generally that's going to mean that word for word, what you're putting in those quotes is what the person had said. And it may just be a minor, formatting pet peeve, but he put that in there, and that's not even what Vosh had said. Vosh does mention, and reiterates Stephen being antagonistic, but in my opinion, the start of that clip about hyperbolic language gives us a lot more to chew on and seems to be something Stephen worked on personally and probably would have been the better focus for that section. This has led me to being doomer on responding to controversy, like with Cherry, and makes me think that sometimes not responding may be the better course of action for myself personally. Rather than prolonging the event and possibly digging a deeper hole for yourself, my general disposition leads me to let it go and just accept that it'll keep happening. I'm beginning to think that even mentioning it bothers you or that you'd like to correct the record is a misstep most of the time. However, I also understand it can work out in your favor, like Chud fighting his allegations of grooming, the cost to which is reminding your enemies that it can be brought up to trigger you, like with Chud and grooming, to prove this with the same example. So even Chud fighting back against that, I think, makes people more likely to bring it up again in the future or have that be their memory of Chud logic. And lastly, the Vosh X Hassan logs were crazy and pretty damning of the dude's perspective. Maybe this was old news to y'all, but I had never ever seen those before, and that was enlightening to his kind of meta-level perspective on the way he's engaging on the platform, which I also talked about discussing with IRI and Chud Logic and many other streamers outside of stream. What are the kinds of strategies that you're doing to grow? What are the kinds of strategies you go into a conversation with? How do you deal with certain other personalities? How do you engage in conversations to have the best outcomes for you and your brand, right? And we got a lot of insight into the way that Vosh thinks through those clips, and that gave us a little bit of insight into the way he thinks at a meta level about streaming and the actions he engages in on stream. So that's kind of a TLDR of all the things in the document that I really wanted to comment on or I wanted to have in this short section. This will probably make it into a YouTube video. Thank you to Tack in advance for that. And I have quotes and stuff and links ready for him when he embarks on that journey. That being said, again, if you would like us to cover more of this content, to go further into the document, every single hour is an hour of content in the VOD. It's like a 6-hour long VOD, 7-hour long VOD, and there are more conversations after that. So Every donation will go towards continuing to watch this. Every time we hit $100, I will add another hour onto the clock. Right now, I only have one reserved for the content. And we'll just keep going with that. So if this is something you want to see more of, hear more of my thoughts about, definitely contribute to the stream today. And that'll all go towards covering more of this. If we end up going, I don't know how, that would be a lot of money, but like, if we go beyond what we're able to do today, I'll pick back up on it in another stream, maybe tomorrow or the next day, and we'll kind of cover more of the document, more of the conversations, more of the content that's involved there, and go a bit deeper into whatever it is that you guys would like to cover. Furthermore, if you're an oiler out there and there's some particular part you'd like me to cover, let me know in your donation message, and I'll take that into consideration when kind of divvying up the time that I'll be spending on the content. Because there are, as I mentioned at the beginning, a lot of different options to go on, whether that's looking at older conversations, digging into his sources more, listening to the conversations he had with people after this stream. There's a lot of options there, and I'm happy to go with whatever you guys want me to. Has Vosh given his take on the manifesto? That I have no idea. And I'm not sure he would exactly handle it with grace. So maybe I'm not being charitable. Vosh just seems like he chases coattails. Well, I definitely don't think that's being charitable, but that might be part of it. Anywho, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and open up the VOD here and we'll jump into it. Let me go ahead and find it on YouTube real quick. I actually think I should be able to get it through my notes here because I have a lot of timestamp stuff. Ooh. There's our first one of the day.
For the cause.
The cause.
Love your Facebook hook.
Thanks, dude. All right, we'll pump that up to 50. Bada bing. Thank you, Saiku, for the contribution to today's stream. Boom. All the way up to 50 already. So we're halfway on that next hour of content. Again, that's not an hour of us being live. That's an hour of the actual VOD that we'll cover or related sources that we'll cover. So keep that in mind as you're donating. Halfway there to another hour of that. And I'm happy to go on for as long as you guys would like. Let's go ahead and grab the VOD real quick, which should be... I did a whole play-by-play thing where I linked to a lot of things about the emails and stuff that I had as main takeaways. I'll kind of go through those before we start the clock, just because I don't know how much of it we'll manage to get through today. It's all dependent on the donations. So there's $10 towards the goal. Thank you for that, Jay. I'll go ahead and mark that while your donor message.
Can't stick around today to watch due to work. Won't want to contribute anyway.
Oh,
I'll check out the VOD after.
Okay.
Good luck with the stream today, less than free.
I'll try to remember to timestamp it for you. That way it's all ready to go. There you go. Up to 60 already. So TLDR through the emails. So I'm going to go through all the points basically that are repeated at numerous, spots throughout all 30 emails. So point number 1. They don't want to be lumped in with online trends, takes, and people. We have Josie, Dima Mama, Keffels, and Maddie named as just a few people in these emails. They believe that they're setting progress back, ruining the future, and fucking stuff up for everyone else. That is £20. Good, strong.
Ty Millard.
British.
Good job, Pisco streams. Also nice to hear a calmer, longer form Pisco.
Yeah.
Nice to paint too. Might catch you mostly on the VOD.
Okay, no
helping
worries.
my partner, Ither Masters. Cover what you want most.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That brings us up to, I'm just going to round it up to like 75 or so for that. So again, we're only 25 away from adding another hour. I'll continue with the TLDR just real quick. So they also believe that these people, these online communities and large speakers are setting progress back, ruining the future and fucking stuff up for everyone else. Another big point is that they don't want to be clocked as trans and just want to be accepted as women. They don't want to have to argue about transition or discuss it IRL or justify their existence to other people, even when those people claim to be allies. There are another one. There are takes people still believe but cannot voice that are a part of their experience for fear of being ousted from these communities. For instance, they might feel bad about being trans. They might have autogynephilic, tendencies or experiences. Autogynephilic, of course, being that you're attracted to your own body, that it turns you on, right? And this is something I've talked with a couple of people about. Like, this isn't a trans specific thing, and I'm surprised that you can't bring it up in trans communities. Sometimes you're just feeling yourself. Sometimes even as a dude or even as like a straight woman or whatever, you might feel like you're particularly sexy, and that might be a driving factor in like a masturbation session or something like that, right? It's not something specific to the trans community, and having a few of those instances does not an autogynephile make. You're not just an autogynephilic person because you were attracted to yourself or feeling yourself one day, right? And if you can't even talk about that,
yes, up P.
then we're pretending like this experience doesn't exist, and we're silencing people that might be going through that might feel bad about it because they saw somebody else get banned for bringing that up, right? Furthermore, dysphoria, and this is another belief that is getting people in trouble. Dysphoria is essential or different from the experiences of other trans people and constitutes a different identity. And true scum claims are complicated. They're not the same. Believing that dysphoria is essential for being under the trans identity or something like that is not, that component does not entirely make up, I think, the attributions of true scum that people bring up. And we'll get more into that with one of the emails with what true scum means. But it's complicated. And the last point, online and IRL trans communities have serious issues. They parrot crazy points. They don't often have transitioned people who have lived as trans for a long time in there. They are largely made up of new, cringy, pre-transition folks and non-binary people and other sorts of gendered identities. And they focus a lot on suffering as opposed to fitting in, passing, and living a good life as a trans person. So those are a lot of the points that are in the emails. I have links to where all those points are brought up in my notes document, which will be posted to the Patreon after this. I'm sorry to the Patreon people. I will be updating the way that Patreon works, the way all the tiers work, and making sure that we have a system for getting out Patreon content after I move to North Carolina and talk with my people behind the scenes about how that would work and what we should do. Just bear with me in the interim while I get that up. If you used to be a Patreon person, but you got out because you don't feel like you were getting all the benefits that you ought to be getting, just know that I hear you, and that will be something that we're working on in the near future. And I'll keep you guys posted, of course, with when those updates come down the pipe to y'all. There we go. So that's all the TLDR stuff. I promise we're all done now, and we will get into the content, okay? Let me go ahead and open that up from one of these links here. Boo-da-boo-da-boo-da-boo. I'll just click this one. And then we'll kind of
someone, but as time went on,
and then we'll scroll back to here. We get faced with his very interesting page, the front page, the title page of his document, and then I'll switch views here. I think that it is, I gotta find the right scene here. I think it might be this one, maybe? Yeah, it is this one. Okay, cool. And everything is already set up. Let me go ahead and correct our little thing we have over here so you can see all of it properly. Get rid of our dono goal here, which we already hit and exceeded. And then we'll put that over here. Okay, and I'll correct the camera a little bit so you guys have more of me in frame there. Okie dokie. So let's get into this. Let me go ahead and take this and separate it from everything else that I have here. Bada bing, bada boom. And we should be all set to go. I wonder if the trans label is just too broad. Well, that's what some trans people in the emails think. The experiences of a female to male and a male to female are probably drastically different, not to mention all the other kinds. Yeah, and talk about getting shafted, dude. The FTM trans community is just like not represented in any of these conversations or very much in Twitch politics at all. I, honest to God, could not name a single streamer who is FTM, which is female to male. I couldn't. You guys might be able to, but I certainly can't. So yeah. Anywho, we're starting at 32:28, which I will have to find something to note that on. Let me grab a pen here. And my handy dandy notebook for those of you who are Blue's Clues fans. Honestly, Blue's Clues continues to be an inspiration for me about taking notes. All right, we're at 32:28, and so we'll be going for at least an hour, which means we'll go to an hour and a half in, basically. Talk about getting shafted. Pun not intended, okay?
There's a, yeah, whatever. We're just going to read it down, okay? Because fuck it.
Lumi Ru is the only one I know of. My understanding is that Lumi is non-binary, so maybe my definitions are mixed up, but I'm not sure that works that way.
Why not? And then afterwards.
Oh, that's right. I have to move off of Twitch. Good catch. Good catch. All right, we're moving over. We're moving over, okay? That was merely an accident. And again, here's a sneak peek at the document. I'll give the Twitch people time to move over to YouTube. Okay, I'll give you a little bit of time here with my nice new watch I picked up when I was in Great Britain. Okay, so you have a few moments to move over, okay? Because I certainly don't want to get banned on Twitch. That would absolutely suck. Got you, brother. Love you. I love you too, Pens. Thank you for the reminder. All right, move over, Twitch people. Move over. Move over, all 50 some of you. Come on. Get in YouTube. Get in YouTube. I'll go ahead and call the command in there for them to move over. Go ahead and click on over to the stream, and we'll start in 2 seconds, okay? So I'll just drink some of my coffee here. By the way, the coffee machine my host has is so fucking kick-ass. So you know how you have like a little basin for water? I'm just doing this to kill time while the Twitch people move over. You know how you have the little basin that you kind of detach and retach to fill with water? There's also another basin that you fill with milk and you keep in the fridge. And basically, instead of filling up like a little milk jug thing and putting the steamer on it and doing it that way and having a dish every time, it'll basically suck and boil in whatever the milk from that little container and then put it in the coffee. So that's a really good quality of life feature. That way you don't have to clean something every time. You could just keep a little container of milk in the fridge that just pops right in the coffee maker. Furthermore, it has a little trash can on the inside so that every time you pull up the thing to put the pod in the coffee maker, it'll drop the old pod into this little trash can. So you don't always have to remember to take that pod out and move it over and whatever. You just remember when it's full to dump all of these pods at once. So like he's got a really, really nice coffee pod machine that has me thinking like, oh, if I buy another one, I might want to consider getting one of those that has all those quality of life improvements as opposed to getting one that's like a standard Keurig or something like that, because those are kind of annoying. Let's hear what they have to say. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not going
Cubits.
to watch this, but wanted to give you more Bezos bucks.
I appreciate it. If they give you free money, you may as well pass the buck on to me, eh? I do appreciate that. All right, Twitch people, here's your final call. All aboard, cram in. I don't care if the train is packed. Put your backpack between your legs. This train is off of the tracks. We are moving, okay? Let me go ahead and bring up my OBS here and stop the Twitch stream. Actually, I think I have to do that in my other dingleberry here. All right, we're moving over. Goodbye, Twitch people. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Check out the VOD on YouTube if you're watching this VOD on Twitch. I don't know why you're watching it on Twitch. You should be watching it on YouTube anyways. Bloop. Goodbye, Twitch people. All right, let's go ahead and get into it then. Do a coffee maker stream? Maybe. I mean, hopefully we'll do a ton more streams once I'm like properly moved in and stuff in the other apartment. So we'll definitely be doing all sorts of content once we're there. I have a lot of ideas. It's just about putting them on a content calendar and being more disciplined with making sure they happen, which is a lot easier when it's from my house and everything is in one place and I don't have to plan around traveling or taking flights to different places and shit like that. All right. Twitch people are in here. Let's go ahead and continue.
Play some League of Legends. Welcome.
Happy to be here, Steven.
To the end of all things.
Cringe. A little bit cringe.
If you're cold while you're watching this, you need to buy some new merch. Check out store.destiny.gg for some really cute shit, okay? All right. God, fuck, this is so...
You mentioned a long time before, but are you really going to do gameplay streams with other viewers? The problem is people ask for these things and then they don't give me any indication that they're actually going to show up for them. I would like to do them, but I think we have to market them properly so people know when the day it's happening is and can actually show up and stuff. So once we have more of an infrastructure on the Discord and with b.gg, which in case you didn't know about is the booksmarts.gg website we're working on, the calendar stuff is basically all ready to go. The only changes we're going to make to it are aesthetic in nature. But like once that fits into my workflow after I move, we'll probably open every stream up with looking at what's on the calendar for the upcoming week. And then people will be aware of when we're going to be doing an event like that. And I think that'll give those streams a chance to succeed. But yes, I still do want to do that. How the hell do I donate in YouTube chat? You have to do a super chat, or you could use !dono and do the Streamlabs donation. It'll still show up on stream and it'll give me the most percentage of every dollar that you would spend. So Nicole, that's what I would advise that you do, is just use the !dono link, because that'll give me the highest percentage. YouTube takes on average, I think it's like a third of everything. So while it's better than Twitch, it's still a lot of your money that's going to a company I'm not sure exactly you mean to when you're donating to me. So
cringe. We have our cute little table of contents. I don't know why. Presentation, that's why.
Looking good, Steven.
I've broken this far too expansive document up to roughly 5 sections. A preface. The trans question. A section on character. Our good friend of the stream, Ian. And then a closing section called The End. Wow. How exciting.
It sounds like he's just happy to get it over with, frankly.
This is the preface.
Okay, he's talking so slow. I'm sorry. I'm putting him up to 1.2. VOD people, deal with it. I'm not listening to this at 1x.
This document was made possible by the tireless contributions and assistance from many in my chat, including, in no particular order, Can't Close Vim, Docs, Rhodeezy, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, Punished Fury, Tick Brady, Cyber Vegan, and our wonderful champion effort poster of the subreddit, Wannabe Sad Boy.
Oh boy, that Reddit user. No negativity from me today. Not gonna say anything.
Beginning. It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your front door. You step onto the road. If you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might be swept off to. From Bilbo Baggins, from The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. I was a streamer on Twitch TV for 3,943 days, from June 6th, 2011 till March 23rd, 2022. In that time, I've been a StarCraft 2 ladder hero, a StarCraft 2 semi-pro turned entertainment streamer, the most popular Twitch streamer for about a year, an aspiring League of Legends player, a variety game entertainer, finally an online political pundit. Before Twitch, I streamed on Twitch's predecessor, Justin TV. Before that, I streamed on livestream.com and ustream.tv, before streaming was even an established medium. I am many things have been said about me. I'm obnoxiously abrasive, oftentimes far too hyperbolic, and could be annoyingly offensive. Can also be incredibly passionate, fiercely driven, sometimes even considerate to a fault. Do not consider myself to be nice, but I am kind.
So one very minor thing, because as an essay writer, there will be multiple points that we talk about editing here. So stylistically, if you use an Oxford comma, you have to continue to use it throughout the document. If you make that as a stylistic decision that was left up to you by your style guide, you have to be consistent with it. So if you do a sentence like, I am obnoxiously abrasive, oftentimes far too hyperbolic, and can be annoyingly offensive. We have a list with just 3 things here. We have a comma before that and. Here in the next sentence, I can also be incredibly passionate, comma, fiercely driven, comma, and sometimes even considerate to a fault. We're missing the comma there. So one just quick note to any of you guys writing at home, if you make the decision to use a comma that way, you should probably also try to be consistent with it. And if you don't,
Figured it
likewise.
out.
Oh,
Anyways, deal. This one's a doozy.
wow, that's a whole 100. So I'll keep the 75 up where it's at, but I will adjust our thing here to be 2 hours. Nice. Nicole coming in here with the big hundo to get us up to our number of hours here, which is now 2. 2 whole hours of content. Wow. And 75 still left to go. So if you're sitting in the chat, you have 25 you want to give to the stream, you can buy a whole other hour of this content. Then we'll be up to 3. Fuck the Oxford comma. It looks so awkward. I don't use it. Fuck that shit. Even if we have a list of 6 things, I'm not putting a comma before that and. That is just me, because I too agree that it can be cringe. But, I don't knock the people that use it, though.
Consider myself to be very friendly, but I am, without question, a good friend. This document is vast and encompasses many different topics. By the end of this journey, I will have established the following things: a brief overview, the start and end of my political project on Twitch, a detailed understanding of my transpositions and how they came to be, a comprehensive overview of who I am and who people say I am, the lies spread about me and my community and how they're created, and Vaush's central role in the propagation of malevolence towards me and my community.
So one very wonderful thing that essay writing will teach you when you're in school, and should be something that you continue into every kind of writing medium that you do thereafter, whether it's texting, emailing for business or for pleasure, or any other kind of written medium, maybe even a letter if you still write those. You should always try to have your thesis statement in the very beginning of what you're talking about, which we have from him here. So then we can judge the rest of Stephen's document based on how well it meets these points. Given that I've watched this VOD twice now at varying different speeds and at varying different times, I will give my brief understanding of how well he does at these. So a brief overview of the start and end of my political project on Twitch. He did a good job of that. I think the end of his political project on Twitch, unless we're talking about the end of him on Twitch, because as he said at the top here, he was a streamer for 3,943 days on Twitch before he was banned. If we're talking about that, I think he covers all of that. So that was done well. A detailed understanding of my transpositions and how they came to be. This is one that I'll put an asterisk on. We definitely have a lot of mentions of what other trans people believe and some of what he believes. I want to make sure that he does a good job of explaining what he believes about trans stuff, which I think he does a fair job of. So we have that there. A comprehensive overview of who I am and who people say I am, which is an entire section. I think he does a fair job of doing that and contrasting the statements people are making with the actual context of the things that he said. So did a good job there. The lies spread about me and my community and how they're created. I think that this point should be more so about how they're created, right? Because the lies spread about him and his community is covered by the above point. And I think he does a fair job of talking about how they're created. I actually think he could do a little bit more there, but we'll see when we get to it, if we get to it. Vosh's central role in the propagation of malevolence towards me and my community. Again, we have a whole section dedicated to this, and it follows in the same vein as the last 2 points, explaining what he actually believes, the clips that explain what he believes, and then contrasting that with people's interpretation of what it is that he had said. So I would say that he does a good job on all of this. There's some work to be done on maybe 2 of the points, but it's still a passing grade for all of it. I think he does a good job in the document of, accomplishing his stated goals here at the beginning.
The birth of Twitch politics.
In
A
the
good quote
beginning.
from a friend of the stream, Albert Einstein. The world, as we have created it, is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. I have quotes for every section, just for you guys, because I know how much you like them. Please type soy for every quote. In the beginning, I've always had an interest in philosophy, science, and politics. Even throughout the early days of my streaming, I'd often venture off into topics completely and totally unrelated to gaming. The discussion of these subjects was always peripheral to gameplay, however, and it wasn't until 2016, the rise of Trump, that I decided to take political discussions a bit more seriously. I thought online political discourse at the time was characterized by a fundamental misunderstanding of what was factually true on both sides of the political discourse. I figured, at the time, perhaps naively, that I could contribute to and shape this dialogue in a more meaningful way to improve the state online discourse.
Now, here's the thing about this particular line, because I had notes about these sorts of things. I almost get the impression that he doesn't think that he accomplished or made progress towards this goal. But if that's the case, I think he's missing how big of an impact he's had on political discourse on Twitch in particular. There are so many 50 to 400 or 500 viewer streamers who have taken some piece of what he's been doing and turned it into their own, or focused on his principles of truth finding, improving the way that you think, etc., in the creation of their content. And even the larger streamers that outpaced him, both intellectually and viewers wise, such as Hassan, I think that they've all taken with them some of the things that they learned from Stephen, whether those were things he wanted to propagate or not. So I think that he did have this impact. It may have been naive, but in hindsight, I think he did accomplish this. Though, like wishing something from a genie, it may not have been exactly what he had in mind when he had made the wish, right?
2016 days of online politics were best characterized by the likes of Armored Skeptic, Thunderfoot, Sargon of Akkad, and the Amazing Atheist. The arguments were rife with what I would later call gamer bro politics, a center-left social ideology with a special disdain for third-wave feminism and LGBT issues. Can I click links like this? I have so many links in this, guys. Look at how cute this picture is. The Four Horsemen, guys.
Unfortunate positioning of his webcam.
Wait, move cam. Did the camera mess it up? Oh, it says the iconoclast at the end. I'm sorry.
I'll be quite honest with you. I have no idea what that means. It is a person who attacks or criticizes cherished beliefs or institutions, a destroyer of images used in religious worship. Okay, good to know.
The political content these figures specialized in was essentially the lampooning the blue-haired, overweight feminist seen screeching in Ben Shapiro owns college student compilation videos. In those early days of 2016, no one on Twitch, or the gaming community in general really, was representing left-leaning or progressive social positions, so I decided to toss my hat into the ring. Coming from an aggressively toxic internet background gave me the unique ability to communicate with younger people, gamers, in a language they understood while still representing a distinctly progressive agenda, something that, at that point, was only really talked about by those who were perceived as outsiders, such as Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu. Early days politically on Twitch were rife with racism, sexism, and transphobia. Hopefully this isn't that bad racism. I don't know how much of this I need to prove to show people. We got the tryhard spams, GGX gangs. Oh, we got videos? Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay. Very, very slight tangent, I swear to God. I knew what iconoclast means. It's a GRE word. One thing I've been talking about with the European people I've hung out with, they have a lot of disappointing things they believe about the American education system, about us not learning about foreign politics or even the history of our own country, our faults, our mistakes. One thing that I think has become increasingly clear to me is you have to not only take into account what it is that we're taught, but how much staying power that has in the mind of the average American. We've talked before on this channel about how, for instance, part of one of your educational requirements is that you're able to name all 50 states and where they're located on a map. Same with Spanish. In Spanish class, one of the main thing, or not main things, but one of the things that you have to do is be able to name all of the Spanish-speaking countries in the world, including all of South America and then a little bit of Europe, by way of Spain. And you should probably know where Portugal is as well, even though it's Portuguese. And if we think to those two particular examples, how many people are able to hold on to and retain that knowledge into their mid to late 20s? Not a lot. How many people remember all the things that you spent learning across multiple years of history about US history or world history or European history? Very little, very few. So when you're kind of judging how good the American education system is based on the understanding of the average American, I think you're kind of missing something. I don't think that then goes onto the education system necessarily. Like the claim that they're not teaching you things is a bit misguided. I think that you'll find it very difficult to know what the American education system teaches somebody by asking the somebody that went through the system, as silly as that might sound, because you remember so few of the things from your grade school days. So like you talked about GRE words and stuff like that. I think that we're taught what a lot of words mean, but likely forget if we don't ever use them, right? That's another good example of that. So one thing I've been bringing up more in my conversation with the Europeans is to kind of tamper down their understanding of the American education system, because a lot of Americans aren't going to remember the things that they learned. For instance, I love American history. I love U.S. history. And when I hear Europeans talk about how we're a very young country, there's not a lot going on, et cetera, I always have this little thing in the back of my brain where I'm like, but we were taught so much. There's so much that's happened, so much change in the country. There's so much history behind the way the government works presently and how we got to where we are and culturally and all this other stuff that we learn about. It's just so many Americans forget about it and Europeans aren't taught about it, that like nobody's in a good position to comment on how diverse the history and culture of the United States is. And I think that's the same for learning about another country. If you never use that information or engage with that outside of school, odds are you're probably not going to remember a lot of that stuff. And if you ask the average American, you're not going to get a good answer that'll direct you to what it is that they learned when they were in school. So that's something to keep in mind.
We need volume. Which one was this?
What is this? Oh, NIMP-LOL. NMP-LOL.
Why is it sped up?
That's crazy. Oh, wow, look at this.
Is there no way to unspeed this up? It is sped up, right? Near the play button? It's just how he talks? But thank you. Good job.
That's crazy. Oh. Wow, look at this Greek shining example of your community. Right here, Greek. Try hard God CX waiting room. Shining example.
It was quite the place. These are just screenshots from a lot of random old Twitch streams, Twitch chats. Most stream chats were initially combative against me.
In case you didn't see that, on top of the tryhard emote, which is often used in a racist fashion against colored folk, they also had an emote that had like the not or nat or whatever icon with GER at the end. So that's meant to be an N-word joke atop the tryhard thing. So if there was any shadow of a doubt that the tryhard thing was conveying a certain kind of racist opinion, they made sure that was clear by the rest of their message over and over and over. So, yikes.
Politics have taken hold strong in the larger Twitch communities, and it wasn't uncommon that I would receive massive waves of harassment after every panel or debate I participated in. What link is this? Oh, people would always get mad. Destiny said everything is bad except liberalism. Destiny is a commie scum. Destiny wants communism. Liberal, by the way. Oh, this is back when on Twitch, every time somebody called you a liberal, they were actually a conservative insulting you. Now on Twitch, when people call you a liberal, it's because they're a communist. Political, I can't read that word, but geez, what a world we came from. This harassment included 3 separate visits from the FBI. For some of these links, I just include me talking about things in the past, I guess, so if people click through and they think I'm making shit up, you can see I've like talked about this for a while. I don't think we have to watch every single thing I've linked, but...
And again, if there's any of you in the chat that want me to dive deeper into any of the links that he gives, just let me know and I'll continue with that.
3 separate visits from the FBI, people coordinating messages to send to law enforcement to falsely incriminate me, including cutting up past discussions I've had, or a video of me showcasing my Glock in an attempt to make it sound like I'm encouraging people to kill conservatives. I don't know if I've ever posted these messages before, but these were some of the people that would create alts on Reddit to tell people how to spam report me to the...
So I think maybe he can share a little bit of sympathy with Vosh here, maybe, with Vosh's recent statements being construed as a bit of an encouragement or stochastic terrorism against Republican people, but might be a bit closer and less misconstrued in this instance.
The FBI. Destiny said some things a few days ago about bombing a hospital, killing the families of a viewer who he was having issues with. Shortly after, Destiny, who's already in legal trouble being sued, realized the legal implications of letting his plan to blow up a hospital leak and tried to play it off as a joke. I know most people here are, like Destiny, psychopathic mentally ill, but if there's any sane people here, I strongly encourage you to report Destiny to the FBI. They will likely SWAT and raid his location as they should, and by reporting this terrorist, you can save lives. You can report him anonymously by phoning this number, or you can submit a report on the FBI's website here. Make sure to include this clip of him threatening to kill the viewer's family, then blow up the hospital. I've already reported him multiple times, as have some of my friends, so Destiny will be inevitably swatted. But if you're not mentally ill, like most Destiny viewers, I encourage you to report him as well, so you can get this freak off the streets before it's too late.
Eek.
Good one, Mr. Moon.
I don't know what Mr. Moon said.
Been doxxed multiple times across multiple addresses. I've had people searching for my child's and his mother's address, with multiple DDoSes on both my personal connection and across all of my websites, tens of thousands of hateful messages across Twitter, including death threats and graphic death and rape depictions of my son, thousands of hacking attempts across my bank accounts, emails, Reddit accounts, cell phones, and other private media accounts, investigations into Jewish and Arabic donors in my community. For a time, 4chan was trying to figure out who, Hadri was, who was a donor in my community, where Dan comes from. I think at some point they said I was Jewish. Can we look into this Mr. Moon figure? He seems to be in a lot of Destiny videos. From what I can tell, he's some guy Destiny shielded to his community. Did Mr. Moon pay him? Is he also a Jew? His name in the community is Hadri. He's Destiny's biggest donator. Destiny only has truly 4 main guys financing him. The other 100 kids are chump change. The ones I know of are Hadri, Harken, sick, which is a wealthy Jewish guy Destiny did a stream visiting. He's a big Bitcoin investor. Lately, he bought a building and made a big mining facility. Oh, they even link articles and everything. Nice job. But, oh my God, I didn't even see this link at the bottom. 52 more images. I don't know if I even want to scroll in on this, but yeah, decent amount of time spent trying to figure out who everybody in my community was. People posting images of my house on pull, telling me they're going to show up to where I live. Spam chargebacks across hundreds of credit card donations. Dozens of catfishing attempts to solicit nudes, passwords, or personal information from me. Spam reporting of my YouTube and Twitter account, coordinated by multiple online communities, almost forcing me to quit online politics. I remember a long time ago, I think it was the FBI stuff, and all the spam reporting was stressing me out. I think I took a break from debate and politics. We're not going to listen to this 46-minute video, but I recorded this.
And here's again another example where, if we wanted to, we could definitely dive into some of these things. I haven't seen all of this. I definitely haven't seen this video. I haven't seen all the conversations he's had with Irish Laddie, also known as Vosh nowadays. So if any of that interests you guys, I'm happy to go into it and spend our time on that. But I'll kind of leave that in the hands of some of the bigger donors from today to direct a little bit.
That's 4 years ago. Multiple attempts to contact my son via his social media, people sending inappropriate hateful messages to my mother on Facebook and Twitter, racist and hateful spam across my donation platforms using stolen credit cards, racist and hateful brigades across my chat rooms, Discord, and subreddit. I had a leaked dick picture incorporated into a cascading style sheet of a subreddit hosted on official Reddit servers that wasn't removed until I made a Reddit post that reached the #1 spot of r all complaining about it. Jesus. It was a wild time. Had several communities dedicated to spamming my sponsors and the clients of my sponsors with complaints to get me removed from teams or.
So one thing I want to talk about is you probably know a streamer who has gone through at least an instance of one of these things. They might have had a nude leak. They might have been swatted. They might have had an FBI visit. They may have had people threaten a member of their family. But what I find interesting about Steven's experience of these things is they're often to an extent that is much more than what the average streamer would even go through. So there are people on Twitch who have been swatted multiple times. Are there people on Twitch who have had 3 separate visits from the FBI? Are there people who have not only had their personal private pictures leaked, but have had them incorporated into the CSS of a subreddit and then had to get a post all the way onto r/all on the front page of Reddit in order to have it removed? Are there people who have had people multiple times reaching out to their son or doxing multiple different properties associated with them, right? I think we can look to people like Sweet Anita, who are unfortunate examples of a lot of these things happening to at an extent comparable or even worse than Steven. But it's just, he's had so much of this. Or a single or multiple fraudulent chargebacks versus actually trying to get the PayPal account shut down or his website's payment processor fucked up. I think a lot of these go above the pale for even what they are. The extent, really, how bad some of these things are, I think is more than we would even see with the average streamer. And he has that for so many categories of this going on. He still has somebody who I would probably say is a stalker of his, who continues to be allowed to operate on Twitch, so he has a lot of this going on.
I humbly ask my small donation contribute to the harassment since this seems very common.
Okay, to the harassment. Interesting. Oops. I will update our little thing here. So now we're up to 80. All the way up to 80. Nearly there. $20 more. 15 pounds, and we'll be up to that 100 mark. So just a note to the Oilers out there, or the average man, like Spongistic Spy, or Kauzuka. I'm pretty sure Ice Poseidon probably had some of that happen to him. Yeah. Sweet Nia has a terrible stalker. Yeah. Quite a few female Twitch streamers I know have really bad stalkers. I think another probably good example would be, what is her name? I should know. I used to watch a lot of her content. Gosh, what is her name? It's probably a really bad sign that I have so many mental images of her in my brain, but I can't know what her name is. It's like, I keep thinking Afro Mo, and it's obviously not Afro Mo. What is her name? I can't think of it. It's the lady who runs a dog sanctuary and stuff, and has like millions of dollars on OnlyFans. I forget, but you know who I'm talking about.
Sponsorships. What a part of the wild ride we've been on.
Amaranth.
Despite the harassment from others, to the chagrin of the broader Twitch chatting and gaming community, I managed to carve out a decent space for myself doing political content on Twitch. I was the sole occupant of the space for about 2 years before the first wave of Twitch political descendants, Hassan and Irish Laddie, would mutate and slither out of my community. The Chubber and the Chadwick.
Jesus.
On December 26th, 2012, I had my second discussion with a shit Reddit Says community member, Ian Kaczynski, known online as Irish Laddie, about feminism, rape culture, and other political and social topics. 2012. Old videos.
Problem is, fundamentally, the problem with
one of my first chats.
This is another example where like I've seen bits and pieces of this conversation, but I've never watched it in full. Like, I think it would be interesting when there's like a down wave of content or whatever, or a dry spell, to go back and watch, or maybe even make a recurring series out of it. To go back and watch some of these older debates from like the early days of Stephen and the atheists and the right-leaning people. It might be interesting to go into a few historical discussions and give input on them. And if that's something you guys would be down with, definitely let me know. You could comment down below in the YouTube VOD, or you could email me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. My DMs are also open on Discord. You can go to the stream discussion channel to talk about anything stream-related that has to do with what you've watched here. And I do read all of those things, so I'd be interested to hear. I love that idea. Yeah, it might be cool. And once BGG is up, we'll have a polling platform to allow people to vote on that, and then give special weighted votes to people that are subs or people who want to donate to spend more money to kind of lobby me to do those sorts of things. So those will be things on the horizon for you guys.
With a good friend of the stream, Ian.
Enthusiastic consent. Okay.
Basically, what Cherry was doing. Here's a quick question: is Cherry still streaming? Like, does she still do so? I know she's flirted with the idea of quitting numerous times. What was the last? How is she doing? Unfortunately, the only place I keep up with her nowadays is on Twitter, and that's a bit of a nightmare. Okay, not really streaming much anymore. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could do more of that, especially if Cherry's not really doing it. I know Cherry and I have had our beef, but like I still respect Cherry as like a person and a streamer. When she was telling me what her plans were for her website and her coverage of internet history and Twitch politics history, like I really wanted to give her a wide berth to do those things without overlapping with it. But if she's not going to do that, then I guess like I might start doing some of the ideas that I've had of like categorizing and creating a timeline of when different like monumental or, big milestone debates happened and making that accessible to people on a website somewhere. So I might move forward with that idea if it doesn't seem like she's doing that really anymore. So it's something to keep in mind.
Oh, yeah. Something that
Okay,
give them.
2012, December. What a blast from the past. Oh my god, I just exited the whole thing. I pushed the wrong button. Wait, hold on. Shit Reddit Says was a subreddit of highly active, radical progressive posters who were well known for brigading and harassing other communities across Reddit with what they perceived as anti-LGBT and progressive views. Though they also are.
So this is something to keep in mind because it'll be a theme which will keep coming up. This brigading and harassing other communities is something that we're going to prove that Vosh does regularly. And even if you're a Vosh fan, I would hope that we could come to an agreement that there's enough instances of Vosh or Irish Laddie engaging in this that, you know, even with the narrow definition that Stephen gives for brigading, he meets it. And so, you know, we have a lot of evidence in here of, you know, Vosh repeatedly brigading and harassing other communities. And here we're talking specifically about Reddit, but he goes beyond that with his current content.
Arguably led the charge to getting the notorious jailbait subreddit and other jailbait-like subreddits banned from Reddit. SRS was eventually neutered effectively by one of the admins. According to ex-CEO Yishan, a large number of their posters were banned due to excessive brigading and harassment, even after multiple warnings to moderators. Irish Laddie.
Wait, why do we have 2 periods here? So the last time he did one of these manifestos, he did have me help with reviewing it and stuff. Although I would presume because of the decline in our relationship, or maybe he wanted to keep it within specifically his community, I would encourage him to reach out to me if he wants me to do proofreading. I'm one of the few, if any, Twitch streamers who has experience with editing, and it probably might be good to have me help a little bit, just to make the document cleaner and not have mistakes, which will keep coming up. But, you know, I'll just put that out there. If the DGG community or Steven wants me to help on another document, I would be down. And it could be good to have him nice and cleaned up and ready to go for when he goes live, so there's no incidents of that stuff happening.
2 moderators. Irish Laddie would go on to have several conversations with me and other members of my community before being ousted for a long-term sexual harassment event that took place in my Discord community. To distance himself from these accusations, he changed his name to Vosh and began a YouTube channel January of 2019.
Okay, here's one point that I don't know is correct or not. Did Irish Laddie really change his name to Vosh to get away from that? Or was it a part of a larger decision to create his own brand of content and stuff? I feel like this attribution without a citation is a bit of a misstep. Like, if there was any kind of clip that would really prove this, I would have liked that to have been linked here. Because without it, that's a really big claim. And we will get nitpicky with this document a little bit, you know, just because there's not a lot to critique, in my opinion. But that would be an example of something I would probably want us to do.
Hassan Piker established himself early on.
His name was Vosh beforehand, so it's something to keep in mind then.
As a frat boy content contributor on his uncle's show, The Young Turks, and he eventually would go on to do light pop political commentary videos on The Young Turks Facebook page. He would then try his hand at streaming on Twitch early 2018, though he had difficulty breaking past double-digit viewership until reaching out to me in October 2018 to review a debate of his against Charlie Kirk. Over the next several months, Hassan and I would frequently collaborate across both of our streams and popular Twitch shows, including the Raj Royale and Trainwrecks podcasts. I don't know what clips I chose here for some of this.
I guess these articles must have impressed Chank because he was allowed to adapt the blog
it's just
into
like
a series for TYT University.
Just an explanation of some of the stuff that he did when he went on to work for the Young Turks. Okay. What is this? Hassan Piker destroys viral conservative car rant. Oh, this is a link to one of his Facebook videos. Okay. I never know how much I need to link or...
Yeah, because like if he's going full out with the linking, I probably would have linked to their co-starring appearances on Raj Royale and Trainwrecks as well, just to kind of keep consistent with the citations here. And like, you know, maybe a Imgur link of his viewership here about the double-digit viewership as well, little things like that. Those would be additions that I personally would make if I was the editor on a project like this, given we want to give a lot of links to prove all the statements being made. It may be over the top, but that's the kind of stuff I would probably keep in mind as an editor.
Source or document, because I feel like if I make a claim, you need to have some kind of like backing for it. But maybe I can just say some of this stuff and you just agree with it without source. I don't know. So I will be I'll be linking a Google Doc to this when I finish, okay?
It's a fun emote.
The Great Schism. While I had built a reputation fighting with conservatives and alt-writers across the internet, gaining enough notoriety to be featured across multiple profile pieces on Mother Jones and Slate, as well as mentioned in a New York Times podcast, an article about de-radicalizing alt-writers, why wouldn't I link this here? Really makes you think. I was unaware that I was doing a poor job at establishing a better foundation of thought for the people I was bringing over from far-right extremism. Instead of replacing the extremist mindset of many far-right people with a more rational one, I was simply trading out one extremist far-right mindset for an extremist far-left one. I underestimated the amount of actual communists and socialists in my fan base, foolishly assuming many people were only joking when they make comments about it, as I'd always been a social democrat who believed in capitalism with strong government interventions. An uncomfortable turmoil would grow amidst my fans anytime I had a strong disagreement with any figure to my left. These conflicts would culminate in a massive schism in my fan base, jump-started in July of 2019 over a disagreement about Kamala Harris, among other things,
with Hassan,
with me eventually bleeding off thousands of viewers over the next few months to both Ian and Hassan. I think this is the Kamala Harris video. I think somebody wrote a huge summary of all the events leading up to the big Destiny Hassan split.
Good God.
I won't read through this entire thing. This is going to be long enough.
Fair enough. Yet another thing we could jump into if you guys really wanted to. Actually,
the trans question.
I would hope he has this linked in the description. Oh, what a misstep. Okay. Probably would have been good to link the document in here. Interesting move, but okay. If anybody has a link to it, feel free to send it to me and I can open in another tab. But does not appear to be here. You know what? It's probably in his video about this particular topic, which August put together. Which would be this one here. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, August. And then we'll just Control F to where we are in the document, which is the trans question. Also interesting that we don't have access to a layout of all of the different headings and stuff. Interesting decisions all around here. I'm kind of interested in what this says. I'll bring up the OBS so I know I'm not covering it, but kind of interested here. Comprehensive overview of all the events leading up to their breakup. As someone who witnessed all this in real time when it all went down, I'm just writing this up for now while it's fresh in my memory and also for the sake of record keeping. 2 weeks ago, around June 27th-ish, Hassan and his community and this community got really mad at Destiny for thinking out loud that he was worried that Bernie bros were exaggerating some of the negative claims of other presidential candidates other than Bernie. They said that Destiny was devaluing Hassan's work as a political journalist and that calling him a Bernie bro was very insulting. Destiny apologized and said he really didn't know Bernie bro was a pejorative, but at the same time, Destiny wanted to see for himself what the truth was. So he decided to analyze one of Hassan's videos about Kamala Harris and afterwards felt that the info presented in the video was either misleading or straight up wrong. He then wanted to set up a debate with Hassan. Before speaking with Hassan, Destiny talked a little bit with his stream about the video and then spoke to Hassan directly about it. Overall, this conversation was pretty unproductive because Hassan would talk over Destiny, accuse Destiny of arguing over semantics and using extreme hypotheticals and arguing in a disingenuous way. Neither of them could come to an agreement, and at the end, Destiny compared Hassan's ways of forming his arguments to a race realist. It's not a winning strategy. He also did that with Vosh when he's talking about Vosh's stuff. So, and I know at least some people are mad about this. Like I know that friend of the show and resident Discord arguer Himbo Hugh also mentioned this was something he didn't like. Interesting. Okay, this is really, really long, so we probably won't go through this. Actually, frankly, I don't think it's like all that long, but it looks long. Anywho, I'm not sure anybody necessarily wants me to go through this, so I'll just kind of drop it for now. But I think the context is good to know, so at least we got through that part of it.
According to discoveryphds.com, the average master's dissertation length is approximately 20,000 words, whilst a PhD thesis is approximately 80,000 to 100,000 words.
I don't know if you'll want it, but I have the video where Vosh talked about his name change a bit. I'd actually be interested. If it's only a few minutes, I'd be happy to watch it on stream. Because that is a claim without a citation that I would be interested in hearing Vosh's perspective on, to give a little bit of a charitable, following within 2A. I feel like this is a fairly charitable and a fair thing to do. So yeah, Elijah, if you do have the link, I'd be happy to check it out.
contains over 32,270 words and 490 external links. I will never write anything this long again in my life. Indefinite suspension. It's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. From the movie Rocky Balboa, a horrible movie. Anybody that says otherwise is lying to you.
Jeez. Eek. No comment from me.
The official reason. Twitch sent me an email on March 23rd notifying me my account had been permanently suspended for hateful conduct. Said email. Take a moment. Absorb it all. There's a lot of...
So hateful conduct, promoting, encouraging, or facilitating the discrimination or denigration of a group of people based on their protected characteristics. Examples of violative content include, but are not limited to, posting a combination of words and emotes in chat to promote denigration based on race, probably like tryhard emote spamming, praising or supporting a hate crime, advocating for the exclusion of a group of people based on their disability, which is likely where Stephen's infraction came from, at least in his own opinion, which I'm sure he'll state shortly after this. Keep in mind, even if Vosh changed his name for the reasons Destiny said, he would claim it was for another reason. Fair enough, but on this stream, we try to be charitable and fair to people, and I think it is worthwhile to have an idea of both sides of something in order to come to a conclusion. You could pull this logic, which would be the same logic that somebody like Mr. Girl would use to prove that somebody is hiding their pedophilic beliefs or something like that, or their pedophilic feelings, because to admit to such is so unthinkable that you can't really trust anything they would say. But I would say that that is so unproductive that it's not really a helpful thing to keep in the forefront of your brain when trying to go through these sorts of things. I think it's better to have like an even-handed approach where you take both into consideration and see which is more likely. So that's what I would say in regards to that. That very well could be the case. And yes, if that was the reason and he said it was another reason, you have to be careful about believing that or not believing that. But I also think that you probably want to at least know what the other side of things is if you want to evaluate it at all, you know?
People quote a lot of dumb shit related to Twitch to try to claim why I got banned. 10,000 viewers, but only 1,000 likes.
The video was made in January, but well then please just link. You can DM it to me in Discord because I'm not sure if YouTube will let you link it, but yeah, if you could send it to me, I'd appreciate it. The video was made in January, but the chat Destiny had with Vosh was in March of the same year, so I'm not sure they are 100% related. And to, Sydney's point from before, this would be an example of why it's important to look at these things, because if Vosh had changed his name in January and the conversation they had about this Poppy drama was in March, then it would be very difficult for you to make the argument that the Vosh name change was because of this, because temporally speaking, that is indefensible. If he had changed it before the point at which they had this conversation, then there was no way that the change in name was as a result of the conversation they had had. And that's a bit of information that you wouldn't have had access to if you hadn't even looked or listened to the other side of the argument here, right? If you just disregarded it offhandedly.
So like 9,000 bots. Is that true? Are there 9,000 bots in my YouTube stream right now? Can I get some goddamn likes on my fucking stream? Hey.
Open this over here.
Hey, are you watching my stream on YouTube right now and you haven't liked the stream yet? Is it because you're a bot?
Okay, so we have a link to a Reddit post. It's under the header, apologize for changing your name to Vosh to avoid accusations associated with your old name. Okay, this is from Irish Laddie, a retrospective on the sexual harassment drama. I am, maybe against better judgment, typing this out to consolidate my perspective on the drama which has manifested around my having engaged in sexual harassment. I do this in part because I'm lazy and don't like repeating myself, but also because there is a lot of misinformation out there, and having a concrete text post to refer to in the future might make it easier to dispel some of that information. Something about it being long. You said to go to the part where it says, what do you say here? It's under the header, apologize for changing your name. Okay. Okay. Okay, apologize for changing your name to Vosh to avoid accusations associated with your old name, Irish Laddie. This is a half-truth. I changed my name to Vaush/Vosh Video months before this drama broke out in March. I mean, my YouTube channel name is Vosh, and my first video was posted in January. Now, at one point, my server admin, White Nervosa, did offer to change my name in the logs of my conversation with Poppy from Vosh Video, my Discord name at the time the drama broke, to Irish Laddie. My Discord name at that time was, I was actually speaking with Poppy. It was a dumb idea, and you'll notice that in the logs, my name is presently listed as Vosh Video. Even so, the most uncharitable interpretation of this is still leagues away from the accusation I've seen many times, which is that I changed my entire public brand to avoid being associated with these accusations. From my perspective, it seems like this makes sense. You know, now granted, there could be that he had another channel called Irish Laddie, and he moved from posting videos on that regularly to a channel he had under his ownership that he had happened to post a video in January on, and that he moved to posting in there once it came out that this Irish Laddie stuff was happening. And that could be something that goes in favor of your guys' argument, but just based on what's outlined here and in absence of that kind of evidence, I would say that this is a shaky claim, and you know, this is extending perhaps into uncharitable territory, but that might be why nothing was cited about that in Stephen's document. But oh well. There you go. There's that. The video was made in January, but the chat Destiny had with Vosh. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't think that's why Ian rebranded. That claim was sketchy. Gotcha. So there you go. There's that.
Soy up. The email does not specify what words were used or what exactly was said on stream, though it does provide some links to the hateful conduct section of Twitch's community guidelines. As I was not a partnered streamer on Twitch at the time of my suspension, I unfortunately have no other way of gathering any specific information related to my suspension.
And in case you don't understand why, it's because Twitch partners have a partnership manager person who is a direct point of contact they can speak with, who works for Twitch. They can get them more information or be a back channel for information regarding things like bans or the terms of service or other sorts of things that would be important to know as a partnered streamer. If you don't have a partner, you don't have access to that, so you lack that back channel to figure out more about things like bans or suspensions. So that's what he's referring to there.
I've attempted to appeal twice, requesting information relating to my suspension, but I've only been answered with automated rejections. My speculation. With no direct and clear communication relating to my ban, there's not much for me to speculate on. It's possible that my position that trans women ought to be excluded from NCAA and professional athletic competitions against cis women fell in direct violation of Twitch's hateful conduct and harassment guidelines, which states, calls for subjugation, segregation, or exclusion, including political, economic, and social exclusion and segregation, based on a protected characteristic, including age. We do, however, allow discussion on certain topics, such as immigration policy, voting rights for non-citizens, and professional sports participation, as long as the content is not directly denigrating based on a protected characteristic.
Oh, no. Well, that seems to be a protection that Stephen should have gotten if that thing that he's talking about is what he got in trouble for. Although any denigrating claim that had happened during that discussion of that topic could have been the infringing thing that had happened. So it depends on how the conversation about that topic had gone down.
Wait, why are we all saying nice community Vosh?
I have it at 1.3x, Elijah.
Oh. I'm sorry. That should have been in the manifesto. Jesus. Don't give me... Hold on. I got to go away for 5 minutes now. Damn, I'm sorry. I can't. It's also possible that any number of comments I've made concerning certain individuals or online activist communities constituted hateful conduct, as it's impossible to determine what constitutes hateful at any given point in time, and since it seems to be a moving target at Twitch depending on the year and the streamer, it's impossible for me to say. Just show it.
Is it bad? I think this is the Epsler thing, maybe?
Shout out to VGG that's watching us right now. Thank you for the kind word.
Heek. Yep, so this would be an instance of something that would definitely get you in trouble in this community. In case you didn't know, I'm pretty like anti-slurs in general, which I know we could meme about, you know, with the Cherry situation, but that would include the F slur. It's something where if you say it around me, even personally, I'll call you out for it, and I won't be friends with you if it's something that you continue to use. I don't care if you're gay or belong to the group or class of people for whom it's meant to be a slur for. And oftentimes I find that the people who hide under the banner of reclaiming the word or something like that are often using it in a degrading way still, which is not really reclaiming it. But yeah, something like this would be not allowed. And it probably shouldn't be allowed in Vosh's community either, but outside of my ability to control.
Words. What does that symbol mean? Is that guy is he a sub?
Rough.
Rumors. Tier 1 sub. Oh, they have tiered subs in the fortress? That's crazy. I feel like I have blueprints to that fortress. Many across Twitter and Twitch have speculated numerous reasons for why I've been suspended. Well, these reasons are unlikely unless Twitch made a mistake in their email to me. It had nothing to do with platforming Fuentes during a debate for 10 minutes, as the suspension would not have been for hateful content, but for aiding and ban evasion. The suspension also had nothing to do with anything posted on Twitter, as the email specified that the conduct occurred on stream. Others have speculated that my suspension occurred for hate raids, harassment, or other forms of brigading, but again, none of these were specified in the email sent by Twitch, and none of them fall under hateful conduct. Political considerations. Many from both the right and left speculated on how this ban will affect my political stances concerning not only trans people, but more broadly across the entire spectrum of social and political issues. Many find it apt to...
in a fair thing to go towards, rule number 2 of my coverage of things. Elijah's is not a good look for the community, but you can't judge a group by their worst. That is true. So it would be unfair to characterize all of VGG as a bunch of F-slurs swinging pirates or whatever you would like to call them. But definitely not a good look, and not a good look for the community more broadly, but I'm certainly not judging all of them based on that one thing.
Define their political positions based on the social groups they belong to, or their reactions to opposing social groups. I have maintained an incredibly stable internal moral philosophy, the greatest amount of good should be created for the greatest number of people, that I've used to generate my political positions. To this day, that moral philosophy remains unchanged. Some claim that the political positions I occupy are ones I arrived at spitefully, but the reality is that conversations take different shapes depending on who's participating. If I were to argue about BLM against...
I really like this, and I feel like it's something he's been saying more and more, and really fleshing out how he delivers this point. And it's actually a solution to something I was worried about, and why I tried to be consistently abrasive or whatever in all of my conversations, rather than reverting to being kind of more kind and charitable and whatever when I have somebody in front of me versus when I would review their content. And this has actually helped convince me to move back towards what I did before, which is be really, really soft and easygoing in a conversation with the person, and maybe a bit more entertaining and forceful when I'm streaming, because it's going to be different depending on the environment you're in and who you're talking to, and the points you're going to focus on are going to be different as well. So actually a bit of a helpful thing to guide me, and I think a good point more generally.
Against a progressive figure far to the left of me.
Are your rules available somewhere? Well, the rules in Discord generally apply to the Twitch chat as well. I'd point you in that direction on the README.
I imagine a lot of our conversations would revolve around the effectiveness of rioting and how much of the protest can be characterized as such. It's entirely possible that we'd spend an entire conversation arguing that rioters should be punished, property owners should defend their businesses, and the government should be taking a more active role intervening against the violence. But perhaps the next conversation would be against a conservative who believes BLM has no legitimate grievances. In this conversation, I may point to the idea of riots being the language of the unheard, and that there are, at the very least, the perceptions of systemic issues that require addressing in some manner. Otherwise, it's foolish to simply complain that the problems start and stop with only the rioting. I haven't really changed positions in either of these conversations. I'm merely representing a different shade of my position based on the direction the other person is heading the conversation. Also, it's entirely possible, if not expected, my social or political positions may evolve over time. It's not because of spite, though. Rather, it's because I've discovered a new political position that more closely adheres to my guiding moral principles. Finally, let me say this. You may have seen many inflammatory 30-second video clips of me on Twitter or YouTube. I will no longer attempt to defend these statements because most of them are indefensible. I do not make 30-second videos, and I cannot defend a 30-second statement. If you see some...
That's actually, I really like that line. I do not make 30-second videos, and I cannot defend a 30-second statement. Like, some parts of this are like really well written, and I think that one line in particular is one that I find is pretty well written.
Someone who's posted a 30-second clip of me, that video is not my content. That video is their content. There are many
Another follow-up line that I feel like is worded really, really well.
viral video moments of me that look bad, largely because they lack the context of the conversation surrounding the clip. Even within the full context of the conversation,
I meant the rules for how you want to communicate or what you want to accomplish on stream. There aren't. There are at the top of all of my prep things, but one thing I want to add to the website, and I should probably do more, is promoting these and having these accessible for somebody. But basically it's these three: improve and promote communication, improve and promote listening, and to define and stay within a limited scope for the content. So those are the three main ones, and then we have sub points to help rein those in and guide them a little bit for me. So
bite may be spicy, but it's nowhere near as hateful as people attempt to portray. One of the things I'll be addressing in this document is the importance of engaging with my source material when making political arguments. I don't want to argue against a 20-second representation of someone's argument. I want to extract the essence of their argument, the strongest form, and fight against that. I expect others to extend that same courtesy to me. Dysphoric discourse. You can only lie about who you are for so long without going crazy. From Ellen Whitlinger, from the book Parrotfish. Why? Many ask, why debate trans-related topics at all? It affects a niche percentage of the population, with some estimates saying less than 1% of people are trans. It is incredibly divisive. It invites, maybe even begs, misinterpretation. It opens you up to liability from disagreements. Most people on either end of the argument are too dug in to ever even consider changing their minds. I argue about trans positions for the following reasons. 1, trans positions help you explore another person's view of their morality and how they view the world. 2, trans discourse is especially prone to being incredibly poor, so it's a conversation I want to improve. 3, there's poor representation among people who support trans issues on the internet. And 4, I have a sizable trans community in my own audience.
So one important point to note, anytime Stephen is talking about why he has particular positions or why he engages in particular arguments, part of the reason why that we'll get to later in the document is because what Vosh has put forward is the reasoning behind why Stephen has particular points or maybe takes on particular arguments is because, in his words, what Stephen wants to do is feel like the smartest person in the room. He wants to have the smartest positions. And so a lot of his debates, a lot of his positions are coming from that desire to be the smartest or the best person in the room. And I feel like the smartest or best position thing, and I don't even think Stephen references what I wish he would have in this section. I think that this is a misconstruing of when Stephen says that he wants to be as correct as possible in his positions, and a lot of his changes and opinions are to be more in line with how he believes the world is actually working. And I think that that is specifically what Vosh is misconstruing when he brings up something like that. And you could also go to Stephen's anxieties about being deeply wrong about something and only realizing that years in the future, and the concern that maybe right now he holds some positions that are things that he'll look back on 10 years from now and really cringe about, although right now he's fighting thinking that a lot of those positions are the most correctest that he could possibly have. And I think all of that bundled into a box is what Vosh is looking upon in a very short-sighted or blurry way, and not really interpreting it correctly. So I think that I rewound and took a screenshot of your guiding principles. I cannot be stopped. Nice. Good job.
Conservation. It's a conversation. Are you guys actually fucking serious? Typo on like page 20. You're all fired. Unbelievable, guys. Actually unbelievable. Many have incredibly strong views about...
So what I find interesting is he doesn't correct it in real time. He just like lets it go and continues with what he's doing, even though he just typed out this message to people. Interesting. I don't know why he doesn't correct more of these things in real time. Perhaps it's the way he has this set up. Maybe he doesn't have permissions to the document. Maybe he's in... maybe by editing the document, he would reveal what the link to the document is or what the collaborators are or some other kind of sensitive information. But I think it would be worthwhile to correct the document in real time. But oh well.
gender and sex and their place in our society, yet have little understanding of how these concepts are constructed. While they're quick to push you for definitions about what is a man or a woman, you ask them the same question that quickly default definitions surrounding chromosomes and genitalia, rejecting the sex-gender distinction while neglecting the fact that we determine someone's gender 99% of the time without ever having access to either of those pieces of information. The reality is that sex and gender are complicated topics that are worth having complicated discussions over. Even if we all broadly agree on 98% of gender and sex definitions, there's no harm in pushing the boundary a bit if we can encompass a few more people in society to drastically improve the quality of their lives without causing harm to anyone else. The state of trans discourse on the internet is abysmal. It seems that on one extreme of the argument, you have genuinely transphobic figures who don't believe trans people even exist. These people say trans people should be denied healthcare, community support, opportunities to integrate into society, and feel that their entire existence shouldn't be acknowledged as anything other than mental delusion. On the other end of things, you've got people who want to eliminate women's sports, unquestioningly affirm every single person's belief that they're trans, even if they're a 4 or 5-year-old child, claim that trans women experience periods, attack lesbians for their dating preferences, and claim that not wanting to have sex with a trans person is transphobic. It's important to acknowledge the biological distinction between trans and cis people so that we can have a realistic conversation about how best to integrate trans people into society in as many ways as possible. I feel like we all know conservatives say this shit, so I don't have to source it, but I wanted to have sources for every time I've heard somebody or seen somebody make this claim.
Which I wish you would have had on the speculation regarding his ban as well, but citations kind of come and go in this document, even with the number that we have being a relatively large one, like several hundred citations. I do feel like probably should have cited those, but...
I try to make sure that whenever I source an opinion here too, that these are pretty popular things, or there are stories written about them. Like this tweet had 85,000 likes. Okay, I'm a trans woman who's experiencing her first period cramps, and what the fuck? I've literally trans women don't get periods. This tweet was over 100,000 likes. Not wanting to date trans women stems from y'all not viewing them as real women. So yes, your preference is transphobic. I think there was a BBC story here written about the lesbians who feel pressured to have sex in relationships with trans women. Just goes on to talk about some of that. From Destiny. Wait, it was something... Was the person's name Destiny? Did I not even notice that? Oh shit, it is. Oh man, the simulation's breaking down, guys. A few stories of what I did when my 4-year-old told me that he's transgender. Mom opens up about raising a 5-year-old son who is transgender. Just... Okay. Trans supporters, along with many other supporters of issues that are considered left on the internet, like sex workers, seem to be ubiquitously tied to extremist leftist economic and political ideologies.
Another really good example of this, and maybe a citation needed here, are a lot of the opinions around abortion. And this is something that I've talked with numerous content creators about behind the scenes. If you take an ideological position, for instance, I believe that pregnant women should have, or pregnant people, should have the ability to have an abortion. On its face, an agreeable statement, I'm sure, to many of you listening or watching right now. However, taken to its logical extreme, runs into problems when we're talking about legal regulations around abortion. So, for instance, you would allow under this, and presumably, and I've seen this happen in my own Discord, defend the idea of an 8-month abortion and no regulations to stop such a thing from happening. Or you're forced into some really weird positions that reflect only a portion of a % of abortions in the country, and you'll get hung up on arguments that the majority of people would find unappealing or incorrect. And I think that this happens with a lot of left-early positions, is we kind of take an ideological stance on something that requires us to bite bullets that are a little bit crazy, or that we don't really have fully fleshed out all the way because we don't have all the scaffolding for the idea to be able to engage in an intellectual discussion about the principle that we're talking about. I think a really good example of this would be the Zen Shapiro debate about abortion, which is also on the Destiny channel if you're interested in it. That's another good example of having a really strongly held position that you don't have the mental scaffolding required to kind of uphold it or understand it in all the places that it goes.
Almost any trans-supporting public figure you find on the internet seems to identify as a socialist, communist, or some type of anarchist. I think it's positive to show that a moderately positioned person can be staunchly in favor of trans rights, and it demonstrates that you don't necessarily need to embrace an entire change of economy or government in order to respect and accommodate trans people in daily life.
A good statement.
from those in the back. Okay, this is the most controversial section, and you'll see why in a second. I don't know how I'm going to do this. The nature of political and social discourse lends itself to conversations that involve a wide breadth of experiences foreign to myself. One of the most valuable tools available to me is soliciting others for feedback to ensure that my opinions are tracking with the lived realities of many of those I speak for. Trans experiences are no different. Before I get into any detailed accounting of my social and legal positions on trans issues, I'd like to cite 31 excerpts from the hundreds of emails I've gotten from my trans viewers over the past few months. I understand there may be a selection bias due to the types of people who are more likely to watch me, but all I can do is ask for experiences from my audience and listen. I believe that will better lay the groundwork for the development of my perspective and why I have the positions I do on these topics.
My favorite section from this entire document, we're going to go through, I believe it's 30 or so different emails from trans people in Stephen's audiences talking about their experiences and how the positions that he's putting forward or the way he's engaging in conversations align with a lot of their concerns or a lot of their beliefs around trans culture, the larger culture, trans-related issues, things like that. And I really appreciate him for including this. Now, I've seen on Twitter, it has been a controversial section, but I think that if you have controversy, that there are subsegments of the trans community that disagree with your positions, rather than immediately jumping to shitting on that or misconstruing what's going on in this section, I think that similar to what Stephen says here, you should probably take a moment and listen. I think there are things that could be learned from trans advocates who are both trans and not trans to learn from here. And I think that if we took this opportunity to listen to more people, we could develop more nuanced takes on this particular topic.
I want to read every single one of these emails. I'm not sure. We'll start going and I'll see how I feel after a few of them. But I got hundreds of emails from different types of trans people when we had this whole debacle a few months ago to see how we felt or to see how they felt about things, what their positions were on things. And yeah, but we'll see.
He goes through all of them.
Some names and details have been changed in order to protect the anonymity of those who've emailed me. Email 1. It's exhausting as a person who's sort of into politics who is also trans. In podcasts, people will bring up trans people out of nowhere and everyone has to have a strong opinion on trans issues. One second, I'm chilling, listening to a podcast, and the next second, somebody's giving a take that feels very personal and relevant to me. It's stressful. It's not just the trans stuff, of course. There's so much politics and shit happening all the time and nasty, disingenuous people out there everywhere. After a while, I just want to tune out and live my life. Go to work, come home, play some games, work on some hobbies, go to sleep. I don't have the stamina to be out there on Twitter or Reddit arguing against anti-trans people and pro-trans and dear gender people. Contra said something like this a while back with the Buck Angel controversy. It hurts a lot of people to be casted out and rejected by the trans community after feeling like the trans community is one of the few places that was supposed to be a safe space of people who understand me. I don't want to be in chat and all of a sudden somebody's asking me if I'm trans and it's a big deal and like a regular Discord server, some of the people will be cool with it and some of them are not, and all of a sudden I just started a bunch of drama by speaking words in voice chat.
And this isn't something unique to trans people. And I've had a really at-length discussion with extremism with my host here in Manchester. I think that we have a problem of polarization on both sides of the aisle with the beliefs in these communities and the ostracization of people who may have more moderate beliefs in these communities. And the moderate beliefs are made out to be just as extreme as the beliefs on the other side, which refute many of the kind of founding principles of the beliefs. So to kind of make that more whole and bring it into the lens of trans discussion, having an opinion like the trans experience between different kinds of trans people will be different or incomparable. Saying something like that is not the same as saying, I don't believe that trans people exist, right? But when you're misconstruing the opinions of somebody who might disagree with you within the same community as being those of the other side of the spectrum, then you're doing a disservice to your own community by doing that, right? And that's kind of part of what we see in the trans community going on presently, in the past, and likely, unfortunately, into the future. And that's a concern that will keep coming up with these emails.
There's a strong pressure to conform, or at least not challenge whatever stuff trans people are saying online as a trans person myself. It really hurts when the community turns on me. It also sucks that the noisy trans people online have some more extreme views on things. Nobody will hear my point of view because I'm too busy living life and too tired to be arguing with people on Twitter all day.
And this is something that will be repeated over and over again as well. People who are well-adjusted trans people who have really fit well into the description of being a woman, their entire experience is not built around their trans experience. It's often not something they want to be a part of their identity. They don't want trans to be at the front of the signifier of woman, and they certainly don't want that to be a defining characteristic of who they are. They have hobbies, they have life, they have work, they have things that they're invested in their life beyond their gender. And especially once they feel like they've transitioned and they fit into society in the role that they would like, which is being perceived of and treated as a woman in society, these kinds of concerns about early transition or arguments relating to trans ideology or trans identity are things that they don't necessarily want to be hashing out with people all the time, such as the person in this email here.
It's the same with my trans friends, and it sucks that some people get aggravated by whatever dumb shit crazy trans people on the internet say. Even when you're super duper careful with which trans people you're talking about emotionally, I still feel like I'm being lumped into that group. I fear people will lump us all into the same group. It's just how a human processes emotions, I guess. I hope crazy online people don't warp your sense of perception of how the real world is. Number 2. I always just wanted to live a somewhat normal life as a woman, living stealth in trans terms, not a trans...
And there you go again. So this will be a recurring theme throughout this. A lot of the trans people cited here in the emails to Stephen want to live as a woman. They don't want to live as a trans woman. They don't want to be an advocate for every trans issue. They don't want to continuously engage in debates. Their entire thing with being trans was to be perceived as a woman and to fit in as a woman in society. And that is a small aspect of who they are as a person. And there are far more interesting or meaningful or purposeful things that they'd like to engage in life beyond their identity of being trans. Whereas for other people, it seems like through their online engagement, through their focus, through their conversations, through the amount of time they're spending on things, their advocacy for being trans absorbs their entire life and becomes a large part of their purpose. And that's not the case for a lot of trans people. I would say that this applies beyond just trans people. There are a lot of gay people that want that to be a side thing about who they are. Rather than being known as the gay guy, they want to be known as a gardener. They want to be known as a systems engineer at the place that they work. They want to be known for their accomplishments and the things they strive to do in life. And they don't want to be bogged down by a gazillion discussions about gay people, their rights, justifying their existence, these sorts of things. And I think that that applies to all sorts of people across all sorts of different identities. And I think that we need to start kind of realizing that and working towards the future with that end in mind, that maybe this won't be a big part of people's lives and it isn't presently. So that's something to keep in mind here.
Trans woman, not a trans activist, not a person in queer culture, just a woman. The reason to distance myself from being a trans woman grow with every bad take these online communities give. Number 3. Both my partner and I are progressive peeps. My partner was actually a huge Hassan fan when we met, but not anymore. But we both harbor beliefs about trans issues that we'd never share publicly or with most of our friends because we know we'd get ostracized for them. Or in my case, even potentially banned from a huge gaming community I'm a part of. This bothers me a lot more than it does her. Here's some examples. You need dysphoria to be trans. She feels strongly about this. I'm still thinking about where I stand. Trans women cannot fairly compete in cis women's sports. Neo-pronouns are made up internet bullshit. Non-binary people aren't trans. She feels strongly, something I'm still thinking about. Both of us cringe at the ultra-left online trans community, but in my...
Well, one thing I'll say here, again, even in this relationship that the emailer is citing, there are differences in their opinions and how strongly they hold them on a variety of different topics. The same in the other part of the LGBT sphere with lesbians, gays, and bisexual people. They may have opinions that would ostracize certain other parts of the groups, like lesbian and gay people, feeling that they have a very different reality compared to bi people, because bi people have the option of living and being perceived as cis people and engaging in cis relationships and all of that, which lesbian and gay people don't have the privilege of doing. And furthermore, similar to not believing in neo-pronouns, there is a non-insignificant part of the lesbian and gay community who are skeptical of the idea that bi people even exist, that bi people can even be a thing, because they might feel that you're leaning one way or the other and you're just not really giving them that information when talking about your experience. You know, and one thing that I've said numerous times, and is also probably a bigoted statement, but is one that I still hold, I think that most people can fall in love with whatever gender, and it's simply a matter of the life that they've led up to a particular point that leads them to fall in love with one gender versus another one. I think that many straight people could likely fall in love with somebody of the same sex and then live a happy life. I think there are lots and lots of people who think that they're gay or lesbian that could likely fall in love with somebody of the opposite gender and live a happy life. I think that there are alternative realities that exist for all these people in which they fell in love with somebody of a sex that they don't think that they're attracted to right now. And I think that that's separate from talking about their proclivities when we're talking about what they're generally attracted to. So maybe straight people are generally attracted to people of the opposite sex, but perhaps one day they'll find themselves in conflict with that identity of themselves. So maybe you have somebody who thinks that they're super duper straight, they would never fall in love with a trans person, and they end up falling in love with a trans person. Or you might have somebody who thinks that they're super duper gay and they'll always go for a man and they're a man. One day they could fall in love with a woman. And beyond that, this is not even to bring into the discussion the idea of relationships that are asexual in nature. You could fall in love with somebody and be romantically interested in them and platonically interested in them, but not engage in sex. One thing that I've heard time and time again, or is a characterization that I've come across time and time again, is this idea that all gay people must enjoy the act of anal sex. That is a myth. That is not true. I think for one particular example, and somebody who's spoken on this, I hope I get this right, is Patrick Stewart. I don't think that Patrick Stewart is somebody that enjoys gay sex or engages in it at all. But he's still attracted to men very much so and identifies as gay, right? There's a lot of different experiences when we're talking about sexuality and attraction and all of those things. And it's a really complicated space. And even somebody who thinks that they understand themselves or understands other people a lot, there may be blind spots there, even in their, awareness of their own sexuality. And that's something to consider. Furthermore, I have another really spicy take that, and again, all of these I'm willing to be different on, or I'm not like super, strongly held in the belief, but is that, young people who might think that they're trans, or I'll focus on this one in particular, might think that they're gay. If they have never had gay sex or been in a gay relationship, there's a bit of an asterisk on them in my mind for whether or not they would actually enjoy some of the things that they fantasize about. And in kink culture, we see this quite a bit. There might be people, for instance, that think that they would be interested in certain acts of BDSM, and perhaps for some people they would, but they engage in a relationship, and there were aspects of that they didn't imagine in their mind that made it uncomfortable for them. Same with a lot of gay people. And we talked before about anal sex being something that a lot of gay people and straight people alike thinks needs to be a fundamental part of those relationships sexually, and it really doesn't. You might really fantasize because you read a lot of yaoi or whatever else that you would enjoy gay sex. And then when you engage in it, you realize that the feelings and things that are involved there are not the same as the depictions that you were exposed to on the internet or other places. And that in reality, you're not really attracted to that. Does that make you any less gay? No. But when you fantasize about something, there's a difference between fantasizing about it and engaging in the act and realizing that you actually do enjoy it. Another really good example of that would be straight people and butt stuff. There's a lot of straight men who think that they would never ever enjoy anything going on with their butt, and they're very uncomfortable about that. But then they have one or two experiences and they realize that that is actually something that they enjoy, to go to the other flip side of the coin. So I think that there is a distinction between things that people fetishize about or, think about in their head or, have certain opinions about, and then actually doing those things and figuring out whether or not you enjoy them or don't enjoy them. And that is something that I hold as a belief and might be controversial to some people, but I think I could still get along with people in the LGBT sphere or beyond that and still have that opinion. I think that part of tolerance is being also tolerant of ideas that don't comport with your idea of reality. And that idea of tolerance is something that, unfortunately, I think we need to preach to the trans community a little bit more on, of incorporating into their interactions with other people within their own community. I think in the same way that you would wish that cis people were more tolerant of non-cis people or of trans people probably need to be more tolerant of people within their own space, other trans people that might differ in their beliefs about things. And tolerance is a street that goes both ways. You probably also need to be more tolerant of cis people in the way that they think about things, and that'll come up in another email here in a second.
my case, I sort of went through a year-long phase of being one of those people, which obviously I now look back on and cringe. But yeah, I used to be friends with a lot of the people you now fight with on Twitter. But yeah, not a huge fan of being lumped in with those people, but it's almost unavoidable if I value my relationships and ability to participate in certain communities more than I do the ability to speak my mind about everything. We both pass, but she really wants to be completely invisible, where I, on the other hand, just don't care as much if people know. However, it does feel really shitty that there's this culture in this new age trans community of like, oh my God, I can tell you're trans. I'm trans too. Let's talk about that. And I hate that shit. I had a friend of
And this is another really important point that I think people need to be more aware of. And this doesn't just apply to the trans community, it applies to the broader LGBT community as well. When we're talking about pride, I think part of what can be lost in that is people for whom sexuality is not a big part of their experience, not something that they want to be a hallmark of their general character. For a lot of people, they want to be stealth. They may not want people to know that they're trans, and this will come up in other emails as well. Or for some people, they may not want gay to be a distinguishing part of their identity or how people think about them, and they wish that they were treated as any other person, regardless of their sexuality. And I think that we need to be more welcoming of those people and acknowledge their experiences, and be more careful about the way that we engage with folks. Just because somebody else shares your identity, it doesn't mean that that's something that they're necessarily super prideful of, or they want to be a thing that they engage talking about all the time. And the same goes for cis people. There's a lot of cis people that are uncomfortable with the idea of talking with their mates or other people about their sexual things that they do in private. That this cuts both ways. Sexuality can be a private thing for a lot of people, both cis and non-cis, right? A lot of people might feel uncomfortable with the idea of talking about their sexuality, talking about their sexual preferences, talking about what they like in bed, talking about what they do in bed with other people. That can be really uncomfortable and a private thing for a lot of people. And just because your engagement on the internet points you in a direction, or you engage in communities where that's a big thing you talk about all the time, it doesn't mean that other people are comfortable with that. And you could go to any kink and talk about that as well. Just because you like wearing leather or engaging in BDSM or these other things does not mean that the other people that like or engage in those things want that to be a topic of conversation when they're talking with people, particularly people who they don't feel comfortable sharing or talking about that information with, like people that they're not personally friends with. For some people, that can be a really private thing, and just because they were okay with talking with you about that doesn't mean that they're okay talking with other people about that. So, there's some things to learn from cis culture and the way that they handle sexuality that maybe the LGBT side of things also needs to realize when we're talking about sexuality and sexual intercourse. Like, not everybody is comfortable with talking about that all the time, and you can really put people on the spot by putting them in a position where you're expecting them to talk openly about that, particularly in front of other people that they might not be close enough with to feel comfortable talking about those things with, right?
If a friend clocked me, like in this woke way, and was sort of put off by it, my friend couldn't understand why I cared at all. Worse than just being clocked to me is when people who do know I'm trans try to virtue signal this allyship to me. Like, go out of their way to say stuff like, hey girl, when they don't normally speak to people like that, and I can tell. This shit makes me physically cringe, and more othered than when someone actually does just misgender me. But some people do like that shit. I don't know, it's all my perspective.
Exactly.
Number 4. I'm a trans woman and local political advocate in my area. I know you said you don't want trans women to come on to agree with you as a trans shield, as you said, but I don't think these people truly understand how dangerous their influence is. I've worked for 2 campaigns door knocking for people in my district. A progressive Democrat wanted me to read off lines similar to what like Demon Mama, Josie, or Vosh sometimes says. I wouldn't partake in door knocking or canvassing because I would be afraid of how people would react. Like, it's basic reality they're denying. Somehow it has webbed so many normally rational people who, like in my college, have started believing this. Number 5. I'm kind of insulted that Mr. Beard thought he knew anything about trans folk. It honestly sounded like the only thing he knew was radical statements he found on the internet. I understand the sentiment of don't gatekeep being trans, which is where the whole true scum trans medicalist hate comes from. And I don't think someone's invalid for not doing invasive surgeries, but at some point we have to be able to accuse people of fuckery. I never wanted to be trans. I had seemingly permanent depression for the last decade. I also suffered from suicidal ideation and panic attacks while I was...
Ooh, we got a donation coming down the pipeline, $50 from Alex
Keep up the
Lasagna.
good work, buddy.
I will keep up the good work, and thank you for supporting the content that you enjoy. Let's go ahead and update this here. We are now up to 3 hours of this content. Only 3 more until we cover the entire thing. And again, if we don't get done with that today, we'll definitely continue on another day. Same with our Supreme Court ongoing coverage. We'll finish up the last of the dissenting opinion with Pisco soon. Maybe take some questions from the audience or have a more broad discussion about that. And here we come to the point where Booksmarts has to do math, a very fun segment. So if we're at 80 now, we added 50. That's 2 with 3 left over, so we should be right about here, I believe, if my math is correct. If it is not, definitely let me know, because if there's one thing I'm insecure about and willing to admit that I'm wrong about quite frequently, it's my mathematical calculations. So there we go. Thank you for that, and thank you for supporting the stream. If this is content that you like, again, we're doing a thing where we'll update this every time we hit 100. We'll add another hour onto the board with how long we'll cover this for, and those hours are, of course, hours of the VOD. We are almost up to our first hour of content for this, and then we'll kind of continue and go from there until we hit 3 presently. Thank you to Alex Lasagna, Kawazuka, Teddy Nicole, Qubits, St. Nicholas, Muwei, and Jay, Saikuku, Clara, and other people who have supported the stream. I won't list off all the names because it'll get a bit ridiculous, but thank you guys for supporting the content, and we'll get back to it.
Confronting myself to make a decision on my identity. The only thing that's helped me was counseling and moving towards the goal of physical transition. Dysphoria is literally the only reason I call myself trans. My brain said, whoa, something's wrong here. I'm not like the others. It's the only reason I changed my identity to reflect and describe my experience. If someone's not actually describing an experience they are a part of, should they really be allowed to claim it? If someone called themselves a veteran, but they've never served in the military, we would agree that that means they're not a veteran. Hence the reason we put the word veteran on their ID to separate the liars from the real ones. I don't think we need trans IDs, but I do think the term transgender should be reserved for the people actually transitioning or desires to in some manner. Most likely because of dysphoria. Changing your pronouns is like changing your full name to a shortened version or a nickname. My given name is Draven, but I dislike it. Drave, on the other hand, feels easy, simple, and neutral. Drave is my preferred name. He, him are my preferred pronouns, but nothing about my preference actually means anything. I would say that identifying my dysphoria and my desire to correct it as the indicator I am trans. I would say that feeling happier and healthier on the opposite sex's hormones would describe my experience as trans. Changing my pronouns does not actually describe the suffering, struggle, or experience I deal with. It merely allows me to feel respect for my journey to manhood.
So note there, for them, the distinguishing mark of being trans is not at the point of changing your pronouns or feeling uncomfortable with having the wrong pronouns. For them, it is deeply connected to their oh God, I got to get this correct, to their body dysmorphia and the things that they do to alleviate that. Merely changing their name or changing their pronouns does not a trans experience make. And I think that there is a clear argument to be made here to maybe not disclude the people who only experience things in terms of pronouns, but to maybe create some different distinctions for people who are going through body dysmorphia and people who aren't, right? And these kinds of compromises are things that become clear to me through reading this, but they're compromises that I don't think the broader online trans community that a lot of these people are critiquing would accept. And I think that that unwillingness to accept any kind of compromise on their principled positions is going to continue to lead to these sorts of problems for the trans community. And I think that like cis people, like other people that fall under the LGBT umbrella, there needs to be more compromise here in distinguishing between the different identities of people and the experiences they go through in order to move forward as a broader community. Like the differences that we've talked about numerous times in the stream between lesbians, gay people, and bi people, right? There is a different experience being lesbian or gay as opposed to being bisexual. There is a different experience when the option is on the table to engage in a cis or hetero relationship and, and be perceived as such. It can be a lot easier to blend in with cis people if you're in a heterosexual relationship, and having that option available to you at any point inherently makes your experience of life and your sexuality different from somebody who identifies as gay or lesbian, because for them, that option isn't on the table. And in the case of Pete Buttigieg, which we'll likely get to near the end of this stream, you have people that wish there was some kind of out that they could have. And that out, that pill of being able to just be straight, just think straight thoughts, is something that is available to bi people and not available to gay people. And that distinction in the experience is something that they feel is important. And if they feel it's important and the bi community can agree with them that that's a distinction in their experience of things, then I think it's fair to make some compromise there on acknowledging that difference rather than shuffling it under the rug and pretending like it doesn't exist, the way the trans community online and in some of these college circles that people are referencing here tends to do. Oh, I didn't see Mercury's email, Vels. If you want us to go through it, we could definitely give a platform to it on this stream. Mercury is a big part of our community, and it might be interesting to hear what they had to say about things.
Number 6. Within the 2 months between starting HRT from October 29th to December 27th of 2021, it felt extremely similar to me when I took the SSRI Lexapro in the past. My brain felt calm and satisfied by the correction being made to the medicine. I still question.
And again, we have a link between this and the last post attesting to going on hormone blockers or other kinds of hormonal treatments being something that really made them feel a certain way and maybe is a distinguishing factor in their experience of being trans and is an integral part of it. And rather than saying that these people are transphobic or whatever, identifying that there is a distinct experience between people who get this kind of relief from going on hormone treatments and those who choose not to go on hormone treatments or don't feel that thing when they go through hormone treatment. I think that's a valid thing to distinguish there. And I don't think it's transphobic. It's accepting the broad spectrum of experience that happens between different trans people.
Question myself, thinking I must still be high off the weed from last night sometimes. Once the estrogen, and spironolactone, anti-androgens, testosterone blockers, kicked in, my seemingly permanent depression vanished. I've never felt more happy and mentally free than right now. I've even spent $2,000 on laser hair removal for my face, which improved my self-confidence tenfold. Not because society doesn't want women to have facial hair, but because I don't want facial hair. It's basically itchy pubes in the face, and it's entirely unneeded. Waking up in the morning and noticing that all the shaving I did yesterday meant nothing because it's already growing back is an insanely frustrating thing, especially when you have sensitive skin. Nothing about taking HRT the last 5 months or socially transitioning the last year and a half has ever proved to me it isn't a fucked situation between my brain and body. I'm absolutely getting the short end of the stick no matter which direction I take. To be honest, I would rather be alone forever as trans than to regret never transitioning, which feels like never being happy. But only because I feel like people actually see me for me now. If it were the case that I could be socialized into being cis, I think all the transphobia and internalized hatred of myself would have cured me. No amount of poking and prodding of a cis person will ever make them want to transition. So why is it that people refuse to accept that? From our best guess, the identities of trans people reflect that of cis people and are immutable. It's practically the same argument as sexuality. I was never straight or cis to begin with. You could even say that they attempted to socialize me to being straight and cis, but it never worked. I just chose to accept the fact that I was bi or as a trans woman. In middle school, my real life aspiration was to have a woman's body when I became an adult, but I assumed it was just a fantasy and couldn't actually happen because I knew nothing about being trans until half a decade later. I refuse to hang out, number 7. I refuse to hang out in trans or LGBT activist type communities. There are great trans meme groups and great trans friendly spaces for other topics, but when everything becomes about how negative everything is and how rhetoric demands outrageous claims otherwise all is lost, then I'm outie. I enjoy my queer and trans friends and I enjoy my straight cis friends, but joining LGBT plus discourse and that Zoomer app Amino was horrible. It literally rides on elitism and the proclaimed suffering. There's nothing fun about obsessing or coping with a group. It's often focused on idpol anyways. I also joined a queer app called Timey, and there seems to be a load of clueless pre-transition trans folks. If they're all on this social or dating app trying to match with further along trans folks to ask questions like, where do I get HRT? And my counselor referred me to a place that closed, or what insurance do I need? There clearly aren't proper spaces for them. Those communities that claim to support trans folks are dumb fucks who obsess about fuckboys online identifying as super straight and how you should be able to change all the documents with literally all the documents that literally declare your existence from assigned gender at birth to preferred gender at the click of a button with no mediation. Not to mention the inability for allies to ever visit these communities without having to be programmed and set in the corner to repeat catchphrases is ridiculous. I'm most likely the only trans person most of the people in my life will ever or will ever hold a connection with. If I were to take any of these dumb fuck takes from online and shout them at my friends or family, then I'd never get to build anything with them. Compassion and empathy for people in a changing world is the most impactful thing I can offer. And at the end of the day, the people around me understand that trans people aren't all that different.
And again, I feel like this hits on so many good points. So number 1, why is it difficult for some post-transition trans people to continue to engage and mentor people in these spaces? And setting aside that, the current reality we live in, where a lot of these well-adjusted trans people that have gone through these things and could offer mentorship and experience and information about the experience of being trans, they're not there for people. And I just feel really, really bad about that. Because like we talked about before, in the lesbian and gay community, there is a lot of mentorship for young people from people that were older and went through these things. And that can help people to connect with that identity and to feel more comfortable in that position and to work through the things that these people have already been through. But when you create a space that isn't inclusive of these people because of some of their beliefs, like with Buck Angel or others, you're excluding people from the space that could really provide a lot of help to these younger trans people. And I guess perhaps there is a big wish that beyond meme communities and stuff like that, that for comedic reasons are more loose in their moderation of the things that are being said, if there were actual trans spaces that allowed these people with differing opinions to participate, then we could create a space where trans people could get this help, could get this mentorship, and frankly, could get a wide diversity of ideas about the different experiences and beliefs of people in the community, and then pick and choose to hang around the people whose ideas comport with their own in the same way that the more extremist versions of this have been able to, right? So if I'm a trans person and I do experience autogynephilia, I am attracted to my own body, and I have engaged in autogynephilic experiences, I might feel really alienated in a community that shuts people down who even talk about that experience. Whereas if we were more inclusive and we allowed people to talk about the wide range of experiences while being trans, I could find connection in somebody else who's gone through that and feels that way and doesn't think it's abnormal. Somebody who has successfully transitioned, successfully integrated, it sounds like through this post, with both their family, their friends, and their workplace, and then feel like there is some hope for me with my particular experiences and my particular beliefs to accomplish something similar. Without the people there, it can be really difficult for those folks to see any idea of success in the future for them as they perceive it. Thank you for that. And I just think that's a disservice to people. That really hurts. $100. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm way behind. No, 100 pounds. That's even crazier. Rezus, thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 pounds. Holy shit. That's definitely going to throw us over the mark and add a bit more. So I'll update our diagram here to reflect that. What is 100 pounds? Like 130? So maybe 30 into this. We'll chalk it up to being maybe right around meow, somewhere around here. Currency conversions are not my strength. Frankly, anything involving math is not really my strength, but I'm working on it. You know, I'm trying to better myself as an adult, get better at mathematics. And then I'll update the number here. We now have a full 4 hours of content. So a big thank you to all the Oilers in chat and all the people who financially contribute, big or small. It definitely helps us to continue to be able to make this content and put it in front of you guys. So huge thank you to everybody who supported the stream so far today, and I hope that we get even more. And again, all of this is helping me not only to move over to North Carolina and get in a setup where I can more consistently offer you guys a lot of the things that I'd like to and be able to really focus on streaming for a while. It also helps me to accomplish some of my shorter term goals. Like today, I booked a flight to Amsterdam to go to TwitchCon EU, which, by the way, if you're going to be at TwitchCon EU, definitely Discord DM me or email me. Let me know. I would be happy to go out on the town and, smoke a joint with you, or go to the red district and the red light district and look at the women dancing around nude in the windows, or any other number of experiences that are available in Amsterdam that I am going to probably partake in. Probably not the prostitution. I'm not made of money. But, there's a lot of fun stuff to do in Amsterdam. I'd love to hang out with you guys and meet you and whatever. Don't be shy. Definitely let me know if you're going to be in the area, or if you plan to hang out there, or if you're contemplating it and you just want to know that there's somebody there that you could hang out with. I don't have a ton of plans with my streamer friends. I'm still trying to work that out. I know for sure I'm really important will be there, and I'll try to kind of piggyback off of whatever he's doing and make it to some streamer events and stuff. But I'm sure that there will be a lot of time to hang out with you guys. And beyond that, I'll be staying in the Netherlands for a while after TwitchCon. And so there might be time to make a trip to Amsterdam or nearby areas to see you guys. And the EU trip is still going strong. So if you live in the Netherlands or somewhere close to there and you want to hang out, show me around your city, or even host me, that might be something I'd consider. Although I really want to get out of Europe, go back to the US and kind of start my domestic life a little bit sooner rather than later. But I'll put that out there for you guys. Thank you again to the supporters in the chat today. You guys have been awesome. 118. Okay, so I mean, it's reasonable where we put the mark at now. Anywho, that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the content that people are so gracefully contributing to.
Sippy, soy up time.
Soy up. Speaking of which, I will go grab water because I am dehydrating and it is quite hot here in Britain right now. So 2 seconds, I'll be right back.
Ja-jang. Soda might be something I have to quit soon because I don't know if you guys have heard about this, and Darius hasn't gotten back to me, but Darius, who recently got banned from Twitch, unfortunately, is planning to do some kind of boxing event during TwitchCon in the US, and I was invited to go to it, and I said, because let me triple check this actually before I talk about this, because I don't want to get this wrong and put Darius on the spot and cause drama. One moment. Okay. I mean, it's worded in a very vague way, but here's how I interpreted it. Is he basically said that they want to do a boxing event and wondering if I would be down to do a live stream boxing event with him, which I took as like, oh, yes, I actually confirmed it. So I asked, like, he and I would box, and he says, yes, we have officials and everything, legit memes. And based on his Twitter post, it looks like it is something he's trying to do. If I could box Steven, I definitely would. Because I think that any disadvantages I have in terms of being a fat, unathletic fuck would probably be taken care of with like the height and weight advantage that I would have in boxing Steven. And I think it would be fun to maybe get beaten up by or beat up Steven. So that sounds fun to me. But I don't know if I'll be able to box Steven. I would imagine Steven would just be a commentator, but I haven't heard back from Darius, but it sounds like he is doing the event. I'd be happy to participate, particularly if I'm boxing Steven, but my participation would hinge on who it would be that I would be boxing. So if, for instance, you put me up against some like giant built Greek god figure, then I probably wouldn't exactly be down for it. But I'd be happy to do the training in North Carolina and try to get in a little bit better of a shape before I go and do that. But it's definitely floating around to the back of my brain because October is soon enough crawling upon us, and there wouldn't be a lot of time to train or anything. But I would probably try to get a boxing coach, maybe do some kind of donation drive on stream to be able to afford some lessons and stuff like that, and then work on my health. I know some of you have commented that I'm looking a little bit better or something like that. I think honestly, should I talk about this? Is it negative? It is negative. I won't bring it up. There are other health-related reasons probably why I have been losing weight or appear to have been losing weight on stream. I won't go into the specifics about why that would be, but it's definitely not from like super conscious decisions that I'm making health-wise. And so needless to say, I'm a fat fuck, and I would very much so enjoy the process of losing weight, and this would give me like a solid excuse to really focus on that. So I would definitely be down to try it out and to do it and get more fit. Wow, that's really fruity. There's no way that doesn't have sugar in it. It says touch of fruit, but it straight up tastes like fruit juice. I've been noticing, though, with my goblin lifestyle of constantly being on the computer, I've neglected hydrating quite a few times and have seen the symptoms of dehydration physically. So I think I need to work on drinking more water and stuff. But beyond that, yeah, probably quitting soda would be a very healthy thing that I probably need to do. I want to fight Steven, but only because I think I can win. Well, it's not necessarily that I think I could win. It's that I think that like the disadvantages that I would have physically would be overcome by other advantages that I'd have in the sport. So that's kind of my thing. I'm not confident I could win. I think there would be a solid chance that Steven could beat the shit out of me. One thing you need to keep in mind is Steven has monetary resources that I lack. I have been homeless, essentially, depending on your definition of it, for more than 2 years now. So, you know, like I'm not financially doing super well. You may see me traveling all over the world and think that I'm like made of money or something like that. But that's mostly by the good graces of my hosts that host me in my countries and the financial decisions I make to make it happen. I don't have like a lot of assets in my life or things going on. And that's a lot of the reason I can afford to travel. And the reason why a lot of the people you see habitually traveling or traveling as a lifestyle are able to do it. They don't have a secret apartment somewhere a lot of the time. They're giving up a lot of life opportunities in order to pursue that, path of things. Before I had lived in a van, and that's how I was able to travel and save up money and stuff like that. I was doing illicit work as an essay writer in order to afford those things. There are lifestyle reasons that enable you to do those, and they come with that there's give and take there. But anywho, let's get into this. Enough about me. Imagine the publicity if you fought someone like Canute. You mean if I got my ass kicked by Canute? Yeah, maybe you did. Canute's frightening.
Number 8. I started watching more and more debates, and eventually I started to really appreciate your arguments. You've helped me learn how to foster an internal value system, derive ideas and stances from that. You helped me understand the importance of being introspective and consistent. I know people think that you're fans who just cringe debate bros, but from your conversations, I've learned to listen and ask questions. My discussions with friends and family become more productive and far less heated because I have the tools to navigate them with a level head. Your work has improved my life tremendously and improved the lives of those around me by some amount as well. I also want to thank you for talking about trans issues the way that you do. I find you just...
Before they continue here, I want to say one of the reasons that has kept me streaming is getting emails like this. So if you're ever tempted, if a stream hit different, you know what I'm saying, and it really helped you out, and you're tempted to communicate that to me in some way, but you feel cringe about it or something like that, just know if you were to send something like that, you're part of the reason that I can keep doing this. We talk a lot on the channel about financially supporting it to enable me to continue to do this, but I try every time I mention that to also talk about the emotional support, the community support. By sending something like an email, it costs you nothing but your time, but it means the world to me. Every day that I wake up and I look up my name in a Discord or read through a comment section or look at a video that appeared on somebody else's channel, there is so much negativity that I see that it makes me bring up the question of why am I doing this as opposed to something else? Why subject myself to this? There's a bit of negativity. To help that medicine of, to give the spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. When I read your guys' emails that are super positive about how the stream helped your life or anything like that, or the particular things I'm doing that were right, it helps guide me in the stream to do more of that stuff. And beyond that, it helps me generally continue doing this because then I have an answer to the question of why am I continuing to do this in spite of the animosity that a lot of communities have towards me. If I see a lot of you guys talking about the way the stream helps you, that can make it worth it to keep going. I don't keep going because I'm going to get a lot of animosity towards me in these communities. I keep going because somebody in that community that heard me, that heard the message that I'm putting out or the lessons I was trying to share with people, it got through to them and it helped them. I'm going to invite more of my spirituality when I talk on stream, even if it alienates some people, and maybe I'll change this in the future, but I think it's worth keeping in mind, and something I talked about a lot more when I started streaming. I am of the belief that your life is not just like what you're thinking in your body. I think that there's a solid chance that you exist through the people that you interact with, or that there is a chance that you could be reincarnated into the body of other people. A helpful thought exercise, I think, is to consider how it would change your interactions with people if you knew that you had to live through the lives of every single other person that you interact with. What if you had to live as the person that you're arguing with, or the mean person in the comments, or the people that are watching me right now? And so when I imagine myself in each of your guys' positions, similar to what we were talking about with LGBT mentorship, I think of what kind of knowledge or message could I impart to these people, to the different iterations of me, to help them do better in life, to help them get past the hangups that I've had, to help them achieve happiness and joy and harmony, and a lot of this comes back to Buddhist principles, which I adhere to a lot. And we talked a bit at the beginning of the stream of the 8 different bodies that you have, etc. I'm not like fully bought into that, but I do think it's helpful as a concept to think about the outer body. the version of you, the life you live that exists outside of you, the people you interact with, and the impacts you have on the world through your work and through your actions, right? You are so much more the sum of the actions that you take than the thoughts that you have. And so when you're engaging in actions, when you're doing a stream, when you're talking to people, you have a lot of vibes that you're putting out to the world, and you more or less want those to be positive, to help other people, to leave a positive, lasting impact with the minimum amount of life that you're living. I mentioned before on stream, my health isn't the greatest. At any point in time, I could pass away, and that could happen. And if that happened, I would hope that there are people that remember me not for being the dude that polices the N-word or being the guy that just wants people to speak nicer to others. I would hope that it's some combination of pushing for listening better, being fair to people, being more charitable, thinking more about the things that you're saying, the impact that has on others, being more thoughtful generally, right? And so, you know, I won't go on a big rant about it, but I'll just say that you can always get my email by doing ! email, or just type in booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I'd love to hear from you. And the comments down below, if you're a VOD watcher even. I love you guys, you know? If you've ever seen Black Mirror, the concept of a capturable vision of who you are via AI that rivals the real you blows my mind. Certainly blows my mind too.
Discuss trans issues with an enormous amount of empathy. I really feel you've done your best to consider trans experience in the way a shallow retard, I don't know, I should have better than, like Hassan never could. You articulate the trans experience better than any cis person I've seen online, and better than 95% of trans people online. I've also felt so frustrated and invalidated by the sports debates. It drives me crazy to hear people say that hormones erase all biological difference. HRT has been wonderful for me, but it's not magical. It's very limited, actually. While I can get plastic surgery on my face to better approach a cis appearance, because of the effects of male puberty, I have broader shoulders than 95% of cis women.
And note here, even the difference in these emails, we had one person or two people talk about how hormones had a huge impact on them. They were comparable to using an SRI, and that they had hugely impacted their mental state, even in a relatively short period of time, 2 months, right? In one of the emails. And this person is saying that that doesn't do everything for me. There's still a lot remaining that makes me look the way that I look or feel the way that I feel. And it's not fixed merely by taking hormones. So again, you're going to have differences in experiences, and you have to be more thoughtful and accepting of the different experiences of people in the community. And beyond that, I haven't set it up to this point, but the same would apply to you folk with neopronouns people. And this is something even I could be better at. Trying to understand the experiences of people who feel like they identify with this community that may not be your definition of trans or may not be your definition of LGBT. I think all of you need to be better, and this includes me, all of us need to be better at being accepting and understanding of the different people and their different experiences that exist, and creating a space that is more welcoming and tolerant of even the people that you may disagree with, right? So
it's one of my biggest insecurities, and I have to be careful with the clothes I choose not to emphasize that feature and evoke the image of a man in a dress. Incidentally, those same broad shoulders would absolutely give me an advantage if I was a competitive swimmer. Just look at a picture of Michael Phelps. Oh, this is controversial. Autogynephilia, I think is the term, is something that trans spaces won't engage with at all. They'll flatly tell you it doesn't exist and that it's just a transphobic lie. I find that very invalidating to my own experience. At the same time, I still feel very ashamed of my sexual proclivities. I often question whether or not I'm really trans, and I feel like I can never discuss this publicly because my words would just be weaponized by TERFs and transphobes to hurt other trans people. I've thought about writing a book exploring some of these ideas, but I question whether or not it would be responsible to do so. Logically, I think I really am trans. I can recall a desire to be female that predates any sexual attraction, and even as hormones have slashed my libido, my desire to be a woman has not waned. When I reach new levels of appearance, I get aroused and I masturbate to my reflection. Then after a few times, it just becomes mundane and normal to me. I keep these feelings under lock and key because of how much trans people and transphobes alike would hate me for this. Emotionally, I feel like a fake. Still, there's also an internal transformation that occurs during transition. My vocabulary and inflections have started adapting in ways I hadn't anticipated. My emotional self is changing, partially due to hormones. I never used to cry, but now I'll find myself tearing up at random bullshit like pictures of cute puppies or a really delicious slice of cake. Estrogen is a hell of a drug. I'm picking up some new hobbies and friends and dropping old ones.
And to Steven's point about making fun of the person talking about periods, while trans people may not have periods, there may be periodic instances of emotionality or things that are resulting from their hormone replacement therapy, right? So again, if we had more moderating voices in the trans community, we might help somebody like that to maybe be pointed in the direction of like, maybe it's not a period that you're going through necessarily. You're kind of mapping this onto a different experience than what you're going through, but you may be more emotional while you're undergoing hormonal therapy. And maybe that's cyclical. Perhaps you feel that and you've noticed some pattern of regularity monthly or something like that. But the phenomena could be explained in a different way other than calling it a period, right? I had really hoped that we had donated enough to get to this point, and that's why I had given us an hour, because we're still within the first hour of content, and it would have given us a bit of a preview to how I would cover these emails. I feel like as the empathy guy and as somebody in chat joked, like trying to do the thing that Mr. Girl says he's doing but isn't, I feel like there's so much room for discussion in these emails, because even within this document, Stephen is, I think, failing to do some things that I wish he would do, like understanding a more charitable interpretation of that person on Twitter talking about going through a period, right? And if we had more mentorship in this space, it could help people to better process and understand the things that they're going through, the changes that are happening to their body and their mind and their emotions. If more people were able to chime in and give some structure to grab onto to understand those experiences in a way that isn't worded in the same way that, like, you know, we understand women like periods. If you don't have an alternative to periods to grasp onto to understand these emotional and physical changes you're going through, then you might grasp onto periods. Or like with the brigading thing, if you don't come up with a term like hounding or explain the general phenomena of what's going on, people may grasp onto brigading as the only word that they feel like might describe what they're going through as a content creator, right? And so I think we all need to be a bit more open and accepting, and that includes people who may not fully understand everything that they're going through. Be more open to mentorship and seek it out to better understand what's going on. And to some extent, I feel like that is what that person was doing in their tweet. It was worded in such a way where they're asking other people if this is something that they're going through. And in a perfect world, there could be other people to chime in and maybe point them away from the idea of periods and more towards the ideas and the shared experience of going through emotional and hormonal changes as a result of going through hormone replacement therapy, right?
Going a social metamorphosis, not just a physical one.
I feel like I've missed why this person enjoying their own appearance is a problem. Here's the reason why it's a problem. So on the transphobe side of the aisle, there is the idea that trans people, similar to, I believe it's in The Silence of the Lambs, there's a killer who is autogynephilic, meaning that they're attracted to their own appearance and they're a trans person. And there is the idea in transphobe communities that what trans people are is they're attracted to the idea of being a woman, that they have a sexual attraction to the female form that they are acting upon by becoming a woman such that they could pleasure themselves and feel like they're doing it to a woman, or they get sexual satisfaction and gratification out of being a woman and that they do it to get off. And so in response, trans communities will shut down discussion of autogynephilic urges or tendencies or things like that because they feel it's a caricature that the other side is projected onto them and a foot in the door for making arguments about why trans people are invalid. If you can make it out to be a kink or a fetish, then you can disregard the general discussion of it as an identity. And so that's why they're against it. That's why you run into problems with moderation in these communities, and why this person is worried they're invalidated as a trans person because they go through those things. If on the trans side you say that that's a caricature and nobody experiences that, you're leaving out a portion of the community that may have felt that way at some point or regularly feels that way. And that's maybe not something that you would want to do. Or if it is something that you would want to do, you would differ in your opinion from the people who have been through that and want to be inclusive to those people. And it might be another good example, similar to the idea that dysmorphia is a important part of the trans identity and experience. You just run into a disagreement about what it means to be trans and what that experience entails. Simply because you don't go through it doesn't mean that trans people as a whole don't go through it. You are not a monolith representing the entire trans community. And it's okay that you disagree with that. You may still seriously believe that no trans person goes through that. But that doesn't mean that you should have the right to police a community and shut down any discussion of that experience. Because simply because you didn't go through it doesn't mean that other people don't. And by policing it in that way, you're not being inclusive enough to include people who might be going through that, or might feel that way, or might do it a few times, a handful of times. I know, and I'll say this, and Mom, if you're listening, I would say tune out. I have been like, I don't know. I have been like attracted to my own body at certain points. Like when I was in high school, and you may not be able to tell that now because I'm a fat fuck, but when I was in high school, I was skinny. I could see a six pack. I did cross country. I did volleyball. I was a really active dude. I would run miles and miles every single week. And I found that I was really attractive, and some extent of masturbation at different points may have involved being attracted to my own body or my own form, or really feeling myself, right? And I don't think that that's an experience that's unique to trans people. I feel like that can be a general human experience. I think that it's not unusual for people to be feeling themselves, and some part of their gratification or their feelings during sex or during masturbation have something to do with an attraction to themselves or feeling good about themselves. Like, that's why I think a lot of the time people will have mirrors around when they have sex, and they might enjoy seeing from different angles and different positions what it looks like to be engaging in the act. Or why, when they're watching porn, some people might gravitate towards having more attractive men in the film, even if they're not really attracted to men. There's a certain kind of aesthetic pleasure that you can get through the experience of masturbation, pornography consumption, or even sex that might have something to do with your own body or the body of somebody that you're not necessarily attracted to, right? There are plenty of lesbians who enjoy reading yaoi or watching gay sex videos that are not at all attracted to men, but they might still find it hot in some way. Sexuality is a really complicated thing. It's not something we often talk about on the channel, but I'm happy that this document has given me the opportunity to talk on some of these issues. And maybe if there are trans people or just people more generally in the chat who feel this way or have felt this way, that this can be a space where they can hear it from somebody that they might admire or trust or feel a certain way about, to kind of validate some of the things you're going through. It's a complicated thing. You're going to feel different ways at different points, and that's okay. So, you know.
I really, really enjoy when I can just pass as cis. When I move through my life like a normal woman, it feels really nice and really peaceful. COVID has helped by normalizing masks. Masks are a godsend for trans women. When people realize I'm trans, they'll ask me my pronouns or start trying to talk about trans politics with me. It's just really annoying and othering. I have enough anxiety as is. I hate attention. I hate pronouns. I hate people patronizing me and telling me how brave I am and how happy they are for me. I literally just want to be a normal person.
And another theme of this entire document, just because you're trans doesn't mean you're comfortable or open to having a bunch of conversations about your transness, let alone having that be a defining characteristic that people see in you and that it changes the way that they interact with you. Some people just want to be a woman. They just want to be accepted as a woman. And beyond that, they don't really care for those things. It may even make them uncomfortable. And I will say, because I wanted to bring this up earlier, the same applies to a lot of personal signifiers in a person. There are two big figures on my Discord who are Christian. And a lot of the times, their Christian beliefs are brought up in hour-long discussions, and they turn into really ignorant discussions of theology with people who, frankly, I don't think really care to understand that stuff, or at a level of understanding that can be kind of off-putting, at least to me. And at least one of those people has voiced to me that they don't mind and they like talking about those things. But I think at some point it can become grating to have a certain part of your identity constantly come up in discussions, whether it's positive or negative. There are a lot of Christian people that are very private about their faith and about their beliefs, and same goes for plenty of other religions. Just because we have something that might be personally significant to us doesn't mean that we want it to be a topic of debate or conversation for every person we engage with. And while some of the people on my Discord definitely are okay with that, I think it's a bad habit to get into as somebody interacting with other people. And I like to point that out to folks just so that they don't engage in that all the time.
Number 9. Hearing Mr. Beard talk like this made me want 41% myself, and I wanted you desperately to clarify that some people aren't trans. Some are white suburban privileged fucks seeking attention off the back of actual trans.
For those of us who don't understand the 41% meme, it's a reference to the suicidality rate in trans people. So to say that it makes you want to 41% yourself, it's a suicide joke.
People who face actual harm in society. These are the trans people this dumb fuck talks to. You made these clarifications clear during the cringe neo-pronoun shit, but God, I just wanted you to hammer it in each and every time he made these claims. It does not matter how mild or severe your dysphoria is, but you need some gender dysphoria to be trans. Well, at least I'm 99% sure that's true for what we know. Though I am certain you just stopped caring halfway through the debate when it was clear how terminally online this guy is. Still, I wish it was hammered more because it's my next point. I'm convinced that lefties and toxic trans people like Kethels...
Can you put your chat in the lower left-hand corner, please? I don't know why you would want that, but I could. Why do you guys need to be seen? Why do I need to show you? No, I'm just kidding. I wonder if I don't even have that in this scene. I could add it. I mean, I don't know why we would need it, but I could put you guys there. I'd assume that we would want DGG in the video, but yeah, we could do that instead. Alternatively, also, if you want me to be big screen, I could do that too. I didn't ask, but normally I do. I just figure you guys would want to see the document more than you'd want to see me, maybe. But he is reading it, so I don't know how important that is. Let's do just a regular chat box, and then we'll kind of clip it down. And let me see what you guys are saying in response to that. Doesn't our chat show up in the VOD anyway with YouTube? It will. Yeah, so I don't see a huge point in it. Echo Rule says, I think that people get a super distorted view of the world by the amount of time they spend on Twitter. Posting on Twitter about your life and identity is not a huge portion of most people's lives. True. I think people on YouTube like to read the other chat and vice versa. The problem is we're only on YouTube because Steven is banned on Twitch, so we don't have two chats today. I was sure I'd seen my own comment just over your head. DGG chat is amazing. That's true. Okay. I mean, there you go. You're on the screen, okay?
These people in the middle do not exist. To these people, only the far right and far left exist. You're either a trans ally or a transphobe. The current online trans community is the most harmful thing for trans people as a whole. I know.
Oh, wait. Yeah, we do have chat in this. Or we did. Where is my chat box? Yeah, we do. Hold on. Let me remove this. And let me put this in here. We do. You guys are in the top. I've hidden you from the world. Like these trans people and their transness. Maybe a bad joke. $50 from Ignitus. Thank you. Really do appreciate that. Big dono coming through. Make some room. Put me on the fucking chart, Dad. I got you, bro. I got you. All right. 50 plus 40 would be 90. So I'll assume that we had 40 before, and I'll put us up to 90. Oh, that's the wrong layer. I still make those mistakes, huh? Let's make that even bigger. Give me a big boy. What a big boy. Ed boy. Put you way up there, and I'll color these in because I couldn't be bothered. All right, there we go. I'll actually play it while I add something to this.
Oh, I hear you keep saying that these people do not represent the trans community, which I feel is mostly true. I'm worried for the future, and I'm seeing the effects of people like Kethels bleed into the real world. I know these people only exist on Twitter and have no real-world interactions. However, I do. I live in the deep south, a small town. I suck off Bezos in a huge factory so that I can have an opportunity to get HRT. I get the opportunity to see many different faces and talk to them. A good majority are mostly right-leaning and are of the crowd of tolerating trans people, and others are just on the fence. Truth is, it seems most everyday people just don't care and don't know facts about the issue. Understandable. The thing is, from what I can tell, it's cunts like Kethels and the far left that push these people to the right to these issues the most. The reason I feel like I can't come out to some of these people, a few of which I've become friends with, it's not because of J.K. Rowling, it's not because of TERFs, and it's not because of Kiwi Farms or 4chan. Normal everyday people don't give a fuck about those things. It's because of these crazy fucking lefties on Twitter or IRL and the bad interactions with radicals that stick with them. When I probe some people about trans issues, I don't hear about how cool J.K. Rowling is and how based her tweets are. I hear about how they got called a transphobe by some dear self because they wouldn't burn their Harry Potter wand they got at Universal. The small number of people I do come out to joke about how I'll get canceled or fired if they misgender me. It's lighthearted, but it's because of what they see from memes or TikTok. For older people, it was Facebook mom shit. It's upsetting to me, and I know this is likely not what the rest of the US is like. It's probably not how most of my state is, but fuck, it irritates me to see any normal voting person pushed to the right by these crazies. I feel like these people are going to actually set us back 50 years at this point.
Clara chiming in. I feel like I should add, as a trans person, in my experience, IRL people get very uncomfortable talking about trans conversations, so it's hard to actually have these talks not online. And as the person mentioned here talked about, perhaps there's a lot of fear seeing other people that say the wrong thing get in trouble that leads to that outcome where people are uncomfortable with discussing this in public. And compounding onto that, if people feel like there's something that they're not allowed to talk about or not allowed to have the wrong opinion about, it may push them even further towards believing or investing in that idea that you wouldn't want them to hold, and creating communities around having that identity. That might be part of why the TERF community is so, attractive to some people. Because if you feel like there's a particular point of view that you're not allowed to have, and you find a group of people who represent that idea and that ideology, and you can feel safe there, you might be attracted to start engaging in that community, at the very least, to vent your frustrations about not being able to talk about it. And then from there, you may, as a part of that community, pick up more and more of the way that they talk about things, in the same way that perhaps people that start out with moderate trans positions that really want to be accepted and be a part of these online communities and don't want to be ousted, adopt a lot of the more extreme ideas of these communities in an effort to fit in and in an effort to be a bigger part of those places and to not leave them or not be kicked out. So, and this isn't just a problem with the trans community. It's a problem with political organizations, with community divides in anime and other places that are perhaps like less important. This general trend towards extremism and polarization is something we're seeing across many different groups of people. And it's a worrying thing that I want to spend more time thinking about. How do we fix that beyond just being empathetic, right? And it's tough. I don't have a solution. And I worry that if we don't find one soon, we're in for a world of trouble, given how connected things are nowadays, right? And I think that that's a bit of a byproduct of our generation and what it's got going on.
That won't happen, but I hope you can feel my frustration. TGG might be the only bastion left that can represent a normal online trans community. I've been called a transphobe so much the past few days. Communities on Twitter or Reddit are like too far gone now. Granted, they always were, but at least I could exist in those spaces and have normal takes. Now I just feel alienated, I feel lonely. It's all a crazy echo chamber of shitty takes. If I say anything against the community or narrative, I should kill myself, or I'm not a real trans person, or I'm just transphobic. I'm so thankful that you and your community exist. I'm glad I can exist here with normal ideas. More importantly, you might say something along the lines of not going to these crazy places in the first place or disengaging with dumb fucks on Twitter. It's a little hard here. We don't exactly have a strong trans community. In fact, the biggest left community we have here is, can you guess? Yeah, they're tankies. So usually, if you want an IRL trans interaction, you're a little forced into it with these people. I dated some...
Hold on. I'm so sorry I missed this, Viso. We did get a link to the video.
Hey there,
It is only 19 minutes. Can we take a slight tangent to watch this a little bit? I am going to deduct this from our total time, though, of course. But I think it would be important that we watch this at least on like 1.5 of Vosh talking about the name change a little bit here.
Comrades, so some of you know me as Irish Laddie, probably most of you actually, but I chose that username when I was 11 years old and had a shaky sense of national identity. I'm actually American. So from now on I'll be going as Vosh. Got it? Alright, good. So, I'm an internet boy. And when I'm on Reddit or YouTube or in Twitch chat or my Twitter DMs or on Grindr, there's a very particular sort of person.
Okay, hold on. We will finish this one email and then we'll go on because it's very long and I don't want us to lose the context and we hop back into it.
Someone from this group, and I'll come back to that. If you thought there was any hope in this, well, there's not. They watch us on and meme on Twitter. So I just want to say, as far as online spaces go, I'm grateful that I have some representation that know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to trans issues, so thank you.
And there's that email. Okay, so then let's watch this.
Person with whom interaction tends to leave me feeling very frustrated and angry is, you see, I'm a leftist, and I give every shit about this storm of right-wing populism we're all weathering like a fucking hurricane. It comes with the territory of being a leftist and being a decent person. It's strange then, and sort of disquieting, that right-wing populists aren't the ones who leave me feeling that way, frustrated and angry. I mean, it's not the fascists, the nationalists, the out-and-about racists, the transphobes, the anti-Semites, or any other pasty, degenerate faction of the alt-right. Now, don't get me wrong, these people are terrible. I hate them. But they're not the ones who make me want to give up on politics and dedicate my life to breeding geckos. Now, that honor belongs to the fucking centrists. So, before we get to that, leftism. Now, being a leftist means that
Were we just supposed to watch that first part? That might actually save us a lot of time. Is it just... Of course he doesn't put timestamps. I mean, granted, it was 3 years ago, but I don't think he continues to today anyways. So I think we're just meant to watch the first part because that was about his name. I think the rest is about centrist, so I think so. Hey, I'm a centrist. Well, we'll kind of back out of that one a little bit.
We're 1/3 of the way through these emails. I don't know if we'll read them all. We'll see. I scoffed when I heard the guy you were debating say that trans people can find realizing they're trans as freeing, because to me, it's felt like a curse that ruined my entire fucking life. By the time I made it to 20, I was genuinely going to kill myself. I tried to. I threw myself into traffic in the hopes that I would get murdered in a car crash, but unfortunately I was only injured and I kept living. I tried swallowing a bunch of pills, but I ended up vomiting them up. I was too anxious to go and buy a gun to kill myself with, so I didn't end up doing that, and the idea of stabbing myself to death was just a little too painful for me. It was around this level of suffering that I realized I was being foolish. Not the suicide part. I was still pretty sure that was happening, but I realized that I may as well try to transition. My logic at the time was this: if I don't transition, the odds of me committing suicide are 100%. Life is pure pain, and I just wouldn't be able to take it for much longer. But if I transition, if I fundamentally change every single aspect of myself as a human being from the ground up, or if I learn how to talk like a girl, walk like a girl, get lucky with the hormone treatment, somehow fixing the problem with my body, learn an entire new set of social skills, lose 150 pounds, every single person in my friend and family accepts me, if I'm blessed with the right facial genetics to pass as feminine, if I'm able to find a doctor in my area who's even willing to administer the medication to me, if I can do all of this, I might be happy one day.
So one quick note, and again, I love this section because there's just so many things to talk about. I find through my own personal interactions with depressed people that have gotten out of it, myself included, there is a saving grace in the form of knowing that there are things that could be done that you're afraid of doing, that because you are at rock bottom, you can engage in without worrying about the consequences. When the present consequence in front of you is death, the ultimate end to all things, then so much else becomes doable, both for the good and for the bad. If you're considering killing yourself over pain from a dental implant or something like that, or a lack of health care, it may push you to go decide that you'll go out in a blaze of glory and shoot something up. If you're afraid of transitioning, or you're pushed to that point because of your, situation with being transgender, if you're to the point of killing yourself, it might be worth just trying the alternative, because whatever consequences may come down that line, you're facing the final one at the moment. If you feel like you're a fuck up and a degenerate and you fucked everything up in your life and you're a loser and whatever, the worst thing that could happen to you is already the immediate thing you're considering doing. So the fear of failure is something that becomes a lot easier to get over when you're already considering ending it. And I think that this little explanation that is personal to this person of how they got through that might be helpful or insightful to other people going through something similar. Often I find that the people who are going through this end up embarking on some big endeavor that was core to part of the reason why they wanted to kill themselves in the first place. The fear of a loss of status, the fear of your position in society, the fear of transitioning, the fear of, maybe it's relationship related because you lost a really long-term relationship you thought would be the one. And so in response to these sorts of things, you decide it would be worth it, as opposed to killing yourself, to go start dating again and put yourself out there. Rejection can't be as bad as death. It might be worth it to try and go start over in a new career. It might be worth it to try to transition, even if it might not work out. It might be worth it to try and go out there and try to right the course that your life has been on, that you've been so agonized by, because the alternative would just be to end it. So again, there's so much humanity in a lot of these emails, and I hope that you can understand, and I won't make it a big point here because I really want to focus on positivity, but my frustration with people and their response to this manifesto and this part of it in particular, there's so much to be gleaned by these people sharing their human experiences, that to spit on it and to turn it into something that it's not, to dismiss it, I feel like is so misguided that it hinges on something that I think is, is even more awful that I won't really say. But, you know, that's why I'm very personally invested in this part of it. And I get really upset at people dismissing this part of the manifesto. I almost wish it was its own document. It's that good. So, you know, near-death experiences can sometimes seem to kickstart a euphoric feeling in someone, which really changes your perspective on life and makes you realize how precious life actually is. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Was this part poorly received or something? You have to remember that this part has criticisms of a wide range of different trans creators. So I'll speak to MX Vivian in particular because I saw them responding to this on Twitter. And yeah, there are people who are very much not happy with this or characterize it as something that it is not. So, you know.
That astronomically low chance is still higher than 0%, so I decided, fuck it, I'll try. This thought process alone, I think, encapsulates the suffering of gender dysphoria the best. Imagine living your entire life and putting in as much effort as possible every single day, overcoming severe mental distress and essentially recreating yourself while still overcoming the challenges of everyday life just to get yourself a chance to feel happy. Even if everything goes right, if you do everything perfectly, it's still entirely possible and frankly even likely that you won't even be happy. I would know because that's what happened to me. I worked hard and I won the lottery. I objectively passed. I can go out into the world with no prompting of any kind. I'm treated as a woman in society, but it didn't fix my anxiety. It doesn't make me hate myself less. It doesn't even help the dysphoria that badly. Probably at least once a week, I need my boyfriend to talk me off the ledge of a building, metaphorically, because I go on a psychotic rant about not being a real woman and how I'll never really pass.
And again, we have a difference in experience between how this person went through the transition process and how it made them feel. It didn't solve their dysphoria in the same way that the other two emails talked about it solving it for them. We see just such a wide gradient of the trans experience in these emails that I feel like it's a must read for people that want to talk about this stuff.
It doesn't even matter that I have years of lived experiences telling me that I passed because the demons in my head won't let me believe it. This is the reality I deal with every day, and I know many other trans people, anecdotally speaking, who go through something similar to this.
And to point that out, Clara is talking about how my feel when this story is me up until the passing part. Like, that's why it's important to let these people in and let them have a voice in these communities, because if Clara feels like this is a part of her experience, then it's something worth allowing people to connect with and allowing people to speak to this person and maybe get something from there, right? Like, you know, they might have helpful insights for people going through a similar thing.
I know a lot of passing trans women, and it doesn't even matter that they pass. The dysphoria struggle is still real. So with all of that being said, when I hear about non-binary deerkin on Twitter with blue hair talking about how oppressed they are and how transphobic people are for not using their Z-Zim pronouns and how valid they are despite the extent of their transition being their Twitter bio and never feeling a shred of dysphoria all their lives, it makes me want to shoot myself more than the dysphoria ever did. I actually hate these people. I've had friends kill themselves because they couldn't handle it anymore, and I'm supposed to pretend that these people are the same as us? Fuck that. Not only do they try to pretend that we're somehow the same, but they actively fuck things up for the rest of us. For every stupid tweet one of these dipshits make, it's yet another conversation I have to have with my religious conservative family. I've had to unravel their lunacy more times than I can count. It has evolved past frustration into genuine hatred. I'm gonna grab my drink of water real quick.
And like, I don't think that this hatred is like a good thing to harbor inside of yourself. It's not good to hang on to that. But I think that we can maybe understand where that's coming from when understanding this person's story and how it impacts them and how they see the struggles they're going through with their family reflected in the actions of people perpetuating the very ideas that they have to dismantle and handle in their own personal life, and how it's easy to transition all of your hatred and all of your feelings of frustration about that one thing onto these other people that you feel like are actively contributing, perhaps even indirectly, to that, you know?
Number 11. Should we keep reading the emails?
For all this talk of empathy, that empathy is really lacking for trans people with different perspectives from those in the emails. Is that at me? If there's something you feel like I'm not doing well enough, feel free. But I'm not sure what specifically you would be referring to. Is it my frustration with Vivian? I'm not sure. If you could be more specific, I'd be happy to address anything you feel like I'm not addressing, but it would probably be a more productive way of doing it than speaking in generalities. I'm not opposed to missing something and then addressing that, right? Like, I'm not your enemy. No, that's directed at the email. Sorry. Oh, okay. I read that and I was like, I feel like I'm doing like a decent job. But that's good to hear. Okay, I thought I was fucking something up for a second. Okay.
Okay, continue on. Number 11. Anyway, after this long ramble, I just want to say one thing on the broad subject. The term transgender is overly broad at the point where it's losing value as a descriptor. If people who don't have dysphoria or don't want to...
We have another DM. I don't think you were linked the right video. This is just Vosh's first video. He doesn't discuss Poppy. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Golden. Thank you for the DM.
Medically transition want to call themselves transgender, then whatever. I don't care about what anyone does or doesn't want to do with their bodies or their social presentation. But we are not the same. To lump us all together, all under the same umbrella term, does people like me a disservice because it dilutes the importance of having the proper medical care. It's like if we didn't have words for gay or lesbian or bisexual and just called everyone who wasn't straight queer. I really don't like it when people who don't have these intense life-ruining issues I've had come in and start muddying the water surrounding those issues.
Oh, I totally missed this, but RTBA added me. Let me read this real quick. Refusing, but he didn't ask anyone that he normally would to do any stuff like that. If you don't want me to add in Discord during stream, just say and I won't. No, I have no problem with it. Finally joined the book cord, though. To be honest, he might not see that ping until after stream anyway. No, I mean, I saw it now. It's way late, but thanks for that. Uh-oh, what did Himbo Hugh link? But when you create a space that isn't inclusive of these people because of some of their beliefs, like with Buck Angel or others, you're excluding people from the space that could really provide a lot of help to these younger trans people. And I'm just going to read if he explains it. I don't know why he thinks Buck Angel would be someone that should be welcomed unless he thinks of them as some OG trans person, nothing else. I would say that Hugh can come on when we discuss more about this, but I'll go ahead and move past that for right now. But yeah, I saw your message, RTBA. So then thanks for partaking. Even if you don't use YouTube chat, I'm happy to have you in the Discord.
If people want to push for placing less importance on gender roles in society, then sure, fine, it's probably a worthy cause. But don't do it by hijacking the discussion around a very specific issue relating to a very specific group of people like me. If people want transgender to be an inclusive umbrella term for anyone who doesn't rigidly conform to the most strict definition of traditional gender, then so be it, but we need new, narrower terms to describe specific things. Number 12. With time, I came to realize that trans online communities are extremely toxic. They overfixate on acceptance and validation to the point of insanity. Subreddits that were dedicated to educating and poking fun at trans people in denial have become toxic sewers in which if you dare to speak up against the current beliefs, you are immediately shunned, silenced, and called a transphobe or a true scum. All reason and civil discourse has been silenced. The obsession with being valid runs rampant. They do not care whether they're right or wrong. The only thing they care to look online is validation and blind acceptance. It deeply saddens me because it's going to lead to a massive outburst in transphobia. 13.
And another kind of repeating theme here is the worry of what these positions and what these actions are going to lead to. And a lot of people are worried that we're going to lose progress. Let me read Clara's two-part message here. One thing that has infuriated me like this, when my old roomie, who I knew for years, used he, him / and masculine name and never mentioned anything be transphobic to me. And when I called him out, all of a sudden they tell me they're non-binary. Yeah, I mean, people have defense mechanisms, Clara. Like when I call gay people out for using the F slur, the immediate knee-jerk reaction defense is that I'm gay, right? I think it's predictable that our identities, especially nowadays, are our immediate knee-jerk defense for why our actions are valid and what we're doing, right? So I think that happens quite a bit, and it's probably not unique to the trans thing, but it happens with a lot of people. So yeah, and attempts to refute that argument vary a lot, right? Like if we look on the Republican side of things, there's an entire label used to shut down that knee-jerk reaction, right? Like, I'm a Republican, but this Trump guy is like this, that, and the other thing, you know what I mean? Or I'm Republican, but I feel like we've lost our way as a party and whatever. Well, now you're a rhino, right? You're a Republican in name only, to kind of take away that identifier and the power that it would have to protecting you from criticism about that or from giving weight to anything that you're saying as a member of this community. You're a member of this community in name only, right? So, there's that going on that side of things as well. If someone is transphobic to you, it doesn't matter who they are or if they are trans or not. I mean, I wouldn't go that far either, though, Aiko. Like, you know, like I just, we should be really careful, right? Don't have like a knee-jerk reaction right back, because like it does matter a lot of the time. If, for instance, I'm talking to a gay person and they use the F slur, or I'm talking to a straight person and they say the F slur, the resulting conversation, the way that I have it, is going to be very different for these two kinds of people. The gay person's going to understand things that allow me to connect to them and have that conversation differently than it would with a straight person, right? So I do think it matters. It's not that it doesn't matter. It's that it isn't a valid defense for engaging in the transphobic action itself. But it is important because it's going to impact the way you would have the conversation. To you, yeah, to me, I would presume to other trans people as well. If, for instance, somebody was wanting to talk to you a lot about being trans and trans topics of discussion, and you're trans as well, but you're trying to be stealth, the conversation you can have with them can be a lot more nuanced, and you can skip a lot of things really quickly because they probably understand more about the experience and about the community and about the terminology than if that was with your cis friend who likes to bring up the same stuff. So like, I just want to be really careful in what I sign on to and what I don't. And I feel like that needs just a little bit of pushback. Jesus fuck book, I'm talking about Clara. But even Clara says there is room for nuance. So I know you're talking to Clara. I know you're not talking about me, but in any case, I think what I'm saying is valid, and it would appear that Clara agrees. So I disagree with your statement. I do think it is important that they identify that way, or that that's a part of their lived experience, because it's going to influence the conversation you would have. Aiko, sometimes, and it's not just you, all of us, we say statements that are knee-jerk responses that I think are unhealthy for us and that are mental shortcuts, right? And I want to discourage those, right? That's part of principle number 1 of the whole channel, which is improving communication. So that's why, like, if I see something like that, I'm going to push back on it. Does that make a difference for every single situation? No, but it doesn't change the fact that that statement is not really a reaction that I would want anybody listening to the stream to have to that sort of stuff. I don't want you to think that it doesn't matter, that's not true. It does matter. And here's why, you know, there is nuance. It's called an individual person. Their identity is irrelevant. You haven't been watching my content. I haven't, and I'm not. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm just going to move on. I think I'm going to move on because I don't want to get in a huge back and forth with you, but I just want to correct that one little thing. Okay. I'm going to call shenanigans on it because, you know, if you keep saying stuff, then I'm going to be tempted to respond, and it doesn't really help us at this point. So let's just move on from this. Okay. Both of us.
For a bit of context, I transitioned at 15 in early high school. I'm 21 now. When I transitioned, this was barely even a thing anyone knew about, and I was the only trans person I knew. Non-binary stuff was only just beginning to exist, not like it is today. But by the time I got to college, that had changed, and it's honestly been very surreal. I swear to God, I've met like 30 plus online people, or 30 plus in real life people at my school that go by some other pronouns or claim to be trans while just looking like normal cis people. Now I'm stealth, so like I'm not even really in specifically LGBT spaces either. At first, I didn't really mind, but the more common it got, the weirder it got for me. These people rarely even know much of anything about trans issues either. It's very strange. It's like I'm walking on thin ice, trying not to offend a group that I'm literally a part of. The most surreal experience I've had out of all of them was when I made the mistake of telling a specific friend I was trans, and they didn't really realize I was stealth, and they told their roommate. When I hung out at their place, once they were like, oh my God, I'm the only cis person here. And it was just her and her extremely gender-conforming female roommate. And that roommate, after specifically having me telling them that I'm stealth, would somehow bring it up to every other person that ended up coming over. It was insane. They would like joke about cis people like it was some uncool thing to be, and it was weird as fuck. That reminds me of another thing you said, which was that online spaces are like 99% male. I've actually had the exact opposite experience. While online tends to be male R, and I've definitely met some male NB types in real life, it is hugely dominated by like woke white women. Like the trans support group at my university is roughly 90% AFAB, assigned female at birth, with most of them being like cis women with dyed hair and she, they pronouns or weird neo-pronoun shit. I have yet to meet a single other trans woman that wasn't super early in transition, despite their support group chat having like 50 people in it. It's very isolating and weird. Like, why is a group supposedly about me not at all relevant to myself?
I like the disagreement with Steven here in this, and I like that he chose to include this email.
and there's a lot that's just thematically similar to the other things we've seen. The idea that you just want to live as a woman, the idea that you don't want this to be a defining part of you. The couple that we talked about, where one of them is happy and doesn't care about, people identifying them as trans, and the other one that wants that to be something that's not a part of who they are. They just want to be perceived as a woman, right? So, it's just wonderful how many different perspectives there are in these 30 emails.
That also connects my biggest pet peeve, where people will do dumb woke things in the names of supposedly helping me that actively make my life worse. Like pronoun tags for everyone and introducing themselves with pronouns on everyone doesn't help me at all. My entire point of my transition is that I actually wanted to be seen as a woman by others, and now I basically can't tell if I'm being seen that way or if it's some woke shit. The worst offender was that a bunch of clubs at my school swapped out woman for woman identified. Like this acapella group changed its name from the All Women's Acapella Group to the All Women Identified Acapella Group. I wish I was making this shit up. This has turned into a bit of a rant, and like at the end of the day, I can blend in as cis for the most part, so it's not like it's the end of the world. It's just very weird, and the extent of it in recent years has been insane. It's like, despite being only 21, having transitioned earlier meant I transitioned in a completely different time and culture to most trans people my age. And now that I'm stealth, I don't have the I'm trans defense without outing myself, and I can't even really say anything when I hear people say this insane.
So that's another important thing, and maybe to respond a little bit to Hugh, who I saw that was weirded out by my mention of being more accepting even of people like Buck Angel, who may have very different ideas of gender and things related to trans culture and whatever. I understand. I'm not saying everybody has to agree with a position that they disagree with. Very much the opposite. And I would hope that if he was watching the whole stream, he sees the nuance there that's being introduced in the way I'm talking about these things. If you were to transition at a way earlier period, your ideas about trans, the community, gender things in general, they're probably going to be different than what people believe now. And that could be a good or a bad thing. It could be that you're out of touch. It could be that you were onto something then that people have lost now. It could be a lot of different things. But regardless of all of that, having these different opinions reflected in a space means that more of these people have the opportunity to talk to more people that may have ideas in line with their own or experiences that are more in line with their own understanding of things. It doesn't mean that they're wholly a good person, that they wholly have good opinions, or that you even agree with the opinions, or that I agree with the opinions, right? I talked a little bit about how I have my own crazy ideas about the way that things work, right? As a way to kind of disarm myself and show to you guys my ass a little bit with, like, even I have a lot of takes that are probably a bit crazy on these particular topics. And I think that should be okay. We need to be tolerant of more people. If we're going to push for tolerance, that includes being tolerant of people that we may disagree with, or we may even find harmful, right? So I feel like I'm being really nuanced here, but to take a page out of Destiny's book, I am not going to argue with a 30-second video of me because I don't make 30-second videos. At this point, we're running on past 4 hours of this stream, and there's so much here that to focus on a 30-second segment and argue about that is not something I'm willing to do. And I don't think it's a fair thing to do to me either, especially when the way that you're using it seems to be negligent of the rest of the things that I've been saying about this topic. So I think moving forward, that's probably going to be the way that I approach conversations, where the basis of them is based on a small clip of me. And I think that maybe more streamers should fall in line with that, because that's a huge part of how people find ways to disagree with us, whether to create content or to simply feed into a desire to argue with people or find points of disagreement, which has always been something I'm not a huge fan of. So that's what I'll say there.
Stuff. 14. I personally have battled with a trans identity for as long as I can remember, before I even knew what that was. Growing up, it was obviously scary to explain to someone, but as time went on, it wasn't being scared of people judging me from coming out that kept me from doing it for so long. It was the opinions and insane talking points of people in the LGBT communities, because I was afraid to be casted out by the only people I thought could understand me for not agreeing with their viewpoints. 15. Oh, this is like a little bit of background on like the true scum and Too Cutes and all of that. I don't know if I've read this on stream before.
It'll be fun.
As I understand it, years ago, mostly on Tumblr, there was a huge surge in the uwu, xenogender, otherkin stuff in the trans community. There was a rift between people who accepted that and those who believed that transgender was a serious thing, not something to express how different and special you were to your friends. The uwu community started calling these people true trans because they felt that they were deciding who was really trans or who was a true trans person. The true trans started calling the other side too cutes because it was a meme on Tumblr and Reddit for someone questioning their gender to post a selfie with people in the comments, etc., saying the OP was too cute to not be trans. Ooh woo. Of course, because the online trans community is toxic as fuck, the too cute started calling the true trans the new insult, true scum. They decided to embrace the insult, calling themselves that. The true scum community was composed of mainly hardcore trans medicalists in the beginning, i.e., not only needing dysphoria to be trans, but also needing to be in the process of transitioning physically, usually working towards eventual surgery to be legitimate.
And even here, we see that problem I was talking about with polarization, that if you create this label that a bunch of people can rally behind, like TERF or something similar, and then there are people who believe in the more extreme versions of those ideas that aren't allowed in these other places, they're going to find each other and they're going to become more powerful in pushing that particular ideology that you disagreed with, specifically because you decided to ostracize them. And then it becomes a beacon for other people with more moderate opinions that are related to that one who can't find a home for themselves in the community that initially did the ousting or the ostracizing. And we see that in a microcosm right here happening in the history of this very word.
Trans meds were not considering non-binary people to even be real at all. This is where I step into the community. I'm going to talk about Reddit in particular from here on, because once the Tumblr became SFW, I noped out of that hell site. As time went on, more moderate people such as myself started to feel alienated by the general trans community because of our stances on dysphoria, too cutes, xenogenders, etc. I found the subreddit True Scum at some point because I would see other posters, commenters on the transgender subreddit, male to female subreddit, the trans subreddit, etc. Get threads locked, posts deleted, and users banned for saying you need dysphoria to be trans or questioning anyone's legitimacy, no matter how ridiculous they were.
And there's what we're talking about with the, if you do that to everybody, even if they don't agree with the most extreme parts of the ideology, they may move towards the communities that will be inclusive of their beliefs.
Things like he, him, lesbians, neopronouns, self-described trans men femboys with no dysphoria showing off big booba, not safe for work selfies, etc. Our True Scum became a pretty chill place, basically just like the other trans sub, but safe for people like me to express their opinions without fear of a ban, which, by the way, I had to use a separate account entirely so as not to get banned on other trans subs. The community is painted as hateful bigots, transphobes, racists, right-wing, etc., but for the most part, just a normal center-left trans community that occasionally makes fun of the cringe teen.
There are no authors listed for any of these. They're all just different emails that Stephen received about different people's trans experience and how they felt about his coverage of these topics.
Teenagers on Tumblr, on TikTok mostly nowadays. All of this is to say, if a trans person is labeled true scum on the internet, don't assume they're a bad person or hold bigoted views. Now, for the most important part, do you need dysphoria to be trans? I believe that in order to be considered transgender, or at least not in a separate category, you ought to have current or alleviated gender dysphoria. If you don't have gender dysphoria, that means you have no negative feelings about remaining in your assigned birth gender presentation or identification. At this point, it seems to me like a person just wants to be transgender because they just choose to. Transgender, a person whose sense of personal identity and gender does not correspond with their birth sex. That sense of personal identity is an immutable characteristic. You can't help this. This isn't a choice.
And again, an interesting parallel here between the difference between gay and lesbian people and their experience of the world and bi people. With bi people, there is a choice to engage in same-sex relationships, a choice that isn't available to lesbian and gay people. And for that reason, they feel that there is a distinction between being lesbian or being gay and being bi, right? And in the same way that there can be a distinction there, maybe there could be some kind of distinction between trans people that experience gender dysphoria or have alleviated gender dysphoria and those who do not, right? And I don't think that would be like a crazy compromise to make. Granted, I'm not a part of the trans community, but I see parallels here to what I do understand, right? And at the very least, there is a different experience between these two groups of people fundamentally based on what they're experiencing internally. That if you have that choice, that's a choice that's not available to the people who are going through body dysmorphia, right? And so, you know, I don't know.
You've argued this several times before on stream. It's who I am inside. I have difficulty believing that there are people in good faith saying that who they are on the inside is opposite their birth gender, but legitimately have no negative feelings about staying that way they were assigned at birth. If these people exist, they may as well not identify as trans, because they're not really any different than people who aren't trans but want to be the opposite gender because they think it's cool. It actually reminds me of the champagne socialist argument you had with Vaush. Even if these people technically fit the definition, they're not really worth talking about when discussing the difficulties of the group as a whole. I and many others in the true scum community have a pretty low bar for what is considered dysphoria. I don't think you need to be in the process of transitioning. If you can't because of your financial situation or because you live in an unsupportive family or community, that's fine. You can still be trans. You don't have to have dysphoria bad enough to be suicidal. You don't need to get sex reassignment surgery. The point is, you want to be the opposite gender if everything was perfect, and importantly, not want to stay in your current gender assignment. Oh, halfway done. Get some more water, guys.
Congrats, Smith.
I'll pull again at 20 emails. We want to finish them all. 16. What changed my life was facial
Although I will say, with a name like ####### Smith, and a first comment like that, do be very careful, because I worry that you might say some crazy shit, and just be aware. I remember your name, and that could be a good or a bad thing.
feminization surgery. At 13 months, I had FFS with arguably the best surgeon for $50,000, which my insurance fully paid for thanks to my cushy engineering job. And suddenly I started presenting as me 100%.
And for those of us that might not know the acronym, that is facial feminization surgery. So, in case anybody did not know.
At the time. Initially, I was very much an activist. I used my Instagram to advocate for pro-trans causes, to raise awareness of anti-trans legislation, etc. Part of this was me wanting to give back to others like me, to help create a future where trans people wouldn't have to wait until 27 to feel like they could trans.
So I think according to that previous email, if we're just talking about that person's opinion, if you feel like it's too much of a hassle to change your gender physically or to, I don't know, get all these surgeries and whatever, I don't think they would classify as fake trans, because their whole thing is that you don't feel comfortable being the gender that you are presently, and that discomfort, regardless of the level that it's at, would be the bar for them, which they feel is relatively low compared to other people in the true scum community. So that's what I would say there.
Transition without throwing away their chance at a happy life. I grew up steeped in media that made me hate who I was. Maury and Jerry Springer shows featuring trans people were some of the only media I could find that featured real life trans people, and those depictions were so negative.
And again, we have another person who grew up at a different time when there was different kinds of trans representation, and their perspective of things, again, we'll get back to Buck Angel, might be different than the way it is today, for better or for worse. And for other people who might be transitioning far later into life, their experiences and what they went through and what they saw might be something that other people who lived at a similar time might be able to relate to, that new age trans people or younger trans people would not be able to connect with them with. So when we're talking about mentorship, that's part of why I think, even if you disagree or you think it's harmful, some of the ideas that these older trans folk have, that it's important to include them in the picture, because there are going to be older people who are transitioning that may feel like they can connect better with somebody closer to their age that saw and went through the same things that they did. And so they're not valuable necessarily for particular opinions, but they might be valuable for this kind of experience, right? And you may not go to them with the same questions you would go to a younger trans person for, but you would go to them to kind of connect about that experience of going through things that younger people absolutely would not have.
These are people who are subjecting themselves to this ridicule to survive. I didn't see any hyper-successful engineers or business people that were trans that I could look up to. And now that I was this person I'd wished society would show me, I wanted to be visible. Fast forward to now, this isn't quite the case anymore. I still feel similarly, and that I hope trans people don't face what I faced growing up, and don't have to be afraid of being disowned and ruining their lives by coming out to their parents, for example.
So this is going to be your final warning, Smith. Try to keep it on topic and related to exactly what it is that we're talking about, and make that clear to me, because you are now going to be treated with extreme prejudice after that message, okay? So it's going to be your final warning. I will just remove you from the stream, and you could click the unban form in the description of the video, or use !unban on the Twitch, because unfortunately on YouTube, I either have the option of timing you out for 5 minutes or banning you, and I would go with the latter to prevent any further kind of going off the beaten path of what it is that we're watching or we're talking about. It's not a place for you to just say random broad things about Steven. Try to keep it on topic, brother.
But I no longer engage very much in the online advocacy outlets. I started out really engaged in early on. I just can't relate to the online trans community in so many ways. I have a few really close trans girlfriends in real life that I adore. Most of them identify as heterosexual and are in relationships with men, and for all of us, being trans is just one part of who we are, and not really a major facet at that. I don't hide that I'm trans. I'm still open that I am on social media with friends, but in real life situations, I don't want every person I interact with to know that I'm trans. My whole identity and set of interests aren't derived from that aspect of my identity. Also, I do feel like some of the online Twitter trans advocates are advocating for causes that will end up hurting our progress as a community, will cause more real transphobia to manifest. To be totally honest, I'd be really afraid that if I spoke up about these feelings, I would have crazy people trying to get me fired and ruin my life. Number 17. Basically, trans communities online are super mega extreme. People use positions of authority to convince kids to get on hormones with no accountability or regulation, which is really dangerous and reflects on the trans community and feeds into the grooming kids narrative, as well as...
If any of you are interested, I've been working with Mercury in the background for a segment on early transition or HRT and these sorts of adjacent topics. We're kind of stalled at a point where I don't think that Mercury has the time or commitment to finish up the segment. But if there's a lot of interest in the community on covering that and doing a stream segment related to that and giving people information about that and talking about that, definitely let me know and I'll pass the message on to Mercury and maybe we could get that finished up and do a stream on it if that's interesting to anybody.
Banning anyone who dissents or isn't super uwu hug boxing.
Is it dangerous though? Well, that's the thing is, that would depend on a lot of research to make that claim. And I think that's, something I don't want to comment on until we're all done with that, but we are not presently.
Secondly, it hurts so much to be demonized by other trans people online. I can't go to many trans communities online because they all inevitably become super uwu validating, uwu hug boxing. If you go against any of this, you're putting the trans medicalist label, which has tons of really bad associations. Like any level of dissent or like disagreement when it comes to these spaces, you are cast out. It's really fucking alienating. These spaces also are super hug boxing, saying everyone passes, which can be dangerous to younger people who may be attacked. You can already understand this, but it's really scary that there are people in these communities online that are like figures of authority, like admin mods or big community members who convince these kids to get on do-it-yourself HRT with no accountability. And when this shit goes wrong, it reflects back on the entire trans community. Basically, it's a huge fester that grows in online spaces that pushes out literally all non-extreme people out of the spaces to spare everyone's feelings and engages in very dangerous actions. TLDR for the next section, all online content creators but you and some others engage or encourage this behavior I talked about above, and it is very scary. Because I feel like we are barreling towards undoing a lot of progress and making things materially worse for a lot of trans people with how ideologically bought into positions they are. Because it is just a fact of reality, these online people gain more and more real life influence every day as more and more people tune into Twitch and into their streams, and they grow especially within the trans community. Thirdly, I feel like all online political communicators for trans issues engage in all of these terrible behaviors I've explained above. It's really scary. I go door to door for local elections, and if I had to like repeat talking points for a Democrat that like Vosh, Demon Mama, or Josie or Maddie or any of these people say, I genuinely fear for my life. I'm scared. I love politics, and I don't like being doomer pilled. But Steven, I'm genuinely scared that deep down things are going to get significantly worse before they get better. I fear we're heading towards this edge, but we've already hit the velocity to where it's too late to stop.
And it's also interesting in particular to see that some of the people who have formal experience with engaging in campaigns and stuff are the same people echoing that they're really worried about the direction that things are going, that they might have to become politically disengaged if the talking points that are online right now are adopted by these larger platforms like the Democrat platform. And, you're going to edge these people out of here, or they're afraid that that's hurting the political ambitions that they have to normalize things for trans people and create a better world for them. And if those people are ringing alarm bells, I find that to be particularly alarming.
I'm scared for my future. I know that society won't fall. I know trans people probably won't be gunned down in America. I'm not delusional, but I'm afraid of hate crime.
Zulutron, you got to leave him alone because we have shenanigans on that. We're not going to talk about that. Okay, bud?
Crime's going up. I'm afraid of losing my friends.
Baba T-Dog. Booksmarts, by the way, I haven't been here in a while, but some Life Smarts that uni I was waiting on finally responded, and I got into a top 10 law school in the UK for my master's, starting in September. Happy to hear that. That's great. Thank you for sharing the news with me. That's uplifting. Congratulations. That's awesome. I hope that there are many more years ahead of you where you're able to really make use of that top tier education and get into a good job and live a happy life. And this is the first of many steps in that direction. So that's great, dude. I'm happy to hear that. Best of luck moving forward. That's great. Awesome. Happy to hear it. And that's like a fun update too, because I do remember you mentioning that before.
I'm afraid I'll have to quit politics that makes me happy. I'm too emotional at the moment to keep writing. I'm super sorry this is so long. I just care so deeply for all of this, and I feel like as things online become more prominent, literally in my college clubs, in a progressive meeting. Oh, and I feel like this as things online become more prominent, literally in my college clubs and at a progressive meeting I went to a while ago. 18. I'm so glad that suffering is not necessary for many young trans people these days. On the other hand, how people speak about trans issues now is troubling, putting so much emphasis on everyone and every gender being valid, to the point where you could probably categorize any normal person as non-binary because it's all so encompassing. This makes zero sense and leads us to the xenogender discourse, which I would like to go away forever.
Again, very different shade of perspective on all these things. opening up with, I am so glad that suffering is not necessary for many young trans people these days, which seems to be inclusive of this idea of dysphoria not necessarily needing to be a part of being trans. But then going on with a statement about the gender thing being too encompassing, that the label being too encompassing. So kind of, softening that blow a little bit and giving us some idea of their broader belief while going into this. We see people at just very many different points on the spectrum of belief. And while we are looking at a narrow kind of band of the wavelength of general opinions on trans stuff, like, it's interesting how much diversity there is even within this group responding to Stephen here. And thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I'm happy you're a member, and now you could use funny emotes and stuff. So I hope you enjoy that.
The biggest reason I'm grateful for your voice is because I begin to lose faith in people. Still,
Bookie, thanks for talking while I study. Well, I'm happy to keep you company, and best of luck in your studies. I hope it helps you retain information and get through it. You know what I mean?
I began to lose hope that people still thought like I do when I joined Discourse on Twitter and spoke against xenogenders. I got death threats and people encouraging my suicide, including from prominent people in the Demon Mama community. Further, I believe this de-emphasis I see on medical transition in these communities is troubling. Who will fight for that for us if we have half of trans people saying medical transition is unnecessary to be valid?
That's an interesting point. An interesting perspective here. Not to say it's the correct perspective, because now I'm very acutely aware that people are watching this with a very critical eye. This is not giving some indication of my opinion on these things. And, I know I've been criticized in the past for saying something's interesting and then, but no, it's interesting because we haven't heard this kind of consequential, if this, then that type of perspective on that position in particular.
Let me drink one second. Gender dysphoria, number 19. Gender dysphoria is about as close to an IRL body horror as you can get. Being trapped in a body that you know isn't right for you is hell. I constantly worried about my appearance. I fretted over things no one else would notice, and I always felt like I was taking up space for real, cis women. Online, everyone might go, yes, queen, you're so valid, of course, you're a woman, you look so good. But those are just words, and most of the time, they feel like lies. Sometimes they are. The reality of being trans is, if someone can tell you are trans, if they can clock you, they almost never consider you a member of the gender you identify as. You're a fucked up man or woman, or, depending on how bigoted they are, just a thing to them.
And, like, a dark place that number 19 is in, especially compared to some of the other people who have kind of seen the light at the end of the tunnel with their transition. Again, we have a lot of different people at a lot of different points in their life here reflected. And like, you see the emotions that are involved with being at that point, and whether you agree or disagree with the positions they put forward, we're getting a pretty good understanding from a lot of different people about the way that they feel. And I think that's a cool part of this section.
Number 20. When I've been discriminated against at past jobs, my most significant non-one-off experiences with bigotry was never because my coworkers got bad opinions about trans people from dipshits on the internet. It was because there were, so this is like an email from the other end. Not every single email I got agreed with me, so I tried to include a couple. There weren't as many that disagreed with me, maybe because of my fans or whatever, but I tried to include the ones that would have other points of view as well. When I've been discriminated against at past jobs, my most significant non-one-off experiences with bigotry, it was never because my coworkers got bad opinions about trans people from dipshits on the internet. It was because they were conservative types that hated me because I was early in my transition. I looked like a weird guy in my Waffle House uniform because I was on HRT and wore makeup, and I sounded like a girl because of voice training. I don't think most people care about the online shit. It's just an excuse they use. They'd use some other excuse for why they don't like you if they didn't have that. The other worst sorts of experiences I've had were in college when I thought people legitimately wanted to be my friend, but it turned out that they actually just clocked me and wanted to sit me down to ask me some personal questions about being trans. Before they moved on and didn't talk to me again. I cannot tell you how many times someone has asked me if I've gotten the surgery after talking to me for less than 5 minutes.
So interesting. There are some things shared in here, even if this person completely disagrees with the others. In their opinion, people are hiding behind the idea that it's these online things influencing their bigotry and their problems with trans people. And that instead, what is happening at base is they dislike trans people or they're uncomfortable with them. And then they look for things to validate that in the world. And then they hide behind that as the reason that they're being bigoted. But at the end here, this person also believes that there are some problems with the people who want to be friends with them. And really what it is they want to ask questions about trans stuff, be very, very in their personal shit with some of these questions, like about the surgery. And they fuck off, right? And
Yeah, like I again am happy he's included some stuff that might disagree with him in here as well. And he had a lot of emails to pick from, so it's good to include some of these in here. And again, even if these people all disagree about stuff, they can still relate on like that last experience. A lot of people have similar experiences with woke people that want to be friends with them, but also want to be weird about trans stuff. And so they can connect on that, even if they disagree with where the root of bigotry in their community or in the people around them is coming from, right?
Minutes. Oof, okay. We're at 21. Do we want to finish the rest of the emails?
And Clara is another example of somebody who agrees with that sentiment. Clara says, I think they're right about this. Keffels is not doing any damage to the trans community. The only people who would take issue with trans people because of her already don't like trans people. And yeah, like there may be a non-insignificant number of people who are of that belief as well. The kind of pushing the blame off to these content creators online is unfounded, and you're focusing on the wrong issue here. There is bigotry at the heart of things, and they simply fill in the blank with the thing that justifies them being upset rather than being upset by the thing and then bigotry following that. And I think if I'm to speak on this a little bit, the reality is that both of you are probably right. There are probably some people, as mentioned before in this email, who see things going on online with people being canceled or people with some takes that they think are way out there, who then feel really uncomfortable around trans people because of that. There are also probably some people who already held some kind of like, dislike of trans people, and then they fill in the blank with why that is with things that they're seeing, as we see on other topics as well, like people who are uncomfortable with foreigners, who find talking points in the media and online to justify why they are then anti-immigration, or people who dislike black people that find points online to justify why they dislike the black community. And then there are probably other people who, after seeing statistics and things online, then work backwards from that point to justify some kinds of beliefs that they then took out of that experience of things. And then there are probably other people who just are indifferent to the topic itself, but are worried by the direction that society and the media and things online are going, and fear that even having any kind of opinion on a topic they frankly don't care about and are uneducated about could result in the loss of their job, could result in the destruction of their life. And that scariness alone is what drives a lot of their opinions on the topic itself. I think all of you are probably right, and in your lives there are probably different people that you're experiencing that their beliefs are coming from different places, and I think that you're all probably experiencing just like different cuts of folks, because chances are you're only really engaging and remembering like less than 100 people that hold these positions that you've talked at length with, and even that I feel like is a really liberal estimate. And of course, if you're only viewing that small subsect of this larger group of people, you're all going to come away with different conclusions and patterns you've seen from that small sampling of this broader, belief about people or fear about people or groups of people, right? So, and that's why I think we have to be careful about how we're categorizing these things, because the odds are, even if you're saying completely different things, you're all probably right to some extent. And that's just personally where I fall in interpreting it. So, that's what I think. I take issue with claiming to know one's intent when you can never know what's going on in their head. Sure. Though you can ask.
I think we're going to. I think it's important to hear it, even if you guys don't like it. I'm not pulling it.
Nice. I appreciate the decision, Stephen.
21. I feel like I have pretty mild gender dysphoria from stories I've read. I used to absolutely despise looking at myself in the mirror, avoided people taking photos like they would kill me. I spent hours upon hours a week plucking hair one by one out of my body and starved myself to the point of looking like I was in a concentration camp. I've thankfully been able to mostly solve these issues by taking care of my skin, living a more healthy lifestyle via eating well and working out, and dressing and acting more feminine. I 100% feel like I'm an oddity when going out.
And like one thing I love, and I don't want to encourage you guys to start adding each other or fighting, because that's not what I want. But we have two back-to-back messages with very different opinions on where the core of these issues are coming from. Clara saying, well, a certain level of projection is necessary to socialize, otherwise every other human may as well be robots. Whereas we have cynical Finch saying, the second you think you truly know one's intent, that's the second you give yourself a negative bias and lens to deal with a person. we all are going to have varying ideas and philosophies around the way we believe humans work and stuff like that. And again, both of you could be very right, and it could be different reasoning for why different people arrive at different conclusions, right? Or even different people arrive at the same conclusion. If the conclusion is being afraid of trans people, it could be afraid because you feel like they could take away your job and you're indifferent to the arguments they put forward or anything else. You just don't care. I personally have met a lot of people that are in that boat, even people that dislike trans people. Like, when I drill them down on it, they're like, dude, I don't give a fuck about trans people, bro. I don't care to learn anything about any of these topics or whatever. Like, it doesn't affect me. I'm not trans. Nobody I know is trans, whatever. Like, I'm just afraid of losing my job over this, or I'm just afraid of talking about it because I'm going to get in trouble, or I just think that it's contributing to the degeneracy of this country. Like, different people, I think indifference can still be a basis upon which some people form these ideas, and they can be indifferent to the topic or the people themselves, but have fear or animosity for a variety of different reasons that are self-serving at the basis of it, or feed into a broader ideology about the way the world works. But yeah, we all have different opinions on that,
Side with my nails painted, carrying a handbag with feminine mannerisms, but I can actually function like that compared to previously, where I used to struggle to place an order at a fast food restaurant. I have an appointment with an endocrinologist booked, although still months out, to see if HRT is a good solution for me, and I'm testing the waters to see if I want to slowly transition. I will say that there's been a weirdly scary amount of people who I've come across along my journey to figure out what the actual fuck is wrong with me, who claim to be trans, to not understand gender dysphoria, which ends up making me feel fucking insane. It is legit frustrating joining a community of people who seem to think it's just fun or fashionable to be trans and don't seem to have any reason to have transitioned in the first place. It's even more frustrating having people try and convince me that I'm currently trans due to the way I present and act, even though I really haven't done anything yet. It seems fucking bizarre that it seems like the bare minimum to be trans is to just act or dress non-conforming to your assigned gender. All the recent stuff in the news, thanks to the, in my opinion, retardation in America over trans issues, which then has spiraled into arguments on social media, has legit made me feel unwell for weeks at a time due to me wishing I had nothing in common with these people. While there are some very good vocal pro-trans voices out there, it feels like the vast majority make it seem like an insane cult. While thankfully, this has made me rethink my approach to potentially transitioning, has made me more cautious, I feel it would be easier for people like me if we just faded back into the background and went somewhat unnoticed. 22.
And again, just a lot going on in all of these, very, very different, all of them. This gets back to, I think, what Clara mentioned with transgenders and a lot of people disliking that in the trans community, right? Like, there is some hatred going on towards transgenders or people that feel like it's like clothes that they can put on, or that it's a superficial thing, superficial being their terminology maybe, like putting on clothes or simply not conforming to gendered standards, and that alone does not a trans experience make, because they experience something completely different and feel it should have its own identification and not all be under the same broad umbrella, because they can't relate at all to the people who are going through a completely different experience. And I don't want to keep repeating this over and over, so I'll try to let this play out a little bit more, but we have the same themes repeating over and over again.
Hello, I'm watching your latest video on the subject of toxic online trans communities came up, and in 53 minutes you mentioned you get emails from trans people saying that they also hate the toxic online trans community and that they believe it makes their online experience worse. If you have a list of trans people who feel this way, feel free to add me to it. The people who make me feel ashamed of being trans are those toxic online trans people. They make me feel like I can deeply understand why so many conservatives despise the left. Even on Reddit, the only way I could seem to get through to radical trans people is by pulling out my trans badge, and even then they seem to tend to just ghost me afterwards. 23. I see so much straight hate from online queer communities. It almost feels like queer people have been otherized and demonized for so long that they begun to start otherizing themselves. Breaks my heart. All I want is to feel like I belong and am accepted. It upsets me so deeply to see so many voices and opinions echoed that are full of so much hate and disdain. It only serves to further divide the very people that we should be working to build relations with.
Oh. A person for my own heart. The book smarts of trans people. I'm really happy this is in here. I don't even remember this being in here. Like it almost reminds me of when the parents are getting divorced and they're screaming at each other, and you just have like the younger kid who's just like, I just wish we weren't fighting. It's just the hate. They just don't like the hate. It feels like the entire point of these communities was to connect with people and to be together, and to feel accepted. And it seems like under the banner of that goal, there's so much hate going on and so much divisiveness that it's missing the point of its primary goal. And there's nothing specific in here about which side of the aisle they fall on or what they believe, because it's not about that. What it's about is like connecting everybody and creating a space where people feel like they belong and that they're accepted. And by dividing the community like this, instead of building relationships with them and working towards that goal, we're putting a lot of time, energy, effort, and dictation into doing the exact opposite. And yeah, I don't know. It's sad.
24. I'm not active in trans circles in real life anymore, and neither is my friend, even though at first we'd go to the local trans associations every week. And if you were to go to an association anywhere, you'll notice that besides a few exceptions, it's almost only questioning or early trans people that are in there. I don't think the reason is, in most cases, is that people can't vibe with uwu xenogenders. It's because that when you start transitioning, it's an explosion in your life, positive and negative. Being trans is central to your experience, always on your thoughts, etc. You need validation to be reassured, to feel that you're not alone, and also advice for admin and medical stuff. But as time goes on, it's been a few years, while you're more confident, you're now less of a trans and just a woman, or a man, or an envy. Life goes on, you don't think about it much. These places just aren't for you anymore. Also,
and an interesting different opinion about why we don't see older people in these trans communities helping younger people. That once you've successfully achieved a lot of your goals in terms of transitioning or in terms of fitting into society or finding your place or working through your own baggage about the situation that you're in, your whole life changes. And all of a sudden, you're not focused on the difficulties of dysmorphia or, you know, the complications involved with transitioning. Like, this is like completely not sex related, but I remember, as like a personal parallel, when I first started riding motorcycles, yes, like I said, it's completely different. When I first started riding motorcycles, a huge part of me was really, really focused on helping other people to get into riding motorcycles. And a huge part of me was focused on teaching people about what the experience is like, getting them through some of the initial hurdles that I went through, because what's fresh on my brain is a scary moment that you sit there and you have so many controls right in front of you on every single limb. On your left foot over there, you have your clutch, which is like your shifter in a car, and you have to use your toe to do it. On your right foot, you have a brake, but your brake, unlike a car, is split into two different dimensions. You have your back brake and your front brake, which do very different things. Your back brake is a lot softer, but if you lock it up, you'll fishtail. So you want to be careful about that. You have on your left hand, your clutch, and then your controls for your blinkers and stuff like that. On your right hand, you have your front brake, which is very, very, very dangerous. Front siding is a lot oh, wow, I even forget this. Top siding is a lot different from low siding. So if you lock up that front wheel and you go over the front, you're going to get fucked up, and you're going to fuck up the bike a lot more than if you were to lock up the back and you were to low side and drop the bike. And beyond that, there's a lot of other things to think about and stories that people are telling you as you're learning things about riding a motorcycle, like don't let your foot hang off on the edge. And this is especially applicable to scooter people that I see do this all the time, because in the event that you get in an accident, that leg is going to be fucked up. Because if your leg is hanging off of the silhouette of the motorcycle and gets caught in anything or touches the ground, it can bend the wrong way and you can get fucked up. So there are a lot of stories and experiences and anxieties that I'm acutely aware of because I've just started. And so I'm looking to help other people that are going through the same thing I'm going through. But as time goes on, as I become more jaded and understanding and experienced, I drift further and further from understanding that initial experience of being overwhelmed by everything and having to learn everything from scratch. And so you're going to be less apt to empathize or sympathize with people who are new to a motorcycle, or to understand what that experience is like and offer meaningful help to them. And beyond that, you're not really interested, because at that point, you're an experienced rider. You want to talk with people that understand the basics of the bike. You might be afraid of people who are unsafe, or you might not want to associate with people that are unsafe or that are new riders, right? And you might become jaded in a lot of ways. Like when my friend died on a motorcycle, that was a really defining moment for me of, where do I go from here? Do I stop riding this? Do I continue to encourage people to ride this, right? Everything changes with these different experiences that you have, and you drift further and further away from that starting position and becoming involved with it. And I'm sure it's the same for trans people. A lot of these people that we've read in the emails don't even want to be identified as trans anymore. So do you think that that person is going to want to be seen, or going to want to go to these like trans meetups with people, especially if they're made up of a lot of people that are either early in transition or might not even meet the definition of what they believe a trans person is, if they're not even sharing the same experiences of this person, if they don't even have dysmorphia? Like, you know, there might be a lot of different reasons why you don't have these people in those communities. And again, I think this is an instance of both of these people are likely right. There might be a lot of people who don't want to engage in these communities anymore because their life has changed in a really significant way, and being trans just isn't an essential part of that anymore. And there's a lot of people on the other side who may want to help these people, may want to put out there the experiences that they had to connect with more people and maybe even help them, but are scared away by these concerning realities of being ostracized or getting in trouble with your job or these other sorts of things, right? And it's just like what we were talking about before with Clara and with Cynical Finch and the email that we were reading. Everybody's probably right. They're just right about different groups of people. And everybody points to problems that are probably worth addressing or solving or confronting to different extents, right? And that's why creating an open dialogue where everybody can speak about things will help you see a side of the issue you didn't see, help you see a perspective on the problem that might be something you wouldn't have solved because your understanding of the problem was so limited, right? And that's why I think we have to be more open about this stuff, you know? Now you got me running with this analogy. I'm sorry. Also, you keep saying dysmorphia, and it's not a big issue for consistency, but transis is dysphoria. My bad. I was saying before, I had an inkling that I was saying it wrong, but I appreciate you correcting me, because it could have happened a lot sooner, but I'm happy it happened now. Yeah, dysphoria, my bad. Suddenly, after riding a bike for 10 years, there's a new wave of young riders around you who say they never need to use the rear brake. Yeah, like, it's triggering. It's very triggering. Or they have really strong ideas about really stupid shit like that, or they fuck up their fucking transmission because they don't use the clutch when they shift, or they think that you always have to be rev matching when you're changing gears. There's like so many little things where, like, I don't know why this has become a thing in the community, but it is. Like, do I use the clutch every time I shift? No. But is that a good habit to be in? No, right? Anywho, I won't go on a whole motorcycle tangent, but
most trans people cringe at who they were at the beginning of their transition, kind of like how you cringe at your teenage self. I think it's very easy for older, when I say older, I mean time since realizing you're trans, not just old since birth, trans people to forget how they were and just judge the behavior and insecurities of younger trans people. A lot of early trans people are very angry at society and the system because their life is shit and people are mean to them constantly in real life. Again, it's easy for passing trans women or men to look at that anger and be annoyed because, well, now we're pretty well integrated. Almost nobody knows that we're trans. They give us a bad rep. They're too mean, etc. I'm not saying there's no truth in it, but it's also because we now just want quiet and peace because we are the good ones. We look and act like the gender we are, so even if someone learns that we're trans, they'll probably react neutrally or positively. However, that's not the experience of these younger trans people. They get insulted and mocked, and they're often going through tough shit with their family. They're losing friends. We don't have the same problems they do, or even the same political interests necessarily. They want shit to change fast and drastically. We want to be more integrated and left alone. 6 more.
And again, like, the logical extension of their experience is that they advocate for very different things. We also see this similarly in the different age groups and what they want out of things politically, right? You know, when you found success in the present system and have a lot more experience about taxes and the government and its efficacy, perhaps you would be against the idea of more taxation or more government programs, because your experience as an older person is that shit doesn't work out and taxes fucking suck, and you guys shouldn't be advocating for that, because you're advocating for what might be the least effective solution to the problems that you have, right? And there may be some truth to that. There may be valid concerns in that, you know, belief. And that's what a lot of older people think. And it may be a dimension of things based on experience that young people miss out on, right? There's a bit of naivete with people getting involved early on and at a younger age in politics, and that might be part of it, right? That might be perfectly valid. However, there might also be validity with the younger people in expecting more out of the government and seeing that problem of an ineffective government as being merely one of the other problems on the list that you should solve, because having institutions that don't deliver to the people the things that they're promising to deliver should simply be another box on the checklist of things that you should be advocating for improving. Other countries certainly do seem to be able to give effective healthcare to their people, you know, whereas other countries do a poor job of it. And I think it's the job of the countries doing a poor job to improve the services that they give to people. And it's the job of the countries, in the opinion of young people who aren't offering the service at all, to start offering it. And then we'll figure out the problems and work through them. So like, these different opinions or perspectives aren't necessarily wrong, but they are coming from different experiences of the world, you know?
I don't think someone has to transition medically to be transgender, but I do think there has to be some underlying discomfort with the way you're perceived and or the way your body looks. You can't just be an AFAB who puts she, they in your bio and has no desire of going any further than that and then claim to be transgender. This dilutes the meaning of the word to an absurd degree and delegitimizes us more than we already are. I also don't feel at home in most trans communities. It feels like I'm having to walk on eggshells to make sure I don't say anything that could be misconstrued as invalidating, and it's extremely mindfucky. I saw a post the other day on RMTF where someone said, "I wish I were a girl," frowny face. And while some of the comments understood what she meant and responded accordingly, there were a lot of people berating her and telling her that she couldn't be posting stuff like that and that she obviously already was a girl. Sorry. Already was a girl, and that posting anything outside of that sentiment made other people in the sub feel bad. This is reflective of a larger problem with queer people are being called out or ousted from queer communities if their language and or opinions don't 100% match with the current progressive rulebook. Hesitant towards the use of neopronouns, don't say anything or risk being demonized and rejected from the community, and then have absolutely nowhere else to go because 95% of all queer communities follow pretty much the same guidelines. Same with trans sports, discussions on words like tranny, transsexual, AGP, etc., medical transition for kids, having police outside of anarcho-communism, etc., etc. Why should trans people have to tone police themselves to such an absurd degree and make sure to only use language that's fully inclusive and go out of their way to cater towards everyone's ego? These issues are messy and deserve to be discussed. Whoa, shit. These issues are messy and deserve to be discussed in a way that acknowledges that. Woke scolds across the internet, most prevalent on TikTok and Twitter in my opinion, make being trans even harder than it has to be, because now I have to watch how I act and what I say, not only around conservatives, but also queer people. I want to be able to give an opinion like, trans women probably shouldn't be competing in sports with cis women without some white cis ally or a dozen 14-year-old trans people telling me I'm transphobic.
A lot going on here. So maybe characterizing these folks as 14-year-old trans people and cis allies, you know, probably not all of them are that. Probably a lot of them are trans people as well who are not 14 years old. But at the same time, I think that the push for having more open discussions about difficult topics should be something you should be working towards in these spaces, because these spaces are going to be the best place to have that. If you have these discussions in a trans inclusive space meant for trans people and trans allies, that discussion should be more fruitful than if you have it in a broader space that is inclusive of transphobic, straight up transphobic, not I believe in medicalism or whatever type transphobic, but like, I don't think trans people exist and I think it's a fetish type transphobic, right? You're going to have more success in discussing these things with your peers in a community that broadly agrees on the broad strokes of the thing, or you can at least get a lot of buy-in from most people on the basics, than you are in a group of people who they're not even starting at block one. They're behind the starting line. They think that we should be going in the opposite direction, you know? And I think that is something worth pushing for in these communities.
26. Most people would agree that people like Shapiro and Crowder aren't helpful for trans.
And like you said, Clara, this is a real issue in online trans spaces, and is why I find myself going back to 4chan's trans spaces, because although they're toxic, it's not a hug box and PC. And that's the thing. Like, there are some people who are sensitive, okay? They're going to need the hug box, okay? They're going to need a real fucking safe place. And there are going to be people who want to create those safe spaces for those people and fight for them and get dirty for them. You know what I mean? And those people are going to find each other and they're going to create a space like that. So this might be cringe. God, it's going to be cringe, but I'm going to do it anyways. So in Tron, I'm gonna get my demonetized for this, but I don't care. In Tron, there's this guy who is like the creator of Tron, which is this digital world where you can beam your whole body into the computer and everything moves at computer speed. So like a second there is going to be like days in the real world, or days there are going to be like mere seconds or minutes in the real world. Everything is moving at a different speed and you're able to do a lot more things. And so in order to create a system where him and all of the programs that live in the computer can live peacefully, he creates somebody who could be a systems administrator while he's not in there, because as a human, he's going to need to go sleep and spend time with his family and whatever. And those are years, decades, hundreds of years that he's not going to be in the system. So he has to create an administrative program in that system to continue to run things for him. And this is the creation of that thing.
You are Clue. I am Clue. You will create the perfect system. I will create the perfect system. Together we're gonna change the world, man.
So Clue's primary objective, his whole purpose, is to create the perfect system. And I think that what we're seeing online with these Hugbox communities is the moderators and the people who are responsible for administering these communities are a lot like Clue. They're created with really good intentions to create a really safe space for people, but in doing so, they're like an AI gone wrong. They've kind of misunderstood the point and direction of what they were supposed to do, and they created a sort of hell, which Clue ends up doing in Tron. So here's this. So this is the end of the movie, and they're all meant to fight against Clue, because Clue's idea of the perfect system involved getting rid of any abnormalities. There's a phenomena that occurs in the computer where these things that aren't programs, they're living beings, sentient beings that randomly arose out of the computer, and Clue viewed them as abnormalities that needed to be erased from the system. So he moves to kill all of the abnormalities, all of the life that was created. And this was, of course, against what this guy wanted, because he thought it was amazing. It was an incredible phenomena that he had never seen before in all of the hundreds of years he had spent inside of the system. And at the end, Clue decides that in order to create the perfect system, he needs to stop things from outside of the system from interfering with it and expand the system to include not only the digital world, but the physical world as well. And so he wants to get an army through this little gateway to teleport all of them into the real world to kind of stop that from happening and to take over and to finish creating the perfect system. And now the creator of Clue and Clue are going to confront each other about what that primary objective was.
This is mine. Had a feeling you'd be here. The cycles haven't been kind, have they? Oh, you don't look so bad.
So what he's referencing here, by the way, cycles is how they measure years in the computer system. Clue is still going to look exactly like the user when he created him, but the other guy who has been stuck in here for years and years ages like a human. So over the cycles, he looks old.
I did everything! Everything you ever asked! I know you did. I executed the plan! As you saw it. You promised that we would change the world together. You broke your promise. I know. I understand that now. I took the system to its maximum potential. I created the perfect system. The thing about perfection is that it's unknowable. It's impossible, but it's also right in front of us all the time. You wouldn't know that because I didn't when I created you. I'm sorry, Clue. I'm sorry.
I will skip the very end because you know what happened. But I feel like this is similar. They were born, these administrators and stuff are born out of a time where what was necessary for them, what they needed to accomplish, they set out to do based on those beliefs at that time, where there's a lot of discrimination going on. There aren't safe spaces for trans people, et cetera, et cetera. But in pursuing the idea of the perfect system, they misunderstood what the goal was, right? And as new problems began to arise that the old way of thinking wasn't going to be able to solve, they kind of made the left turn when they should have made a right at several different points. And now we're at a place where we need to reconsider the entire thing that they've been working on because it's kind of worked against what the broader community thinks that it ought to have been, right? So that's the I kept thinking it in my head, but I thought it would be cringe to bring it up. I'm glad some of you don't think it was cringe, but like that's all I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about these moderators and stuff in these forums and these other places is like they're just misguided. Their idea of what the perfect system is, it's just the way that they saw it, and the way that they saw it isn't quite correct. And I can't help but feel like empathetic towards them because they think that what they're doing is the right thing. It's just like they're missing parts of the puzzle, and they're missing what's in front of them, that there is an entire trans community now that is interconnected through the internet and has a really cool shared experience. And rather than shifting their goals to bringing all those people together, they continue to prioritize the defense of the weakest people among the group, the people who might be harmed the most by opinions and statements that could hurt them. And I think that they they have a problem with balancing those interests with the interests of the broader group. And they're having a difficult time weighing out the positives of including messaging that might be problematic for particular people in the community, a small subsect of the community, with the broader community that could probably handle that. And there could be subsections of these different communities, some that allow it, some that don't. And people like Clara that can handle it might choose to go to the other places simply because they're not hug boxy. But the problem is, like, you're going to have this polarization where the really, really, really abrasive people are going to go here, and the really, 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 hug boxy people are going to go here. And that's also part of why, like, I try not to ban debate bro people from our Discord, even if they constantly cause problems, even if they are the people that make it the most difficult to moderate, even if they are the people that my moderation team tells me about the most, and most of our policing resources are spent on. Because the thing with the perfect system, at least for me, is it has to be inclusive of everybody. That, like, they are a moderating feature on everybody else, and there is a way of balancing protecting particular groups of people and keeping those other people with a different perspective around. And that balance should be what you're seeking. You shouldn't go for things because they're expedient or they make moderation easier or whatever, or they fit with your, your personal opinion about things. I don't know. So that's what I think. And it's not just about the specific someone. Like, I don't know how long you've been a mod, Vels. I don't think you've been a mod quite as long as everybody else, but we've had this with multiple different people in the past. So, I mean, like, it's just something to keep in mind.
Anywho, this is an interesting point. Moderators kind of stuck in the past and afraid change might mean they've wasted their time or something. Yeah. And imagine if you keep making these moderation decisions, how likely are you to go back on those and risk invalidating your previous work? That is another interesting perspective on it, right? It's probably how Clue felt when the person that created him came and said that he got it wrong, right? That's going to be really tough to come back from.
Trans people due to similar reasons, which I agree with. On the other hand, I personally think people like Demon Mama, or maybe even Vosh nowadays, are doing a similar disservice to people like me. Nowadays, you don't even need a Ben Shapiro to make trans people sound ridiculous. The online trans community is doing it for them, which is so much more frustrating to me since the harm to trans people like myself isn't as obvious anymore when lefties are advocating for neo-pronouns than when some conservative calls trans people mentally challenged. I personally felt the need to clarify to every person I came out to as trans that I'm not an online trans person, even though I'm mostly online and a trans person. It's exhausting. To be clear, I don't hate people like Demon Mama. I think they just aren't aware of what they're doing to some trans people and how it affects us. I don't even necessarily have a problem with people identifying with autism or as a deer in some abstract way. It is a part of their identity, and if it makes them happy, go for it. I just think it should not be under the same umbrella as gender identity and therefore treated a bit differently. I also don't like to use the word transphobic anymore. The term is so inflationary nowadays to the point where anybody that disagrees with a trans person whatsoever can be called a transphobe. I have some progressive friends. It feels kind of humiliating when they clearly don't want to talk to me about certain topics because they feel like their opinion might come off as transphobic, even though their thoughts might be reasonable. Sometimes it feels like I'm left out of good conversations due to me being trans.
Yeah, so much going on here. Like they don't disagree at the fundamental level with the idea of these different identities and stuff. They just don't think that they fall under the same categorization, nor do they need to be, right? Like, whereas some of the other people definitely had some animosity towards these things. I don't pick up on quite as much of that here. And they just think that, you know, the umbrella, it might not belong there. You know, again, we have a lot of diversity here.
27 out of 31. We've almost made it, guys.
Yeah, and the transphobe label is super duper huge. Like, yeah, like I think, I no joke, if you forced like 100 different prominent people in the lefty trans community to sit in a room and watch this entire VOD, that a non-insignificant number of them may think that I'm a transphobe, or at the very least was transphobic at multiple points in this, you know, like, I just think, I think we want to probably reserve that one for the people that make a big habit out of it and have crazy positions. Because if you're just in these echo chambers all the time, I worry that you lose sight of what it actually is. Or some of you just focus so much on the other side of things that you carry over that animosity towards people on your side. Like if you read a lot of stuff about fascist people all the time and Republicans, and then you hear any inkling of things going in that direction on your side, perhaps because of the momentum and the lived experience you have with Republicans and with fascists and whatever else, you might then carry that over to people that maybe don't deserve that. Or on the other end, there may be another explanation that is that like you are so protected from real transphobic people because you never let them get anywhere near you, that your bar for what is actually transphobic, and you dead ass believe it, is way, way, way lower, right? Like, if you have a society of people in an imaginary world where like everybody is white, what might be like dark to them might be like, you know, I don't know, like a barely tan person. Whereas like if you're in a community with a wide diversity of different skin tones, the idea of what like dark skin is to you changes, right? Like, I don't know. It would depend on what your sample size is and what you're used to. And it may be that the bar for them is so low because they're never exposed to, for any prolonged period of time, the real thing that is out there, because they just don't see it, you know? I don't know.
I'm a college student, sorry. I've been watching your content for about a year. My best friend is a trans man, and I have plenty of other trans friends.
Or another explanation that I'm thinking of reading Vels's comment is that it's a weapon. And it's an effective weapon, especially in these communities where you can get rid of somebody with it. And that you might get so used to using that weapon that you begin to use it for everything. that when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That if you're so used to having an immediate response to using something like transphobic or racist or homophobic, that you know that I can just keep swinging this at people. And if you disagree even a little bit, I don't care. I'm going to swing it at you. And I hope that it does the damage that the word carries. And what you're not realizing is the more and more you're doing that, the less effective perhaps over time it will become. And it might get to a point where people just straight up don't care about it. Maybe a good analogy to that would be like with antibiotics and you know, what was it called? My brain is like fried. We've been streaming a while. Antibiotics and like bacterial issues and diseases and stuff. Like if you keep using it all the time, you might start to spawn groups of people that just straight up don't care about that anymore. And once those groups of people that are just completely resistant to it arise, you have a way bigger problem than you did with the things that you could have treated with that beforehand, right? If a whole bunch of people just don't care if you call them racist anymore, and may even identify with that, and that is their distinguishing characteristic, is that they don't care about being racist, you're going to be in a way worse position than if you would have just been a little bit more conservative with using that. And it might be the same thing with transphobic. If everybody is transphobic for every slight on trans people or every little difference in belief, people might stop caring if people are transphobic, and that would be a worse reality to live in. That's a lot scarier, right? So you got to be careful with that shit, dude.
Being active in LGBTQ plus groups at my school, I've come to learn that, for the most part, no one in real life respects the online trans activists. I'm sure you've gotten emails after emails about this recently, but I'd like to add my 2 cents. Trans men are seriously fucked over. You've mentioned this on your stream a few times, and it's true. Every issue is centered around trans women. On the right...
Like, I guess to extend that analogy to what Clara says, like, we need to acknowledge racism and transphobia is everywhere. Almost everyone is bigoted in certain ways, and we should acknowledge and accept that and realize it comes in degrees. Yes, but in the same way that there are varying degrees of a bacterial infection, I don't think all of them need antibiotics. And if we treat all of them with antibiotics, we're going to be in a troublesome situation. So I think maybe instead of saying, everybody is transphobic, that's transphobic, but this could be transphobic, like, no, maybe we should kind of hold back on that a little bit and say that everybody has prejudices, everybody has fears, everybody feels a particular way about every other kind of person, but at some point they hit past the threshold where they become transphobic, where it becomes racist. I don't think like enjoying jokes about racist people necessarily makes you racist. I don't think that like everything that's labeled racist is necessarily racist. And I think we need to be careful with where we administer that, because like I said, we could run into a troublesome future where it doesn't matter anymore, you know? I don't agree that bigotry and such has such degrees. Like Books just said, there's a threshold. Well, hold on, because I think it can be both. Bigotry does have degrees, but there is a threshold for where it's like worthy of pointing out. Like there are different degrees of bigotry. Like I think that feeling weird, seeing 2 dudes kiss and make out and seeing tongues and beards tangling and stuff, I don't think that seeing that and being afraid of it or weirded out by it a little bit necessarily breaks the threshold of being homophobic. Are you a little homophobic? Are you afraid of the thing? Do you feel weird about it? Maybe, but I'm not using that for you. Now, there's a step above that. If you call them F slurs and say you hate them, oh, okay, hold on. Now we passed this threshold. Both were bigoted in some way, but not both were like hitting the threshold of me labeling the person homophobic. You know, like, I think that, you know, we could point out a gazillion different things like this, like not being attracted to a trans person because they're trans. I don't know if that hits the threshold of transphobic for me personally, but if you said that trans women are disgusting and completely unattractive because they're trans, okay, we're kind of quickly getting there. There's a difference between not like being into something and then thinking it is disgusting. These are two entirely different things to be at, though both could be a little bit bigoted. You know, there's a difference between like being afraid of like, or being a little uneasy about having like a little Asian woman driver, maybe. This one's going to be a bit more extreme, okay? Bigoted, okay, bigoted. I don't know if you're like completely racist. And like saying a bunch of bigoted shit and refusing to get on the bus, okay? These are different things. There are different levels to all of these different things. And I'm picking examples where they're both probably going to hit the level of bigoted for you, but I don't think they're going to hit the threshold of where they need to be labeled as racist for the belief necessarily. And we might not all agree with that. We'll put that label at different places, right? I'm picking things that are close to the threshold for me, but like for you, it may be way lower, it may be way higher, right? If you're in a place with lots of people who are legitimately racist to like a really high degree, your bar might be way higher, right? And if you're in a place where you don't see it a lot, like your bar may be way lower, right? So it'll be down to your experiences as well, which again leads to like, if you have the echo chambers, you might not run into this stuff a lot. And then your threshold is going to be way lower.
It's because they fear that it's perverted men, et cetera, et cetera. And on the left, it's because of the way too vocal online communities. The problem is these communities claim to represent trans people, but all trans people I know want nothing to do with them. Lately, I've been talking to my trans friends about this a lot, and they feel like they're being used as a political pawn for a culture war that they didn't sign up for. It makes me depressed to see these bad faith political actors are using a group of people that already have it rough to advance an agenda. 28. I'm a 22-year-old trans female nursing student at a private religious university in the South. I'm not rich or religious. I'm only here for scholarship money. Being a private religious institution, they will not allow any official organizations for LGBT people or anybody left of Democrat. This led to the creation of an unofficial LGBT group club organized over Discord. After the original leadership of the server graduated last year, it has been taken over by the most terminally lefty-brained dumb fucks who use the word gender in practically every other sentence, who are only here because of their parents' money. Usually, I would stay away from these types of people, but it's hard finding friends who will openly associate with a trans person at a religious university. For reference, a majority of the student body doesn't agree with gay marriage, and the conservative club is functionally a Groyper club. It's extremely alienating because this is a relatively large group, and I don't feel like a single person here has the same experience with their gender as I do. They use it as an accessory that you change every few weeks instead of an identity. The other trans people don't experience dysphoria or do anything to further their transition. The only other person on HRT was a trans guy who was socially pushed out of the group for being slightly conservative. The most alienating thing, though, is when they talk in the Discord when they talk in the Discord about how they want to make cis people feel uncomfortable and be more visibly trans, which both sound like nightmare scenarios to me. It's really scary to me when the people advocating for trans stuff at my school are making me, a trans person, feel almost transphobic.
Yikes. And again, we even see varying degrees on the other side, right? Which I feel like is also important to point out, like not being accepting of conservative perspectives in a trans group, like wanting to be visible and proud of what you are, like being publicly gay, not being afraid to kiss in public or to dress in a way that's not traditionally masculine. And then dressing in a way and acting in a way to intentionally make cis people uncomfortable, right? And I don't think that middle level is necessarily following this curve with the first one, but I mean, like, there's a big difference between being okay with having a regular relationship like a cis person would have and doing what normal cis people would do in public and hold hands and kiss and hug and embrace and spend time together and be visible and be who you are. And then acting in such a way to invoke a particular reaction from the other side of the aisle, you know, like two very different things with very different, you know, intentions and stuff. And one makes me uncomfortable and one is completely fine. And I would encourage it, right?
Just almost.
There, that email had a great example, pushed out for being conservative, but they're also on HRT. That's not transphobic, but still discriminatory. Yeah. 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 Yep. These are uncomfortable conversations to have because they lead us to going down to hypotheticals that are kind of crazy and whatever and bigoted and yada, yada, yada. And different people draw the line differently everywhere. But I think we need to become more comfortable with these conversations. Like a huge part of me was like, I was writing up so many notes on all of these emails. I was like, oh, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. And I was so scared about talking about any of it. Because I know in my heart of hearts, I'm not transphobic. Like, I know that. for a fact. You know, like I have a lot of love for trans people. Okay, that's I'll leave it at that. You know, and like I've had like, and this is going to sound cringe and cliched, but like I've had a lot of trans friends. When I was in Thailand, I had a lot of trans friends like that I would talk to like every day. And on Discord and stuff, I have a lot of trans friends. I have a lot of trans people in the community that I hang out with. I put them in positions of power to like do stuff and represent interests that I myself couldn't because I don't have that experience, right? I hear them out when they have problems, the things that are going, you know, like, but even I am afraid of being labeled that way or being treated that way or being perceived that way simply because of opinions I have that may not be in line with what other trans people think. And even stuff on which like I have a lot of lived experience with, like the other part of the LGBT community, the L's and the G's and the B's. Like I'm very afraid to talk out about things that I know that I have experience with and I could talk about, and people that I know and like experiences that I've gone through. And it's sad that I'm afraid to even talk about those things. I think that that is a recurring theme here and something we really need to think about when we're creating these communities and these standards for people. But we have to be okay with having these uncomfortable conversations. And I think that us as influencers probably need to step up to the plate and do that more because other people won't. And we're influencers, goddammit. Like it's in the fucking name. We have to influence things. And I can't keep expecting it from other people. I have to like put my money where my mouth is and do it myself and risk these problems, even if I'm afraid.
3 more. With time, I came to realize that trans online communities are extremely...
Thailand is a trans hub of the Eastern Hemisphere. Yeah, and they have very different ideas of trans stuff, dude. Like, yeah, they have very different ideas of trans stuff. It's a whole different culture. Like, I would love to see femboys come on, sorry, ladyboys come on and talk with trans people in these circles. Like, I would love if I could get some of my prostitute ladyboy friends to come on a panel and have 4 of them talk with 4 of the trans advocates in the Twitch politics space, to get like Dima Mama, Josie, Maddie, and maybe like we'll throw in a dude for safety. We'll throw in Vosh or something, and then have like 4 of my friends from Thailand and have them discuss their different opinions on these topics, because you'll quickly find out like trans people in different parts of the world are not going to agree with each other on trans issues. The issues facing these women living in Thailand is very, very different, and their experience is different. Their idea of themselves is different than these people that are online. And the people online are clearly different than a lot of people in real life living the trans experience. So like, you're going to have a wide diversity of different opinions from different people. And the kind of fun part is I'm like 90% sure I could at least get 3 different people to do such a talk from the time that I lived in Thailand, because I know they have Discord and they stream and stuff like that. So I think I could do it, but I think it would also cause a lot of problems. But like, if we get to a better place, I think it's something that would be interesting to do, because maybe we need just more diversity in the opinions and stuff to really open people up to the idea that not everybody is on the same page with a lot of this stuff, dude. Like even the ladyboys thing, like I have been told in emails, in very forcefully written emails, that my use of the term ladyboy is transphobic. It is a self-identifier for a lot of people in Thailand to refer to themselves and their identity. In much the same way that Indian, you might think, is like a racist way of referring to Native American people, but a lot of Native American people identify with Indian more than they do Native American, right? Like, there's a lot of ignorance around these things because there aren't open communities to hear these different opinions on things. And I think that people would kind of just need a bigger, deeper cultural experience, probably. It sounds like it's an issue particular to the trans community, but is a broader one as well.
Toxic. They overfixate on acceptance and validation to the point of insanity. Subreddits that were dedicated to educating and poking fun at trans people in denial become toxic sewers in which they dare to speak up against their current beliefs. If you are immediately shunned, if you dare to speak up against their current beliefs, you're immediately shunned, silenced, and called a transphobe or a true scum. All reason in civil discourse has been silenced. The obsession with being valid runs rampant. They do not care whether they're right or wrong. The only thing they care to look online is validation and blind acceptance. It deeply saddens me because it's going to lead to a massive outburst in transphobia. Wait, I think
Also, real quick note, and I'm sorry to pick apart this person's email. It's just a really good example you don't get very often. We saw this a lot when we were reading the Supreme Court document. This is a really good use or possible use case of, I don't want to call it wrong, otherwise I'm going to look like a dipshit. Doesn't know what he's talking about. It is a semicolon, right? Yeah, okay. This is a good example of where to use a semicolon. So all of these sentences, all of these ideas are meant to be read quickly and all relate to each other in a list. So rather than having periods between all of them, you should probably use a semicolon in between all of them and have them all be one long sentence. And I think that people are often afraid to use a semicolon because they don't get what it's used for. A semicolon functions essentially like a period. Those are the rules. So when you enclose something with a semicolon, both the before and after the semicolon need to grammatically work as sentences on their own. They need all the parts of a sentence. So they need their subject, their verb, etc. So they need to be able to stand alone as if you put a period there and they work, like these sentences do. But generally speaking, in addition to that, they should be ideas that are meant to be read together as if they're a list, but rather than being a list of things that would normally be separated by a comma, they're sentences that are in a list. And so that would be a really, really good use of the semicolon here. And with students and stuff, I find they're often afraid to use it. They don't understand when the application is. I feel like this is just a really, really good example of when that would be really effective to use. So in case you've ever been confused about a semicolon, that's a good example of where to use one that you don't see super duper often. So I figure I'll point it out for anybody at home who maybe is a bit confused on the semicolon, as many of us are.
Holy shit, it should only be 30 emails. I think I copied part of this twice. Whoops. Well, now I have to reread all the other ones again too, since I read that person's twice. Hold on.
Oh no.
Nice job, proofreaders. I put all the proofreaders at the start, so if there's fucked up shit in here, you can blame them, okay?
Just saying.
2 more. I see people like Vosh, who are neither trans nor a woman, effectively meaning he's nothing more than a cis man, making misogynistic comments in the name of trans activism, or people saying maybe we shouldn't have women in sports, etc. I see it for what it is, a fucking goldmine for TERFs to capitalize on. The misogyny from Vosh is the best recruiting material in the world. It cannot be understated how good it is for them. It is the trans discourse equivalent of proof of WMDs in comparison to comments like maybe we should do away with women in sports, which is more akin to an ISIS beheading video. It is far more.
And I talked about this when it happened, especially not going back on it and realizing it was what it was. Like, you're giving ammo to people that really don't need more ammo to be making their points by tweeting what Vosh tweeted about J.K. Rowling.
Or harm for trans women, because TERFs usually have to point to crazy or misogynistic things that trans activists say that come from people like Demon Mama, who happen to be trans, and no one can really argue that Demon Mama isn't part of an oppressed group, so there's still that discomfort because her word can be hand-waved as an oppressed person punching up, or just an oppressed person being frustrated at a perceived oppressor. Meanwhile, Vosh as a cis man is perceived to be speaking from the position of a group of people who are the facilitators of gender oppression, or have been throughout history, so his words carry a lot more weight than some frustrated trans woman, because TERFs can use it and point to it as, see, men are just using trans ideology to oppress us. It is a lot easier to develop a boogeyman or an enemy when you develop a narrative that your enemy is supported by a group of people who have historically held all the power in the first place.
A really interesting perspective we don't see a lot of. I don't know about this last part here necessarily. I don't necessarily agree, but it is an interesting perspective that when the people who have power are using it as well, it provides a uniquely helpful opportunity for TERF people, because part of their ideology is based on this idea of men using the trans ideology to oppress them or whatever. So it provides a unique opportunity for them to use the quote to do more than they could with this coming from a trans person.
Final email.
31.
I've been watching through the recent nonsensical trans sports debate debacle and all of the associated drama, and holy fucking shit, it is perpetually exhausting to be someone who literally just wants to vibe and be treated as a normal girl, but to have your entire existence dragged out into the open and paraded around like some sort of freak of a lost cause for a bunch of purposeless, perpetually online dipshits to group around and pat themselves on the back so hard they leave a bruise. All the while, the only feeling I ever have is like they painted a target on my forehead and kicked me out to the front of the crowd, cheering and telling me that it's for my own good, while they sit back and face none of the repercussions for the stupid shit they say or advocate for on my behalf. Honestly speaking,
this person is really good at writing, or at least I think so, because it's like the way that I write. part of what I used to do and what I'm trying to be open to doing more in this stream and future ones is my constant use of like visual language and comparisons and analogies, because I think that that's part of what people really liked from me at the beginning, but a few times I missed the mark and it makes me really hesitant to do it again. But this kind of visual language and using an analogy throughout your explanation to really drive the point home for somebody visually can be really, really good. And it's something I did a lot when I used to write. But I've been doing it less when I speak because it can be misconstrued way more easily. And I've been afraid of that and I need to get over it. But I really like this. And it's very conversational and like using a question in the middle in a good way, not opening up with the question, like, They do a very good job of writing, in my opinion.
It feels exactly like the same shit I've always dealt with, except instead of being told I'm wrong for existing or telling me I'm a freak and that I should be cut out of my rights or cut out of consideration for my own good, I'm told that I need to shut up and let them speak for me now because they're here to save me from myself once again. You mentioned a bunch of things recently that really stood out to me and legit made me feel like, yes, someone fucking gets it. Like when you mentioned how you had the impression that trans women didn't want extra visibility or to be treated special for being trans, that the whole concept or idea was just being or becoming an average woman. And yes, absolutely, that's all I've ever really wanted. That was what most people I knew and people I know in real life felt or worked towards. I've quipped before, fuck trans acceptance, I want trans indifference, because that best reflects how I really feel about it. I want my status as trans to be one of the least important, least interesting things about me, because in my own mind it already is. A lot of these absolute specimens that you have the displeasure of talking to online, though, I notice this really huge difference in perspective that I can only really sum up as like, I wonder how many of them actually identify as a woman, and how many of them identify as trans women. It's like that old difference between a girl gamer and a gamer girl. Yeah? I feel like I'm just a woman. I identify as a woman, and that makes me trans, but for some reason for some of these people, being trans seems to deadass be the goal, and that is so fucking wild and so fucking uncomfortable for me, honestly. I'm not entirely sure how to really sum that up or apply some sort of sorting algorithm to filter these people out or differentiate them from the poor normie fucks like me who just want to vibe, but it's been something on my mind for sure. Additionally,
like, they're also okay with doing things that a lot of people would be uncomfortable with. I'm trying not to focus on punctuation because it's not like they're writing a paper and it matters, but like having honestly at the end instead of the beginning, I don't see students do very often because they're afraid and it's not what they normally read or how they're taught. Like, I just, I don't know why, but like this one in particular, I just love the way it's written, because if a student did this with me, it would be the kind of thing where like I'm circling and highlighting all over the paper and I'm like putting smiley faces and stuff to encourage them to keep doing it, because like you have a really strong voice and, it's really, really rare, and it's really something you want to foster in a student is when like they have a unique voice in the way that they write. And like if you put like 5 excerpts of this person writing and 5 excerpts of a random person writing, you would be able to pick out this person because they're stylistically different from everybody else and they write in a particular way. Like this comma and then a word at the end, like with comma yeah or comma honestly, is an identifier for their writing as opposed to the average person's writing. So like that kind of stuff is like, it can get hammered out of people by bad teachers. And so when I used to tutor in essay writing, it would be the kind of shit that I would always encourage. Like, yeah, keep doing this because you're doing something unique. And I think that you should keep doing it, even if sometimes you might miss the mark with what's correct and whatever. I'm not going to point out where you have stylistic things. I'm going to point out where like you can improve in your punctuation and in your formatting as opposed to like these certain things. And I'll really, really encourage them. Like reading through all of these, honestly, it makes me kind of miss being a writing tutor because like, I just think when people are really equipped to write in a way that they feel really confident in and that reflects the way that they want to get things across, I think that confidence can mean something really good for them in their whole life. And I think it's something that people often downplay or don't talk about nearly enough. And like why I think that English is a really important class in school, because like you can foster this kind of writing style in people. And, you know, I just, I see sometimes it gets stamps out and it makes me really sad.
It feels so wildly, absurdly fucking uncomfortable seeing the plethora of cis male presenting dipshits out here claiming ownership or expertise on trans discussions and dictating rules or claiming total ownership over trans positions, when I just feel like, shut the fuck up. You don't speak for me. None of this affects you. You get to go home after your shitty debates and stare slack-jawed at your computer screen while I'm the one who gets thrown under the bus for all of your bullshit. It's incredibly frustrating, and it just seems to have gotten worse.
So like something like this, like having a period inside of the quotation mark and then a period after, this would be the kind of stuff that I would correct, or their use of quotes more generally. Like here instead, they have the question mark outside of the quote. That kind of stuff we would correct and we would work on to make sure it's more, you know, stylistically similar or whatever. But like, damn, we have a good writer here.
Worse with time. So I'm 30 now. I originally came from old 4chan nonsense before there even was a political board. I was an edgy kid who was, like a lot of folks back then, just some social reject who liked edgy jokes and Japanese culture nonsense. I wound up finding a community there and had a bunch of fun back when all of the stupid racism and Nazi shit was legitimately a joke, before the word got out that 4chan was full of racist Nazis and all the edgy kids making offensive jokes got posed, lawed out of existence by mainstream dipshits flooding in, missing the point that all the edgy shit was only funny because it was untrue. Kind of like that time you mentioned when someone took you saying faggot seriously and went, yeah, screw them gays, and you had to do a double take on, what do you mean? That's not what I meant in the slightest. Back then, the thing that really got me out of my shell was, hilariously, all of the fucking trap threads. I considered...
And that's another thing that students sometimes struggle with and need to be encouraged to do, is having sentences of varying length, which we see throughout here. Like, they're okay with having this short sentence mixed in with really long sentences, and that's going to make what you're writing a lot easier to read for people. And it adds a stylistic aspect of it that's really easy to include when you're like consciously trying to do it. And it's a good unconscious habit to eventually fit into. Like, I don't know. I love the way this last email is written.
All the trans stuff, but I considered all of the trans stuff, but all the trans spaces were a bunch of ugly, bitter, 40-year-old women with hardcore sexist views on what being a woman is like. You want to play games? You want to watch anime? You want to tell jokes? Oh no, honey, that's not feminine enough. And all the needlessly exhausting drama that hasn't changed to this very day. I was deeply off-put by that, but I looked up to the traps as these fucking amazing people. They were chill, they were funny, they were cute as heck, and they just did what they liked, played games, had interest, had actual personalities. For a long time, I proudly proclaimed that I wasn't trans. I was totally a trap. But of course, times change, and so did the context of that word. Suddenly, that playful term that represented my whole identity and the things I looked up to changed, and overnight, everyone recognized it as a term of hate speech. But no amount of argument was good enough. No debate could ever really be won. People are...
And again, I'm going to make the parallel again to Thailand and Ladyboy. Like, Ladyboy is something that here is going to mean something very different than it means over there. And like something that somebody identified really wholeheartedly with, and you know, maybe something that's like an older bit of terminology to use can find themselves in a world where all of a sudden it's not okay anymore. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It could be good that we're moving towards that because maybe it's used by people on the other side of things. But like, this is also why like people with older perspectives on things are important to have around, because we want to be inclusive of what's going on with them and where we want to move towards, and like work with each other on finding compromise and explaining where we're moving and stuff like that, you know?
Argued with all these personal anecdotes about their personal fears on trans panic being used to murder them because some edgy dipshits online used the term trap, and all of my own personal fears or personal experiences didn't matter in the slightest because they didn't align with the popular narrative, you know? That was when I realized that all of the personal anecdotes and this thin veneer of protecting people's feelings or representing people's experiences or standing up for people's unique lived history was all a bunch of horseshit that nobody actually believed. It just looks nice on a resume when you're trying to fluff yourself up to look better. I gave up on that fight, and fine, whatever. I guess I'm begrudgingly under the trans label now, but that was still one of those early things that made me really put off by trans spaces. Beyond that, there's this really weird break in experiences that I feel where my perspective is informed entirely by a deep level of introspection and deconstruction. I was presented with binary options, and to arrive at the thought or feeling of being trans, I had to dig in really deep to try to take it apart so I could understand why I felt like I did. It was tough and it was scary. I made a lot of mistakes, but I got here on my own, and with that journey or process came a lot of introspection and self-awareness. Because I question everything, because I question myself, I have answers to all sorts of weird internal questions and a basis by which to reason most gender-related things. This is one of those things I find is so severely and sorely lacking from any self-avowed trans spaces these days, personally. The term that used to get tossed around a lot was hugbox, and I think that's kind of what they all inevitably became. No questioning, no introspection, no ability to just be wrong. It's just a continuous outpouring of external validation from anyone, except the dumb autistic motherfuckers like me who actually ask questions. The idiots who walk in and go, so I don't understand this, and aren't content with, that's just how it is, as a hand-wavy answer. I feel like the whole toxic positivity culture is doing nothing other than ruining anyone's chances of forming a reasonable, grounded sense of self. They never have a reason to. Reminds me a lot of your commentary on therapy, with the idea that if you're going to therapy for 10 years and there's no breakthrough, your therapy isn't fucking working, because the point of it should be to get you to a reasonable place where you can take care of yourself, and the same here. The point of a support community is to give you tools, perspectives, and support so you can eventually not need that support group anymore, or maybe so that you can be strong enough to support more people, but that's not what these things become. They're more like a perpetual state of endless validation that protects anyone and everyone from the horrors of even the tiniest fraction of introspection. Folks will tolerate anyone and anything, except for someone who dares ever upset the established status quo or deviate even slightly from the script. Like, goddamn, do you know how many gapes and guffaws you earn just by going, I'm not a literal communist, actually, I'm like a sock dem at most? Anyone that claims to be trans-inclusive, all of your thoughts, experiences, and ideas are the utmost important to us, only so long as they're things that reinforce what we already think is true. Ugh, okay. This was like it was hard to cut down which ones I wanted to keep, which ones I wanted to get rid of. But I feel like having all of these floating around in your head, at the very least, can give you some understanding of things that have shaped my perspective.
And to remind you guys, I am the content extending God, okay? We're at nearly 6 hours, and we have not even reached the 2-hour mark of this content. I should have made the donut goals for fucking hours of my content, not hours of this. Holy shit. That should be a change that I make. Lower the threshold for how much it takes to get an hour, and then, make it about mine. I will go until the 2-hour mark, which is going to be in about half an hour of this kind of content. And then we'll close it out, and we'll continue on probably tomorrow. Just because, your man's got to sleep, dude. And I need decompressing time before I go to sleep. So, I'm going to be up until like 4 a.m. probably doing this. What about break it down, listen to the broken down videos on Destiny's channel and do it like that? The problem is we've already had people donate towards the current way that we're doing it. So I would feel kind of bad. And I kind of do. I kind of worry that August cut a bunch of stuff out. He broke it down into parts. I just don't know what the significant difference between watching August's version and watching this version is. Does anybody know? Like Vosh part, Keffel's part, etc. I just don't know what the viewing difference is going to be for you guys. Like, I don't know why I would pick that version over this version is the only thing. And I'm concerned that they cut parts out. I don't know. I feel like it's just simpler to just do the VOD and keep track of where I'm at. No? Better to stick with the VOD for now, in my opinion. That's where I'm at with it. Like, we already started on the VOD. And it has everything for sure, and I'm concerned about what might be cut out of the YouTube version or how it's broken up and that it might not make sense. This version is safer in my opinion. Yeah, I think we should just continue with this one. Although if we started from the beginning going with the YouTube videos might have been a better way of going about it, but at this point we're kind of deep into this one. I wouldn't know because I unsubbed from all. Nice.
Let me get a Red Bull. How many total did you get? It was like over 150 emails.
Sheesh.
Most of them all read like this. I guess you could accuse me of just selecting the ones that agree with me though if you want to, but...
But he didn't, so... I don't know.
Gatekeeping is good, actually. Gatekeeping the trans label is essential for 3 important reasons. 1, to make it possible for those who are not trans to have an ability to grasp and understand trans issues. 2, for trans people to find communities they can join to share a space with people with similar experiences. 3, to develop a consistent set of medical and social guidelines for how to treat trans people to optimize their outcomes.
Wow. I mean, there's a strong take that a lot of people are going to disagree with, but I guess following that section is probably the best place to put it because that's a lot of sugar to help that bit of medicine go down.
Where I stand. Much has been said about my position.
Book, what did your Thai lady boyfriends think of the labels trap and trans women? So trans women they thought was cringe. I don't remember anybody having a problem with trap. And I think that at least, again, I mentioned 3 people that we could probably get on Discord. At least those 3 people seemed okay with trap. But I did meet one person that wasn't okay with trap, so maybe there's some more diversity there. But I did have like several at-length discussions about why they don't like trans women. So I will say that. So there was definitely some like universal animosity towards trans women because they felt like it felt very sterilized and weird. But at least one person disagreed with trap because they're like, I'm not a trap, honey. I am what I am. So, I think it's easy to have a problem with trap, But I think you have to be mindful of the community that somebody's from and whether or not they self-identify with the thing, and maybe have a little bit of wiggle room there. Most people in America don't like trap because of the gay panic defense, basically allowing murder if a trans woman traps a straight man. I understand why they don't like it. But I also think this needs to kind of be weighed against the people who identify it with it a little bit. And I'm not even saying that those interests should necessarily outweigh the damage that trap could have as like a term that takes off. Like, honestly, if I had the Thanos glove, I would probably snap trap out of existence, to be quite honest with you, because it does have problems with it. But I think that the people that have problems with it also don't really understand what it is or what it was. Because, like, again, background, in case you didn't know, I'm a huge weeb. So for me, my involvement with the trap thing is all through like anime and anime adjacent communities like 4chan. So like for me, trap means something different, right? And my experience with the word and how it's used is different than somebody who is not a part of that community, right? So like, I don't necessarily think we should all be using it or that it should be normalized or whatever, but I also understand the people that identify with it or don't think it's as much of a problem because it depends on the community that you're from. So I thought it originated as like an anime thing. It has similar origins to Futa. That's my understanding generally as well. But it doesn't mean that it's necessarily okay because of that or that we should accept it because of that. But, you know, like for instance, I think Ladyboy is way more acceptable than trap, but that's because I spent a lot of time in Thailand. So, you know, the average American person probably thinks very differently about that, in much the same way they probably view trap a lot differently than me. So definitely in the minority on that probably, but yeah, it's just my experience with it.
Position on trans issues, with people claiming that I'm transphobic or that I hold many transphobic positions, despite the numerous debates and conversations posted publicly on my YouTube exploring and defending trans issues. I've had a ton of these, we're not watching all
good
these.
sites.
These examples don't include the countless smaller conversations I've had on stream with smaller creators or chatters as well. Many of these conversations occurred years ago, before it was fashionable to be woke on trans issues on Twitch or YouTube. Some try to point out that these conversations in the past aren't a valid way of figuring out where I stand on trans issues today, but these same people seem to have no problem linking things I've said or done years ago to try to attack.
Would you say trans women seem to them, ladyboys, like in an alien version of something familiar to them, like an attempt by an outsider to define them? The problem that as I understood it, and again, I'm speaking for a people in a culture that I'm not a part of, my understanding from talking with them is it felt like a sterilization and a westernization of an experience and a term that they had. So it seemed like a lot of their problem was that the expectation is not to use ladyboy and to use trans woman, and trans women made them uncomfortable. And it seemed like it was an attempt at erasure to the word itself, the ladyboy word. So I think that's part of where they had problems with that, is that it feels like a Western like erasure of their thing. So it probably made them want to hold on to it even more. Probably similarly, the people that still identify with trap might want to hold on to it more than they otherwise would because of the growing wave of people that are against it and the reasons that they're against it and stuff like that. So like, the moment you make any argument that ladyboy is like discriminatory or bad or whatever, you're kind of going to put fuel on the fire for them wanting to defend it, because for them, they don't see it or experience it that way. And so, you know, it can be like that.
Attack my position on trans issues today. For clarity, allow me to clearly state my position on some major trans issues. 1, I believe trans people are real insofar as there appears to be a set of people that exist with incongruent gender identities existing inside their mind opposite the sexual presentation of their bodies. Historically, psychologically, and socially, there doesn't seem to be any other way to account for or explain the experiences of trans people other than to accept their accounting their internal experiences. 2, I believe that currently, gender-affirming care, including social transitioning and surgeries, are the best way to treat gender dysphoria. There seems to be a growing body of evidence showing that some forms of medical and social treatments are effective at alleviating dysphoria in trans individuals. This medical care should be available and provided for by insurance just like any other treatment at all appropriate stages of a trans person's life. 3, I believe trans athletes should be able to play with the gender they express as up through grade school and high school. High school drug therapy would probably be required for contact sports. Sports in elementary through high school are less about hardcore competitiveness and more about socialization and encouraging active lifestyles. NCAA spots for college sports are far more competitive and limited, but most people should have the opportunity to play in grade school and high school if they wish. 4. I believe the decision to place minors on puberty blockers or HRT should be a decision made between parents, their children, and their doctors. I don't believe the government has a legitimate interest in preventing these types of medical interventions so long as there is some evidence they can improve the outcomes of trans children. In accordance with my ethical values, my desire is to push for whatever policies enable as many trans people as possible to live the healthiest lives of their choosing without conflicting with the people around them. If further information comes out showing that
Books, I've been watching for hours. Please, you need to give me a controversial clip that I can post on DGG to farm. Well, I mean, at least in my own Discord, it seems like some people have taken issue with my talking about how we need to include voices like Buck Angel probably in our discussion about trans issues. Maybe you could go and grab that. That seems to be a problem for some folks. But you know, sorry, bro. I'm sure that some people with more creative interpretations of what I'm saying can find some points at which it's bad. You just got to start digging. That's on you.
some treatments I advocate for now are ineffective, I would no longer support those treatments. And if other information were to be released that would show that other methods alleviating the suffering of trans, that there were to be released that would show other methods alleviating the suffering of trans people, I would support those methods. Healthy discourse. What should the ultimate goal even be with trans discourse? It would seem today that trans people's very existence has become the battleground on which far left and right culture warriors are fighting. The far left are pushing for radical acceptance of ideas totally unrelated to trans people under the guise of trans rights, such as neopronouns, xenogenders, trans women or biological women, etc. And far right people are still reluctant to even believe that trans people exist as an actual concept beyond delusion or mental illness. What is this? Oh, these stupid tweets. It's 8,000 like tweet. Detransitioners who share their stories about how they were pressured into transitioning early are swept under the rug by LGBT advocates or activists because their lives are seen as fodder for TERFs and conservatives, and trans individuals with successful transitions who are undoubtedly saved by medical and social intervention are seen as mentally ill freaks who've resorted to bodily mutilation to appease a delusion.
It's this first part is kind of really sad to me. Like I saw a little bit of this, only a little bit, when people who had problems with vaccines were kind of questioned during the vaccine thing, when it's like, no, hold on. You got to put a pause there. There are people who have problems with vaccines, and those people are part of the reason why everybody has to get vaccinated, because they need to be some of the people that are protected by herd immunity, right? Like, your whole defense about herd immunity applies to these people as well as other people that can't get the vaccine. So like, there are going to be people who can't take the vaccine for one reason or another. And you kind of have to include those people as part of your argument, is that like, we need to do this for herd immunity reasons. And like, similarly, it's kind of sad to see people who had to detransition being like swept under the rug as well. Like, because they might give some fodder for the other side to make points. Like, I can't imagine being in that position and going through that and then being written off by people. It's kind of sad.
We can do better. We need to do better. We should be creating safe spaces where trans people are comfortable exploring their identities and how they relate to society. They should be able to seek guidance and assistance from both communities
and while I'm commenting on like strong voices and stuff, this is another thing students can be really afraid to do. The having not only just having a one sentence paragraph, but having two of them back to back is like something I don't see a lot of students do because they're afraid to, but here he's using it really, really well to make his point. Yeah, like I think it's good.
And medical professionals without the fear of being pushed in either direction as a political football in our ongoing culture wars.
So Clara, to respond to you, conservatives, yeah, they like it. They'll platform them, but I don't think this point is about conservatives. As a matter of fact, he says specifically are swept under the rug by LGBT activists. So he's not talking about the conservatives. He's talking about LGBT activists specifically, who are the ones that have every incentive to sweep it under the rug. So, and I think he even makes a point about how they're used by conservatives. Yeah, he does. So yeah.
Even among trans people, there is a rich diversity of thought about what it means to be trans and how best to approach the complicated web of issues surrounding trans issues. So it makes no sense for anyone from the outside to pretend that we have a singular perfect answer to dealing with their issues. Clara. Wait, did I say mutation or mutilation? Oh, whatever. Either word works. Fuck you. We should also be able to have spaces where we can critically evaluate trans ideas. We should be able to have challenging public conversations about what it means to be trans without someone constantly throwing suicide statistics in our faces while claiming that we're engaging in hate crimes simply for questioning the current trans orthodoxy. Society has moved incredibly quickly on trans issues. It was barely 10 years ago when the only representation of trans people were lunatics on Jerry Springer and Maury, compared to today where there are mainstream actors starring in mainstream TV shows. So it's expected that society would need a constant level of discourse to keep up with rapid shifts in how we view trans people. Based on the conversations I've had and the observations I've made, it appears to me that there are broadly two different schools of thought on being trans. The first school consists of the traditional trans types, people who simply want to pass and be treated as the gender they identify and express as. These people don't want to be constantly embroiled in conflict relating to their views or constantly questions about their trans experience by people hoping to engage them in some political discourse. They tend to use standard pronouns, acknowledge fair and reasonable arguments relating to trans issues, oftentimes focus on dysphoria being one of the defining aspects of their trans experience, with the alleviation of their dysphoria being of the utmost importance. The second school of thought consists of trans people who seem to relish in the idea of transness. They are incredibly politically engaged, oftentimes via social media, and want to be perceived publicly as a trans person, not just as the gender they identify with. For this group of people, being trans is seen as having less to do with gender and more to do with personal expression. Dysphoria is seen as not being an important or even necessary part of being trans, and sometimes no steps are made whatsoever to socially or medically transition. This group of people often argue in favor of more esoteric concepts such as gender as expression, neopronouns, and other more radical, less scientifically founded concepts such as trans women having periods and trans women being biological women. Online activism. The online activism coming from those like Demon Mama, Vivian, Chloe, Doe, and Kethels is harmful to trans people, both online and offline, for a few important reasons. I don't know if I should link Twitters or if people know who these are. I guess to some people it's just, I linked one person's Twitter, I don't know. You'll live. Number one, it alienates many dysphoric trans people from their own communities. Anecdotally, it seems to be increasingly difficult for moderate trans people to find communities they can identify with. Online activists seem to be increasingly extremist in their pushes for exotic trans identities, and all seem to require buy-in socialist ideas. They also seem to be more overwhelmingly filled with non-binary activist types whose goals are markedly different from other trans people. Rather than being able to slip invisibly into society and assume the role of their gender identity, the activist types seem to want a spotlight of visibility on their trans identities. Number two, it makes it more difficult for the public to understand trans issues. It's becoming increasingly difficult to have conversations with those with little understanding of trans issues when exotic gender concepts are becoming more and more popular. Defending the concept of autism gender is impossible while trying to explain gender dysphoria to a hostile conservative. Having to disavow 95% of the popular online activist discourse undermines any future point I might make regarding trans people during a conversation. Number three, it threatens to hold hostage all of the progress trans people have made. Oftentimes, conservatives will point to a slippery slope of sorts, claiming that the acceptance of some entirely reasonable LGBT ideas will somehow move us towards more radical ones. It's easiest to fight against the idea of a slippery slope by showing that the same train of thought that leads to idea A doesn't lead to idea B, because the two ideas don't share any similar foundations.
So I have barely entered into the foray of talking with people who are maybe trans skeptical or whatever online, but I don't know if you guys remember, we did a recent Discord Q&A sort of thing where I brought people on and spoke with them at length about whatever it is they wanted to talk about. And we talked with one person for, I think it was 45 minutes or something, about their kind of concerns about the direction we're moving in with trans stuff. And even that little bit of a discussion has made me realize how important this last sentence is. It's easiest to fight against the idea of a slippery slope by showing the same train of thought that leads to idea A doesn't lead to idea B, because the two ideas don't share any similar foundations. If it would have gotten to a point where we're talking about neopronouns and stuff, I think that discussion would have gotten so much more difficult. It didn't, granted. But if that person came in instead of with an open mind, but instead had talking points and stuff they wanted to fight, and this was one of them, I feel like it would have put me in a weird position where I think it would have upset a lot more online people and stuff, and it would have been a more difficult conversation to have. So I can empathize with Steven, who probably has to deal with this a lot more, and I've no doubt that as we keep doing Discord sessions, I will likely run into similar things, especially if I start talking about topics like this. And I apologize in advance to trans people or other people who represent ideas that I talk about, because I'm not going to be the perfect advocate for your positions. I may not even agree with you on stuff that you wish I would agree with you on. I think I'm going to start moving towards doing more of that. A, because it is independent content that I can make. B, because I think it's easier to consume and gets away from debate review stuff. And C, because it gives me a better opportunity to interact with people that are outside of or adjacent to this space, and I really need that refresher. I really enjoy having those Discord conversations with people. And C, it gives a demonstration for the communication principles that I always advocate for. If I'm not showing you examples of the way that patience, listening, active listening, taking notes, all this stuff can lead to better conversations, then I'm not giving you the footholds to grab onto to believe that it can actually work. I'm not giving you the examples of it working that can lead to you investing your confidence in my way of doing things. So for all of those reasons, I think I'm going to be doing more of those, even though I know that by doing so, we're embarking on a path where I will make some wrong turns and mistakes. This stream may even be one of them by the time I end it and people have a chance to clip chimp me. But I think I have to kind of suck it up and deal with that to accomplish the other goals of the channel, particularly goal number 1 and 2, which is to promote better communication and better active listening. I have to be a better example of that. In order to do that, I have to have these conversations, and sometimes I'll fuck up. I just hope that you guys stick with me for it, you know? So that's just a bit of a warning.
Clicky linky. I think this just goes to the wiki gender thing that has a whole bunch of insane shit. For example, the concept of gender dysphoria and trans people's experience of it is something that is extensively documented in scientific literature, and there are social and medical interventions that have documentation showing that gender dysphoria can be alleviated. The concept of exotic genders and the demand for neopronouns, however, have no such scientific or psychological basis. Activists online will link all of the concepts together, denigrating the logic behind the acceptance of trans issues in order to further their own ideological agendas, essentially using trans people as shields for their online enjoyment. It's perfectly fine if there are people who want to advocate for more exotic
that last sentence is a bit rough, but okay.
Related ideas, but they shouldn't identify so broadly with the trans movement. There's too much at stake right now in the real world for trans people to have to worry about an uwu cat gender person representing their interests on social media in a way that makes their entire identity seem like a joke. Gender is an incredibly important integral part of our identity, and trans people shouldn't have to worry that poor arguments made by activists about trans women in sports are going to snowball out of control into anti-trans bills being pushed for across the country. All too often, progressives make it seem as though it's required for us to throw intellectual honesty to the wind for the sake of being compassionate, yet it's essential to realize that throwing rationality out the window is not compassion, it is cruelty. It leaves us unequipped to wrestle with both our own thoughts and the thoughts of those who would oppose us, ultimately moving us further away from a world more inclusive for the very same trans people we're supposed to be advocating for.
And I like that all of this is proven with the email examples he gave. It makes it a lot easier to make these points than to simply have included this section without any of that. I think that, some people might interpret it as using trans people as shields, like he kind of remarks upon in the last sentence of the second to last paragraph. But I think it's good because he's using the voices of other people to prove his point. So, I kind of prefer it. But, it might run him into problems. I'm not sure. But I think that was a way better way of writing this section than to have just included his points and stuff. I think it really punctuates it really well to have opened up with those emails and then extracted the points that he's making from those testimonials from people who are trans and do enjoy the channel. Goals 1 and 2 are why I love you and your channel so much, Books, and I think you're achieving that. Well, I'm happy you think so, Cynical. I'm happy you think so. I definitely have to do a better job of marketing and running the business side of things, and hopefully I'll be better at that once I have more time in a stable living situation. But we'll see if that's just help him. I don't know. Because I think it is something worth continuing to push for, and I have to do a better job as the business owner to make the business more effective at communicating these things and getting in front of more people so that I can do you guys justice, because I'm the only one that could do that, really. You guys can post clips and videos on Reddit and Discord and other places and promote me, and that helps a fuck ton. So, hey, just saying. But I think in order to make you guys more comfortable with that, I have to make better content with more people and, play the game, as it were. And hopefully I'll be doing that more in the next year.
Chapter 3, Book 3. Character. My top 5 most popular political debates in descending order. It's in March of 2017, John Tron on his alt-right indoctrination. January 2018 was one of the 1v5s with Brittany Venti and friends on whether or not I was a pedophile. Third most popular one is Eric Stryker on broadly liberalism versus Nazism. Most famously, about jazz music. And then number 5, January of 2017, Lauren Southern on immigration, who's changed all of her positions by now and definitely is nowhere near as similar as she was 5 years ago. Good job, Lauren. Friendship. Takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. From Albus Dumbledore, from the movie Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. What are friends? Friends are people you choose to include in your life because they enrich it in some way. It might be the shared joy of fun activities, could be counsel they give during times of great personal struggle, perhaps it's just someone shared history that you can catch up with from time to time. Friends, or at least good friends, should also be able to challenge you if you're making foolish decisions. Friends should be able to push you without condemnation, but with loving conviction in becoming the best version of yourself that you can be. And how do I choose them? In most aspects, I'd say I'm similar to most when it comes to choosing friends. I have friends that I enjoy sharing hobbies with, and I've made friends from a number of different platforms and a number of different settings. A large overlap between my personal life, public life, so any friends I make in one setting is likely to carry over from one to the other. One large difference, however, is I tend to seek conflict from people who are intriguing to me. People who can challenge me in some way, either philosophically, politically, or even personally, and can do so in a unique way or from a unique perspective, are very interesting to me. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm totally...
And like... To kind of respond to this a little bit personally, like, and even when I was listening to this at the time, it kind of stuck with me. Like, in order to be like a better colleague or a better friend to Steven, I had to be more willing to talk with him more often about stuff like I did in the past, and I have to be better about those conversations. Obviously, there needs to be a return to form with being more careful in the conversations and being more considerate and compliment sandwiches and everything else that you probably should be doing when you're criticizing somebody. But like for instance, do I say this? Yeah. It's in the theme of things. You have to get over this. Okay. His most recent conversation with Sam Cedar, I feel like he didn't do a good job. And I feel like I am able to vocalize the reasons why I think that pretty well. I have notes on it. I have timestamps for it. And I probably need to get over the worry of confronting him about it and just talk with him and get more into the habit of doing that, because I'll be a better friend to Steven or colleague or however you'd want to label that. It is helping him. Like, I think we had some part in the year of rhetoric, I don't doubt. And it was through that showing up every time something came up and talking with him about it and not being afraid and doing my best to make the points in the best way that I can for Steven particularly. And I think I have to return to doing that, dude. I think I have to keep doing that a bit more. Yeah, so yeah, I've been afraid to talk with him about that because I feel like I'm on shaky grounds with DGG, and I'm afraid of just immediately jumping back into having criticisms and stuff. But I also think it's a mistake to be so afraid of that. I probably had to get over it, you know, because I think the common consensus is that conversation didn't really go well. So it's not like I'm fighting public opinion to say something about it the way I would, for instance, with the what was his name? The professor that he spoke with about socialism. Professor Wolf. So yeah, I don't know. I have to get over that.
Mindfuck. Just in one quick second. Some fucking dipshit loser said, why would I take the quote from the film and not the book? Go read the quote in the book. The quote in the film is better than the quote in the book. That's why. Okay.
Damn.
You can go compare the two. I'm right. Fuck you. Okay. Sorry. One large difference, however, is that I tend to seek conflict with people who are intriguing to me. People who can challenge me in some way, either philosophically, politically, or even personally, and can do so in a unique way or from a unique perspective, are very interesting to me.
He has mixed feelings about his performance as well. Yeah, I know. That's like part of why I wanted to talk with him about it, because like he had a follow-up video where he talks about where he thinks he went wrong. And like, I think half of it he's correct, and I think half of it he's incorrect. And I feel like there's a bit of a blind spot there that he needs to confront a little bit. So yeah, that there's like every indication I should talk to him about that conversation, but it's just like getting over the mental hurdle is really hard. Like, I'm not a perfect person, okay? And I know I said I don't want to do too much negativity, so I'm going to try not to. I'll make this really brief, but like, you have to keep in mind, I'm not a perfect person, okay? Not hard for some of you to believe, but I have anxieties and I have fears. And when it comes to DGG and talking with Destiny, in the last year, that's kind of come to a head where like I have a lot of fears about talking with him. And I think some of you would think rightfully so that I definitely need to be more careful and stuff. And I would agree. But I don't think it should stop me from talking to him entirely. I think it's a value to him. And if I care about him, I should care about doing that. And I think in a different way, it's valuable to DGG. It's valuable to the discourse at large. And like, I probably need to go back to doing that more. Likewise, probably talking with more people about their debates, like I did with Rose Wrist recently, is another public service for everybody that I should probably be doing more of. I say public service, it's also technically content for me, but and marketing and whatever, like it has other benefits, but like, I really do feel like it can help people, and whether they accept it in the moment or they accept it 6 months from now or whatever, it could be a good help to people. And I think I need to do it more. I did it a lot when I started out, and I think that might have been part of the reason for like my growth during that period, and people's perception of me and whatever being relatively positive. So I probably need to get back more into that. And what really pushes that for me as well is I feel like I let you guys down. And it's another personal feeling, but like, I feel like you guys like me. You're here right now. We're on YouTube. We're not even dual streaming. And we're 6 hours into this stream. And I feel like I let you guys down if I don't do a good job of like taking up every opportunity that I can that would benefit the channel and would get you guys like more friends in here to talk to. And like, you don't have to feel weird about liking me. You don't have to feel like I'm kind of making it harder to like me or to defend me in different communities and circumstances and whatever. Like after the Destiny thing, that was one of like the key things I felt really bad about is I feel like I let you guys down. That it makes it harder to enjoy watching my content or to talk about it because it makes it harder to be in communities where like they have a very easy example to point to where like I fucked up and why I'm bad and why you're lame for watching me and whatever else. So, man, I feel bad about that. And it's a big reason why I want to kind of take this more seriously and do a better job because I feel like I let you guys down when I do that. I want to pass up opportunities and stuff. So I gotta do better about that because I'm the only one that can do it. Nobody can make me. No amount of like Vels mentioned, we talked about this, like no amount of Vels talking to me is going to make me do it or whatever. Like it all comes down to me. So like, I'm kind of the gatekeeper on how successful the channel could be. So everything kind of comes back to me, and that's a hot seat for sure. But I don't know if I talk about this enough, but like, it's, I feel bad about that. Just know, like, I'm sorry guys. I know I should probably do better for y'all, and I'm going to try to. So just bear that in mind. What did Vels say? We talked about this before, but people very rarely change their minds in the moment. Yeah. Let him know your thoughts, but don't expect instant agreement or change, or you'll be a sad cat. Yeah, I would be. Also, remember, people who like your content in DGG just listen to your content and enjoy it. People don't care. People who don't are the vocal ones. People are always more vocal about dislikes as opposed to likes. Yeah. I agree with all that. And yeah, like you guys that are in here right now are going to be the people who think I do a good job and stuff. And I get that as well. And that's why, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, like I want to shit on this stuff that you guys like a lot less and shit on the audience a lot less and talk less shit in general. Cause like some of you guys may be swept up in that or feel like it's directed at you or be sick of hearing it. And I've gotten emails about that. So like, I hear you, email people, you know who you are. And yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Of all the creators on here, I'd hope that at this point you consider me one of the ones who is more accepting of like when they're incorrect. I'm not perfect, but I would like to think I'm one of the ones that like you feel like you could get through to if I'm doing something wrong. So like Vels, Sam Fisher, the other people who like email me and tell me about things I'm fucking up on, like Tack, my editor. I hear you guys out. I do try to make changes and like, I appreciate you guys are in my corner, it is helpful, and I do hear you out. And similarly to your advice, Fells, like there might not be like an instantaneous change, but you guys do impact me, and I do think through the things you're telling me and whatever. So yeah. Anywho, enough about me. Let's continue. As a certified unbiased source, I can say you're an excellent streamer. Thanks, Professor. Totally unbiased, by the way.
Some have pointed out they have a bias in favor of women or conservative on stream, yet the reality is that I've pursued many unique friendships over the years due to the interesting qualities and challenging demeanors different people have had, including Richard Lewis, Infrared Haas, John Zerka, Vosh, Hassan, Prime Kais, Dylan Burns, Mike from PA, and Mr. Girl, to name just a few. A few years ago, I was of the mindset that certain political differences precluded friendships with certain types of people. This may still be true to some extent, but I think it's going to depend mostly on how those views filter down to a person's behavior towards me. I could conceive of being friendly or friends with someone who possesses significantly different political views from myself, but if those views resulted in them treating me or the people around me poorly, friendship would likely be untenable. This, of course, does not mean that I condone or sanction all of the behaviors or choices they make, nor do I expect them to do this for me, but merely that I do not see political differences as some inherent insurmountable obstacle preventing positive personal interactions. Many people have been upset recently because of my friendly conversations and personal connections with some right-leaning figures, namely Nick Fuentes and Lawrence Southern, but people seem to think that I am some inhuman machine who will process friendships solely for political alignment or advance, sometimes seemingly forgetting how many people who are politically close to me have treated me in the past. I have been viciously backstabbed and attacked by many on the left, including Vosh, Hassan, Josie, Matty Cakes, Loomies, not Loomies, that should be Loomy Roo, I think. Loomies is a different...
Another fuck up. From the editors, I will tell you... This is another big time anxiety moment. When I read this list live and I was listening to it, I was very much afraid that I would have made it on this list. Like, I feel really bad about that stream talk that we had together. I got a lot of like guilt about it because like I know I fucked up. I admitted I fucked up. You know, like I was really, really concerned. Like, I don't know if I'm necessarily like what people would consider like a left somebody on the left or whatever, but like yeah, I was you know, shaking in my boots at this moment. I was hoping that you know, that wasn't enough to make him feel like I backstabbed him or whatever, because like I don't know, I think that we're generally, and people don't believe me when I say this because they don't watch, but like we're generally really positive about Steven. Like I feel like I admire his chops for debating quite a bit, but it's not always the perception from people in his community, so I worry about that a lot.
From person. Oh shit, I wonder how to like fuck that up. Bad Money, Denim.
Cynical Vinch says, you're too hard on yourself, man, but I understand that by doing so, you'll drive your improvement, but really the only way to let us down would be to not keep on going, to not keep on keeping on. Thanks, brother. Sorry to make you tear up, Clara, but yeah, I don't know. That's also why I don't want to talk about the negative stuff. I don't want to make you guys tear up or something, you know. It's just like I just want you to know that I hear you, you know, and that I realize I need to make changes in my own life, and they're very apparent to me, but they may not be as apparent to you. So I just feel like they're worth pointing out, you know. Like I don't want to bring up problems without solutions, and this is like a big problem for me that I feel like I already have solutions for, and I'm working really hard towards, and like I'm getting over a lot of anxieties and stuff to do it, like and I just because it's so personal, I just don't know if it's clear to you guys. Like when I talked with Steven recently, like is this TMI? So when I get like really nervous and stuff, so as context, I can hold my pee in for a really long time. I know it's gross. But when I get like really anxious and stuff, I feel like I have to like pee immediately. Like I feel like I thought that I had to go pee like 2 or 3 different times before I like talked to Steve. Like I was really scared and really nervous, and like I started eating a lot. Like I ate like a whole pizza because I have a lot of bad habits related to my anxiety. I'm dealing with it, okay? But like I was so anxious before talking with him, and I don't know if that always comes off that way because I try to come off a lot more confident, but yeah, I don't know. I fight a lot of this stuff behind the scenes. I don't even talk to like my friends all the time about this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I should probably stop. I'm sorry. Anywho, yeah, I want you to know that like I'm getting over my shit and I'm really trying. Same with the apartment stuff, dude. Like The guy I'm talking to in North Carolina probably gets this, and my friends get this, but like I have so much anxiety about finding a place and like so much self-defeatism and stuff, and it probably comes off on stream, but like, you know, I'm trying to get over all this for you guys. I'm trying to stop traveling for you guys, and like I don't know, making a lot of changes that I don't know if I would have confronted quite as readily if it wasn't for you guys. So thanks.
Mike from PA, Alabrel, MX Vivian, Merrick, Xander Hall, and many, many more smaller and larger content creators throughout the years. On a personal level, I don't think maintaining friends solely due to overlapping political views has been a very successful strategy for me so far. Dog whistling, political correctness. When a word ceases to be a term of description, it becomes merely a term of praise and no longer tells you facts about the object. It only tells you about the speaker's attitude to that object. C.S. Lewis from his book, Mere Christianity.
I really like that. The last perfect guy died about 2,000 years ago, my dude. I'm going to start using that. That's actually like a really good turn of phrase. I'm sure non-Christian people may not be as down for it, but I like that a lot. And to respond to you, Booter, like it's mostly because DGG, man. I don't want to shit on DGG or nothing, but like I don't think it's shitting on them to say that they make me really anxious. And so it's I think it's reading DGG and stuff that makes me more anxious. Steven was really inviting when I was on there with him. He made it a lot easier. I would like to think that to some extent Steven realizes like some of how hard it is for me to talk with him and stuff, but you know, DGG is going to be less less welcoming in that regard, I suppose. But
dog whistling versus PC speech.
You're also always on the move, right? And as fulfilling and cool as that might be, it sounds like it's a big factor for a lot of this stuff. I don't know, bro. It helps me cope with a lot of stuff. Like, I honestly think it might just be a coping mechanism. Like, how much should I share here? When I was in therapy, that was something a therapist pointed out to me, is that maybe the moving and stuff is because when my parents got divorced, there was a lot of moving around. And every time I moved between their houses, my dad's very different than my mom. Like my dad's very much so like you have to figure things out yourself and be independent and be your own person and whatever. And my mom is very much so like you kind of have to conform to her. And you have to agree with the shit that she says and whatever, and she all that. But my mom has a lot more empathy and stuff than my dad has, and like there's this like shift in how I behave and stuff that I would have to do with both of them. And the shift in identity and stuff might be part of the reason why I move around so much. Because I get to be like a new person everywhere I go, and like I get to be different, and I'm so used to that change happening that I have to like replicate it because it feels really uncomfortable to be in one place for a long time or to be in one like mode for a long time. It might also be like why I make so many projects that are so different and do them. Like I'm very different when I'm talking to the BGG team versus talking to like the BIA versus talking to like my Discord admins versus like even when I did essays and editing and stuff, like you have to be a different person for each of those. And like when I started stream, like that was like a different person that I had to be, like a lot more like very chill, very focused, very, light, like speaking lightly and whatever. Part of stream has been moving towards like having a single voice and being consistent with it, but that's not a good direction to go in, I think. So I don't know, bro. It's tough. I had bad social anxiety. I'm mostly over it, but I still have some unchecked habits I need to work through. Don't we all, man? Don't we all?
Up through 2018 to 2019, irony and sarcasm were valuable tools of radical groups online. It made their ideologies aesthetically appealing due to clever use of humor, gave cover for more extremist beliefs, permitting popular figures to come across as more moderate than they actually were, and allowed for otherwise TOS restrictive communities to flourish in areas they otherwise wouldn't be able to, such as with our friend world on Reddit. I think this is a clip of Fuentes explaining, we're not going to watch this whole thing, but it's a clip of him explaining like the importance of irony to what he did online a long time ago. While there is value in being able to
I actually have no idea what r/friend world is. Oh, it's a Pepe thing. Friendworld was a subreddit in which Redditors submitted illustrations of Pepe the Frog variant Apu Apustaja in posts written in childlike speech, such as using the word friend in place of friend. While many of the posts submitted to r/friendworld contained what appeared to be wholesome content, many accused the community members of using dog whistles to promote bigotry and violence. What did they do? Including the term friends, which is used to identify fellow racists, bigots, white supremacists, and the alt-right. References the Holocaust, Christchurch shooting, Ku Klux Klan, and more. Damn. Okay. Interesting.
When a community has masked itself in irony in order to hide more insidious beliefs. This idea, like the beginnings of most good faith progressive engagement, has been pushed to the brink and is no longer a useful way to identify bad actors on the internet. Most don't realize it, but dog whistling and politically correct speech are two poles of a shared spectrum. Consider a spectrum of possible statements we can make that range from 0 to 100, where 0 to 30 are a range of clearly racist statements. 50 is a neutral, factually correct statement. 70 to 100 are a range of clearly unnecessarily PC statements. If your desire is to signal to a racist base without violating the TOS or someone's sensibilities, yet while still adhering closely to your true beliefs, your goal would be to make a statement in the range of 30 to 50. We would call those statements dog whistles. But when we're aware of dog whistles that can occur up to a range of 49 or 50, what happens to our well-meaning neutral statements? Eventually, it's possible to get swept up in feeling like people who are making statements in range 50 to 65 are actually part of the dog whistling crew. So our politically correct speech must narrow from 70 to 75 or even 80 or even maybe 95 to 100, lest we be confused with a dog whistler encroaching on our space from the other end of the spectrum.
This reminds me of I had a bit of an oopsie, okay? I had a bit of an oopsie. So hold on, can we get the version without Nick Fuentes in it? Because that makes it look even worse than it really was. So I took this picture with IRI, and in Chud Logic's taking the picture. And in my brain, I wanted to throw up West Side and be like gangster and whatever. And I ended up doing this instead. And I didn't realize it until I looked on Twitter and people were commenting about how like I'm very clearly doing like a white supremacist thing. I didn't intend to at all. If I could go back, I wouldn't do it because it very much looks like that. But like I had no intention behind this when I did it. So this dog whistling shit gets a little rough. Like, I think if you're tuned in to what that is, it's very easy to see me that way, but it's not at all what happened. I was like, oh man, I didn't even get that far through my second beer. But like we were drinking, like I don't know, bro. The rather unfortunate bit of optics or rhetoric or whatever here, and then somebody to be funny, they edited in a picture of Nick Fuentes sitting there. Which actually kind of looks cool. I think they did a good job of photoshopping him in, but still. I didn't even notice Lauren Southern's over there. What up, Lauren? But yeah, kind of an unfortunate thing. But kind of to Steven's point, like I didn't really mean anything by that when I did it. It's just kind of like an unfortunate oopsie on my part. But the OK sign in general, it kind of sucks that now it's supposed to be a dog whistling thing. It's not, though. It's never been a white supremacist thing. Stupid 4chan. I don't know, bro. I just learned the other day, IRI is I'm really fly for a white guy. Yeah, he is. It's so cool. He started showing it on stream, but IRI has this really big plaque. Like I think it's like fucking like this big or something. It's huge. And it's just like platinum or silver or something CD with like a bunch of artwork on it from that album or from that single that came out because it got some award and IRI got it by some means that I forget. I think they gave it to him because he went on tour with the guys that made the song, and that was a really cool experience for him. But I remember like I pointed it out to him and I was like, oh, that's cool as fuck. What's this? And he's like, oh yeah, you know, when I did the music video and stuff, I got the award that they got and whatever. And I'm like, that's cool as fuck. That would make something good to have in your stream background. And oh my God, I have such a wholesome relationship with my friends. Like, I love it. But when he added it on the stream, I was like, oh, that's so fucking cool. I put the thing in the background. Like, that's rad. It was just sitting in his like little living room area. And I was like, that's cool as fuck, dude. Like, that should be in your background. Anywho, enough of this wholesomeness. Let's get back into this.
Consider the following 1352 statements. Black Americans commit, per capita, the most violent crime in the United States. The number one cause of death for young black men during the coronavirus pandemic were other young black men. Where would you rank these statements? 1350 or 1352 statements are obvious dog whistles. These two similar statements seem like they could be dog whistles, so perhaps somewhere in the range of 13 to 50, but neither of them are, on their face, incorrect. What does politically correct pushback in range of 70 to 100 look like when engaging with these statements? The Anti-Defamation League, a common progressive source on the internet for social matters, claims the number 13 used in conjunction with either the number 52 or the number 90 is a shorthand reference to racist propaganda claims by white supremacists against African Americans to depict them as savage and criminal in nature. There's no further discussion of where these stats really come from on the ADL's page. Our politically correct pushback against the dog whistle is now ventured off into the realm of fantasy. In an attempt to push back in a socially conscientious manner against a perceived dog whistle, we've thrown away the factual grounds in exchange for feeling good. All too often I find those in the politically correct crowd are so eager to disagree with those they confront that they lose sight of what it is they're actually fighting over. Perhaps even more troubling, the same crowd has begun to make guilt by association attacks towards people like me who would rather fight on factual grounds than abandon them for moral condemnation.
I think this last part is probably the more troublesome part. Like, I think he makes this point better in the next paragraph or two, because he provides with how you should actually address this and not in this dismissive manner.
Losing the factual ground in an...
Because, like, you can't shit on him for having to confront what is a fact. Like, I think that that's fucked. But I think to be skeptical of people who wear a hat with 1350 on it or... respond to some posts with 1350. I think it's okay to be a little bit skeptical of that, but like if it's in the context of him having a debate and he humors it because it's a real statistic and then addresses it, I feel like putting hate against him is a lot different than the person with the hat or something like that.
Argument causes two mass...
Or like with me and this OK symbol, like if it was the case that I was actually in, oops, let me click off of this. If it was the case that I was actually in a photo with like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes and I put that up, all of a sudden we have all the context there where it's like, I don't think you'd be unreasonable necessarily in criticizing me. But like, you know, if I was some like super right, like if this was like Big Papa Fascist or something, I think it's not unreasonable for you to start ringing alarm bells or something. But because that context isn't there, it's a bit like more so. Yeah, I don't know. So, you know, that's just some thoughts on that, where different situations could mean that the symbols are perceived differently. And I don't think that's necessarily bad, but...
Massive problems. Firstly, it costs you the ability to persuade. If anyone not squarely in your camp were to take a gander at the arguments you're making, they'd feel as though you refuse to acknowledge the reality of a given situation. Thus, they're likely not to listen to anything else you have to say on the matter because you come off as a partisan hack, rather than someone interested in commenting on the reality of the situation. The second issue you run into is that you wind up undermining your own positions. If it were the case that black people in America weren't behind in several key areas, why target those communities with financial assistance or community reinvestment? If it's simply all rigged numbers and misrepresented statistics, then we can say that crime in black communities is a non-issue and simply focus on other problems in society. Can't you hear it? If we can't combat dog whistles with overly conscientious statements, then what is the solution? I say it's best to simply own the dog whistle as truth and demand the interlocutor to clarify their position, forcing them to either moderate it, bringing them to your side, or forcing them to ground it out as something that's not a dog whistle and more revealing of their true arguments. Instead of the ADL's response, then, consider this exchange. Despite being only 13% of the population, ... True. Why do you think black Americans commit more crime? They've opened with
and this is just like what you mentioned, Elijah. It's like when someone says the Civil War was about states' rights. Instead of arguing with them, just ask, a state's right to what? You get to address the fact and trap them. And that's exactly the course of action that I think Stephen is promoting here, is that just go a step deeper, then force them into a position where they're no longer allowed to dog whistle. They actually have to make the argument that you're worried that they're making, or they don't feel comfortable going there, or they weren't going there in the first place, and you actually get to talk at a substantive level about the position and the statistic itself. Because the thing is, the statistic in this case helps your case in the same way that like the fact of the matter about the state's right to own slaves was a problem with the South. You know what I mean? So in any case, it promotes the conversation further.
The 30-50 dog whistle, but now we fearlessly owned the position at 50. We've acknowledged the factual reality of what they're saying instead of cowering from it, and we've pushed the ball back into their court. They can repeat the same dog whistle. They can't repeat the same dog whistle, and now they're forced to respond in one of two ways. Either one, well, a lot of black people are poor or disadvantaged in other ways, which means they commit a ton more crime. Or two, black people are just neurologically wired differently than white people due to genetic differences. Either answer moves the conversation forward. They say the first. It might take some time. It might take some finagling to get them there. They won't readily admit to socioeconomic conditions and will likely have to be talked there from bringing up broken families supplanted by the government, or toxic culture which inhibits their drive to participate in society, or some other argument will eventually ground out into environmental factors. Then we've essentially arrived at an area of agreement. Black people do commit more crime, but the causes are not intractable, and the reasons can thus be ameliorated.
When I first listened to this and he brought up these two lines, I was really concerned that he was just going to leave it be and pretend like this would have been the response we would have gotten in the either or. But I was really happy that he expanded upon how difficult it might be to arrive at that position. Because if he didn't, I feel like that point is not sturdy enough to stand up on its own.
They give the second answer, then we force them off the dog whistle into their truer position. We're now comfortably occupying the factual ground and are forcing them to fight a tougher battle, proving race realism, rather than us trying to wiggle and squirm around uncomfortable statistics. The past couple of years, I've learned to love dog whistles. If I feel as though someone is not being forthcoming with their true positions, I'll simply seek clarification until we've either arrived at an area of mutual agreement where I'm comfortable continuing the conversation, or I force them to reveal a truer, more difficult to defend position that causes them to lose ground with people who are less comfortable agreeing with the underlying extremist positions. Nothing is more frustrating than watching a handful of well-meaning progressives attempt to argue why it's okay to be white is a white supremacist statement, but it's okay to be black would be a perfectly acceptable slogan for an oppressed community. Don't fear dog whistles. Learn to embrace that which is factually true. Push forward from there.
Strong points from Steven here. Good job.
Oh, we got some boring shit coming up, guys. Good luck.
Ontology.
Ontology.
And we are at 2:28. I think this will be the point that I will leave it at for the next stream. I will mark that down as our stopping off point. And we'll get back to that probably tomorrow. So if you want to see more of this, then have at it. I'm sure there will be many more hours of content for you guys to consume. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll go ahead and switch the stream view and we could talk a little bit about what we've been listening to before we go. And get rid of all this nonsense that's on the screen right now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, let's just hang out. let's decompress a little bit, the lot of us, eh? Bring this in front of me. Where are you at, Book? It looks pretty dark outside. I am in Manchester, in the United Kingdom. It is 2:00 in the morning. So, yeah, it's late. Or early, depending on when you get a start to your day. What time tomorrow? Likely around 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. my time. So BST, you can do the conversion yourself. Just kidding. I'm a nice guy. I'll figure it out for you. Probably around early AM Pacific. So it'll be like around 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific, or 11 a.m. to 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time, because I'll wake up really, really late because I'll be staying up super duper early in the morning. That's the plan, Stan. Steven's advice is great, but you have to be able to basically box with someone who answers in the first way and not the second way, which a lot of people aren't. Actually, it's a really good point, Elijah. I worry that maybe part of the reason why that doesn't happen is people can't do it. You know? I think for the same reason that my advice can be really hard to people. Like, I was talking to a few real life people about what we talk about on stream and what we promote. And I kept getting the response of like, it's really difficult to keep your emotions in check when talking about these topics. And I've also heard that from a lot of people on a variety of issues where I've given this advice. So similar to how like you have to be good and you have to be educated to box with somebody if they answer in the first way and you take this advice, you have to be good at listening and being patient and keeping your emotions in check if you try to do what I'm asking you to do. Like, both of these ways of approaching a conversation are going to take like unique skills that you have to work on in order to work. And of course, in my opinion, I think that mine is easier to do and probably better to promote to people, but that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But yeah, there are unique challenges in both. And I think you have to kind of meet people where they're at with stuff and provide some alternatives for people that doesn't require like the level 50 version of the skill, probably. Don't get into a debate with Nazis if you can't box. Yeah, probably. Did you get to meet Chud yet? Yeah, we spent a whole day in London hanging out. Me, Irai, and Chud, or Chud, Irai, and I should say. So yeah, we did. It was fun. It was cool. Very true. I can barely keep my emotions in check about anime discussions, let alone someone telling me people I know are less than human. Yeah. Yep. Especially if it's you are less human. You know, if you're a trans person talking to transphobes, dude, it's gonna be uniquely difficult for you. I can keep my emotions in check with the topic at hand, but not so much in the face of willful ignorance. Yeah, that can be frustrating, like uniquely. But again, and this is why I need to go back to meditating and stuff more, which I have been doing. I've been a good boy. How do I explain this in a way that's not like woo-woo and nonsensical? So, you know how like in Chinese kung fu movies, we talk about you move with the flow, and they talk about using the momentum of the person you're fighting against to kind of drive the fight and like not working too much. I think it's the same way with using my strategy in a conversation. It's not about boxing. It's about dancing. It's about like having sex. There's this kind of give and take and push and pull, and you have to be good at adapting to the situation and being cued into what the other person is doing or how they're reacting. And you need to be focused more on that. That's why I promote active listening, because you have to let them move things. So if somebody's being willfully ignorant, you have to think like you're playing a game of chess. Like, imagine that it's not blitz and you have all the time in the world to make a move. Like, what is the strat there? Well, if you can't continue to argue the way you would like to argue because you're going to hit a wall of willful ignorance, you can point to that at a meta level and have fun with it. If they're going to be willfully ignorant, bringing attention to that can make somebody really uncomfortable. So you have to underscore that. Same with like general bigotry. Like, you kind of have to point people to the uncomfortable part of the current position that they're in. Like if somebody's extended in a fight in boxing or whatever, they leave themselves open to particular things, right? And the openings that they have when they have a right hook, jab extended are different than they would be if they had a right hook, right? You have to kind of work with the opportunities that people give you and think about what is the opportunity in that situation, not how frustrating it is to your present strategy. You have to be flexible and adaptive. So you have to think like, the flexible, adaptive position that they're enabling you to take there is to make fun of them for the willful ignorance that they're presenting. You have to make that position that they've taken uncomfortable for them. So if somebody gives you a jab, taking advantage of that opening to hurt them is what you would go for. If somebody's going to be willfully ignorant, you need to be thinking about what are the opportunities in that position that they've afforded to you by taking a stance in that way, right? And I think similarly, you can have conversations with people who are educated or who are bringing up a lot of factual points by doing the exact same thing in the other direction. There's a lot of inhuman calculus that goes on with people who make statistical arguments all of the time, and they get really uncomfortable, a lot of them, if you tickle them in the section of inhumanness that's coming with those kinds of statistics and things like that. You can make them uncomfortable because they're opening themselves up to that by being that kind of person. They're kind of out of touch by doing that with the average person. And so that presents an opportunity for you. And in both of these cases, you might not be comfortable with taking that, but like they put you in that position where you have to be flexible and willing to kind of operate in that way if the other way that you would have the fight is not the way that you would want to go, right? Like if you're not prepared to box in the intellectual realm and have statistics and stuff and like argue at that level, don't take that fight. You have to be creative with like, what are your strengths and what are you able to do? And that's what I think goes on there. Honestly, your advice about being able to make compromises actually helped my real life relationships. People have said like, you really listen to people. How do you do that? Aw, that's really nice to hear, Elijah. I'm happy to hear it helped you. Yeah, like so many people don't. And another sneaky thing that I do is that when I tell you to compromise, it's forcing you to listen, because you can't compromise if you don't understand what the other person is saying. If you aren't actively in the process of looking for the opportunity to compromise and finding the in-between. Because in order to know what the midpoint is between 2 points on a line, you have to know both the start point and the end point. And then you pick what's in the middle. So you have to have some understanding of where the other person is coming from in order to effectively compromise. And so kind of the consequence of that is that you have to be a better listener, and it forces you into a position to listen more because you're looking for that opportunity. And so, and it's a lot more in-depth of a process than looking for a dunk. And so in that way, it's kind of forcing you to listen a little bit better. So I'm happy to hear that's been the consequence for you. Oh, wow. I've not looked at it that way, because I do worry about trying to always be in good faith. So if I tickle them, as you say, it feels bad faith on my part, I mean, like this is another problem that my advice runs into a lot, is that people really feel like it's manipulative and whatever. And I'm at the point where like, I don't know if I argue against that anymore. Like, because it depends on how you define that. I view it as flexibility, but other people may view it as like manipulation or chameleoning or whatever else, being spineless. Like, I just think that, like what Steven said, when you have different conversations with different people, the way you approach the conversation is entirely differently. And if you just take that principle and apply it to what I'm talking about, maybe you might be able to justify it in your head. Like, you have to engage differently depending on who you're talking to and the points that they're putting forward, right? Like, if somebody is really forceful, you're going to handle them differently than if somebody is really like timid, right? If somebody is really shy, you're going to handle them differently than if somebody is really boisterous, right? Like, there has to be some kind of modulation of your energy and your approach per what the other person is putting out there. So like, I don't think it's like bad faith, because you're still really listening and like, trying to understand where they're coming from. So, if they're being willfully ignorant, you're convinced of that. The bad faith doesn't start at the point where you make a decision based on that determination. It started at the point of that determination. So the moment you think the reason this person is putting forward this opinion to me, or the reason that they're engaging is because they're being willfully ignorant, you don't have good faith in the positions that they're putting forward. So like when I hear that, that's what I'm thinking is like, well, bad faith didn't happen when you engaged in this way. Bad faith happened when you listened, and that was your takeaway. So I'm just kind of working with what you're giving me. And the action may seem underhanded, but it's because your realization was underhanded at the time that you arrived at it. And I'm just kind of working with what you're telling me, right? So I guess that's like, how I would view it. I don't know if that helps you at all. I've been bamboozled by book yet again. I have been tricked into listening to an attempt to compromise. Yes, you have. I paused the stream 40 minutes ago to do chores and touch grass. Glad I caught the end before you go. Well, I'm happy to have you back, Sydney. And you stayed for a long time during those streams, so congrats to you. It's a badge of honor. But yeah, I mean, that's the way I think about it. Cynical is just like, that you crossed that line when you thought that they were engaging in that way. You know what I mean? So that's what I think about it. Oh, okay, I see. That's a solid observation. That does help and gives me more to ponder. Yeah, and if through your pondering you come up with another problem, I'd be happy to hear it and engage with it. Like, again, today's stream felt really good. I felt like I was able to exercise my empathy muscles a lot more. I feel like meditation has been helping me. I feel like we stayed relatively positive. We had some heartwarming moments. Like, it's everything I would want out of a stream today. And I feel like we're continuing that momentum into here. Like, if you guys bring me a problem, I try not to be like super dismissive of it. And I try to like work with you on communicating like how I'm interpreting what you're saying, even if it's maybe not what you anticipated. You know, I try to do that as much as possible. Like, I think the Mr. Girl conversation, ironically, was another like good example of that. Like listening, and even if I disagree, trying my best to like try a gazillion strategies of like communicating something and working with you on your perception and my perception, seeing if we can see the same thing. In my mind, whether something is manipulative or not hinges on whether you're acting in your own interest at the cost of someone else, as opposed to acting for mutual interest. Does that work? Perhaps. I think the problem is not in the definition of manipulative. I know I said that before. I don't mean in like a mechanical fashion. I mean in like a moral fashion. That's the tough part, because like in a mechanical fashion, the way you described it, I don't have a problem at that level. That definition doesn't have a problem for me. What my problem is that it's missing the moral dimension of that. You know what I mean? So like the problem is that manipulation implies some like bad intent or whatever. And sometimes you can act in your own interest, and it can also be something that's better for the mutual interest. Like, if the only alternative you have is getting frustrated and ending the conversation because you feel like they're being willfully ignorant, I think it's better to do a little bit of like finessing in the conversation to try and get it out of that place that you're stuck, as opposed to just getting frustrated or not knowing what to do and the conversation ending. So like, I do think you're operating in your own interests, but in some way it's also the mutual interest of the conversation. But in the immediate interest, it's not necessarily good for them, you know, because you're making them uncomfortable. But like, it just depends on what part you zoom into. Like, obviously making somebody uncomfortable for acting in a way that you think is willfully ignorant on whatever topic you're talking about, that's going to be uncomfortable for them. And if you only look at that little subsection of the conversation, it could be only in your interest. But when you zoom out and you see that the conversation kept going, and the route that you're going for is that you're able to make progress, then I think it becomes a lot more neutral in the way that you would like morally evaluate it. So that I think it just depends on where you look. If you bring a problem, he'll solve it. Check out the book While the Streamer Resolves It. I'll be honest, I don't understand a word of what that means. If you bring a problem, he'll solve it. If you bring a problem he'll solve it. If you bring a problem, I don't know how the fuck to read this, bro. I don't know, no idea what you're saying. It might just be that I'm tired. I'm really tired, guys. Ice Ice Baby. Okay. Anywho, it's been fun talking with you guys. I'll see you again tomorrow to pick up where we left off. And thanks for showing up. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for all the donations today, dude. Thanks for all that. Like, it's a Vanilla Ice pun. Interesting. I'm too old for that shit, dude. I mean, I'm too young for that shit. Arguably, every interaction we have with other people is either directly or indirectly manipulative. It's really more about the reason why you're manipulating as opposed to if you're manipulating. Maybe. I don't know if I would sign on to that. Maybe, Vels. But you know, anywho. Don't get torn apart by bears. I'll try not to. I'll stay inside. I'll be a good boy. Talk to you guys later. I'm going to go play some Space Engineers, then go to bed. Talk to y'all later. Have a good one. What else should I say? Just thank you. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for hanging out. If you're a VOD watcher and you made it all the way to here, thanks. I'm surprised. Very surprised. Thanks for letting me in your ear, putting me on your second monitor, listening to me while you're cleaning dishes or something, you know? I do appreciate the space you make out in your life for me. And I'll try to be more appreciative of that moving forward with the streams. Because like with meditation, I'm really able to see that more clearly. And yeah, I hope I keep up with it. It'll benefit you guys too. So that's what I think. Ciao, Book. Have fun in the UK. I will. That's just your opinion. I repeat it back to you. Nice. Anywho, talk to you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. I'm really dragging this one out. Talk to you guys later. Bye.